Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 11-12 The Mud Bodhisattva Crossing the River. Billowing demonic flames suddenly appeared. The flames were overwhelming, and with the artistic conception of burning everything, they attacked the warrior named Shu Wei at the Holy King realm. Shu Wei looked ruthless, and laughed loudly. Fire attribute fighters. What I am most afraid of is the fire attribute. Saying so, a cloud of mist-like energy suddenly grew on the surface of his body, and layers of water-like ripples rippled around him as the center. His whole body was like being thrown into a lake. Stones splashed. Thousands of ripples. The ripples are intertwined into a net, which contains extremely feminine power, and they meet the magic flame without fear, wanting to extinguish the magic flame first, and then strangling Yang Kai, so that this brat who speaks out knows that he is in harmony with him. How big is his gap? Big. As soon as he saw him use his strength, Yang Kai knew that he was practicing a water attribute technique, and he also understood where his self-righteous confidence was. Since ancient times, fire and water have been incompatible, and his strength obviously restrained Yang Kai, not to mention his realm cultivation. The reason is also higher than Yang Kai. If he can't win like this, then his decades of cultivation will be in vain. That Shu Tian's and the rest of the Saint King realm knew Shu Wei's background clearly. They folded their arms and stood aside to watch the show, looking at Yang Kai with sarcasm and disdain. In their view, Yang Kai must die without a doubt. It is absolutely impossible to escape the mysterious strangling of Shu Wei's power of water. Maybe he won't even be able to find a piece of complete flesh and blood after a while. Shu Wei was sneering, Yang Kai was also sneering. Their eyes were full of confidence, looking at each other like looking at a dead person, without any emotion. Ripples like water patterns spread over, but the extreme heat in that group of magic flames suddenly changed, becoming extremely cold, and the spreading water patterns seemed to be frozen, completely frozen in midair. Shu Wei's sneer stiffened on his face, staring blankly at the strange scene in front of him, wondering why his power was restrained by a ball of flames, although the flames were extremely dark and looked a little weird, but that was also it was only displayed by a warrior who entered the holy third level. How much energy does it have to prevent its own power from spreading? When he was slightly absent-minded, there was a soft bang, and the scene that made Shu Wei's soul tremble appeared, and the frozen water-like fluctuations all ignited, and the burning flames were burning with incomparable ferocity. The speed spread towards him. The strange fluctuations of alternating hot and cold were washed out of the pitch-black fireball, mixed with two incompatible terrifying auras of masculinity and yin and evil, and directly bombarded Shu Wei's body. The holy yuan protecting the body did not play a protective role at all, but it seemed to add fuel to the fire, making the fire more fierce. Shu Wei only had time to scream, and his whole body was wrapped in black flames. He danced and danced, displayed his martial skills without any rules, and sacrificed his secret treasures one by one, trying to extinguish his own flames, but all to no avail. The burning black flames were like dead souls chasing their lives, clinging to each other. On him, the burning became more intense. He opened his mouth wide in pain, but couldn't make a sound, as if even his voice was swallowed by the flames. In less than 10 breaths of time, Shu Wei fell from the sky like a burning fireball and smashed to pieces on the ground. A scorched stench suddenly filled the air, making people want to vomit. Eyeballs flickered all over the place. Shu Tian's and the remaining 3 Saint King realm fighters never thought that Yang Kai would be so ruthless. He only had a 3rd level Saint King cultivation, but he killed a Saint King first order with every gesture. Warrior. What kind of flame is that? It actually made Shu Wei helpless to fight back. Until then, a few people suddenly realized that what Yang Kai said just now didn't seem to be bragging. Maybe there were more than 1 or 2 Saint King stages who died in his hands. He had such a means to kill Saint King stage not difficult at all. Thinking of this, the hearts of the two of them were pounding, and they looked at Yang Kai with deep horror and fear. Their cultivation realm was similar to Shu Wei's, and even worse than Shu Wei. Yang Kai could kill Shu Wei in one face-to-face. Killing them is also easy. At the thought of life and death, Both of their calves trembled, unable to advance or retreat for a while. They turned their eyes to the strongest person for help. It was a balding middle-aged man. His cultivation level was higher than Shu Wei and the other three, but he was only at the second level of the Holy King. After seeing the terrifying power of the demonic flame, he immediately I know it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Because he couldn't resist that kind of burning, the black flame seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, bringing unimaginable despair to people. What are you doing in a daze? He killed Shu Wei and fucked him to pieces. I want him to die. Shu Tian's, who had the lowest cultivation base, jumped up and cursed. Although Shu Tian's was the young master of the Shu family, he could his own aptitude is really unsightly. The Shu family has used countless geniuses and treasures to wash the marrow for him over the years, but until now he has only reached the level of the third-level saint. He has no qualifications in martial arts, and he doesn't want to make progress. He spends his days and nights with all his heart. On weekdays, relying on the prestige of Shu's family, no one dares to provoke him around here. What's more, he is always accompanied by 4 holy kings. Except for forces like Shadow Moon Palace who dared to move him, no one dared to make plans for him. Today one of his guards suddenly died for no apparent reason. Shu Tian's didn't see Yang Kai's strength, he only knew that his face was damaged, and he wanted to take revenge immediately. Hearing him yelling, all 3 Saint Kings looked at him with difficulty. At this moment, how much they hoped that this good-for-nothing young master in their family could shut up that stinky mouth. Couldn't this idiot see that the 3 of them are also mud bodhisattvas who can't protect themselves when crossing the river? The bald middle-aged man suddenly looked at the other 2. You should know what will happen to you if something happens to the young master. Upon hearing this, the terrified 2 people immediately turned their heads to look at Yang Kai, sacrificed their own defensive artifacts without saying a word, and at the same time rushed towards Yang Kai. One of them raised his hand and made a move, and the sky was filled with silver light, and there were bursts of murderous intent hidden in the silver light, wrapping Yang Kai. The other person came behind Yang Kai without a trace. A huge tiger phantom sprang out from his body, biting towards Yang Kai's neck fiercely. At the same time he stretched out a hand towards Yang Kai who was hiding behind him. Yang Yan grabbed it. As long as he catches this woman, he can use it as a bargaining chip to force Yang Kai to compromise. Although this woman is full of secret treasures, she doesn't know how to fight at all, so it shouldn't be difficult to catch her. The 2 of them, one in front of the other, cooperated closely. It was obviously not the first time they had cooperated, and they were quite familiar with each other's strength and movements. Yang Kai stood in place, motionless. When the silver light was about to approach him, a circle of black flames suddenly appeared on his body surface. His whole body seemed to be on fire, not only wrapped him up, but even grabbed his clothes. Yang Yan is also wrapped in it. The silver light bombarded the magic flame and melted instantly. The expression of the martial artist who rushed to Yang Kai changed. Knowing that he had underestimated the young man's ability, he hurriedly retreated. Can you get away? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and punched that person's chest heavily. The defensive treasure armor he was wearing on his body was as vulnerable as a piece of paper, and this secret treasure, which was full of low-grade Saint King grades, was directly blasted out of a hole by Yang Kai, and even his chest suddenly collapsed a large piece. He flew out quickly like an arrow that left the string, and he was in midair, surrounded by magic flames. His treasure armor and body were all burned, and he died before he landed. At the same time that Yang Kai's fist hit the man's chest, there was a scream from behind. The martial artist who wanted to capture Yang Yan as a bargaining chip just put his hand on Yang Yan's shoulder when he was burned by the magic flame on Yang Kai's body surface. He quickly drew his hand, but the magic flame spread towards his arm at an extremely fast speed. The man was decisive, drew out a long sword, and chopped off his arm directly. He would rather cut off his own arm than let the magic flame burn his body. Both of his companions were burned to death like this. He still doesn't know the horror of the magic flame. After cutting off his own arm, he wanted to run away without looking back, but to his despair, another mass of pitch-black flames suddenly appeared in front of him and blasted directly on his face. With the combination of cold and heat, he instantly realized that his face was no longer there. He scratched vigorously with the only remaining hand, trying to grab the flame away, but to no avail. His face was scratched to pieces, and the flame quickly burned his whole body. Constantly twitching, it seemed that he was going to die. Only then did Yang Kai turn his head and look into the distance. The bald middle-aged man had fled with Shu Tian's flying away at the same time as those 2 men started. Shu Tian's, who was held by his shoulders, was still yelling loudly, wanting to make Yang Kai pay the price. Goes on and on. Yang Kai swayed, and wanted to chase him out, but he didn't know that there was a pulling force behind him, and he remembered that his clothes had been tightly pulled by Yang Yan. Judging from the strength of this pulling force, Yang Yan seemed to use even more strength. Looking back at her, he suddenly found that Yang Yan's face was extremely pale, his spirit was quite listless, and his delicate body trembled like a quail in the cold winter with nowhere to hide. Yang Yan. Yang Kai turned pale with shock. He thought that Yang Yan had been murdered secretly by those people, and he didn't care about killing them all, so a burst of spiritual power burst out at the direction where the bald middle-aged man and Shu Tian's were. Bombardment. A faint blue light burst out from Shu Tian's waist, offsetting part of the damage from Yang Kai's spiritual attack, so Shu Tian's passed out without saying a word, but the bald middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood when it spewed out. It felt like being pricked by thousands of needles in the mind, the pain was incomparable, the sea of consciousness was shaken, and the soul was almost wiped out. How is it possible? The bald middle-aged man was terrified. He didn't expect Yang Kai not only to have the strange and unstoppable power of Saint Yuan that he cultivated, but also the power of divine consciousness to be so terrifying. He was 2 small levels higher than him, but he was still almost killed directly, if it wasn't for Shu Tian's. A divine soul's secret treasure resisted, and the 2 of them might have died at this time. He didn't dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly led Shu Tian's away as quickly as possible. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Mobile Network to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11-13. A few more drops. Yang Yan. Yang Kai nervously supported Yang Yan, his spiritual sense glanced at her. After a while, he calmed down, he found that things were not what he thought. Yang Yan did not encounter any poisonous hands, and she was not injured. However, it seems that he has been greatly frightened, causing his mental state to be a little unstable now. Gently patted her on the back, Yang Yan raised his head to look at Yang Kai with difficulty, his face suddenly turned paler, he struggled to run to the side, retched heart-piercingly, as if he vomited out all his internal organs. Yang Kai looked at her with a strange expression. After a long while, Yang Yan said softly, "Yang Kai, I'm a little dizzy." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell straight down. No, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he hurriedly stepped forward to support her, only to find that she had passed out, her little face was still pale and bloodless, and her soft and boneless body was icy cold. Yang Kai sighed, shook his head while hugging Yang Yan by the waist, and walked towards the cave. There was not much damage in the cave, after all, the fighting time here was too short, and the colorful flags that Yang Kai arranged for the spirit gathering were not taken away. Back in the stone room, Yang Kai put Yang Yan on the bed and covered her, putting on the quilt. She looked at her unconscious face with some pity and some amusement. Yang Kai originally planned to kill that Shu Tian's, but now that Yang Yan is in this situation, it is inconvenient for him to leave, so he can only stand aside. It hasn't been long since he came to Gloomy Star, and he has been living with a non-provoking mentality. Now that he has caused some troubles for no reason, he is naturally unwilling to let him go back alive, but he is not afraid even if Shu Tian's comes back to help him. I heard from Wu Yi that there are no Void King Realm Masters on Gloomy Star, and the most powerful member of her Heike family is only Saint King Third Layer. That Shu Tian's doesn't look like a powerful person at first sight, so I'm afraid he won't be able to find any decent ones, Master. Yang Yan slept for several days, and she didn't know what nightmare she was having. She would yell from time to time and looked very panicked, and each time she needed Yang Kai to comfort her for a while before she calmed down. 3 days later, Yang Yan woke up faintly. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed and watched her and Yang Kai stare at each other for a while. Yang Yan turned his head in embarrassment, his face flushed. "Eat something first." Yang Kai casually threw a package over. It seemed that he could smell the fruity scent, and it seemed that he really needed to replenish the exhausted physical strength. Yang Yan immediately got up, unwrapped the package, and after seeing some yellow and orange fruits inside, he ate it with a smile on his face, pale. His face also gradually became rosy. Seeing her complexion improved, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Have you never seen a dead person?" The reason why Yang Yan fell into a coma was not because of the injury, but because of being frightened. Frightened by the tragic situation of the few people who died in front of her, Yang Kai knew that she was timid, but he didn't expect her to be so timid to such an extent that she just died of a few irrelevant people and fell into a coma for 3 days. If she saw that kind of bloody killing field, would she still want to live? But Yang Kai also knows that everyone has a first time. Although he was not as unbearable as Yang Yan when he killed someone for the first time, his mood also had huge ups and downs, but his endurance was much stronger than Yang Yan. The psychological quality is not comparable to her. Yang Kai couldn't ask a word, and Yang Yan, who was eating with relish, immediately put down the fruit in his hand and covered his mouth. Aren't you? Yang Kai was surprised, thinking that it's been 3 days, and there are still sequelae. How did this little girl survive in this chaotic world? With her courage and ability, Yang Kai felt that it was a miracle that she could grow up safely. Yang Yan made a bitter face and didn't speak, just waved his hands at Yang Kai and took a big mouthful of air, and it took a while to calm down gradually. I've seen dead people before, but I've never seen such a disgusting way of death. Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai, with some lingering fear on his face. Those people were burned to death. The most unbearable thing for her was that a burning smell rushed into the nostrils. She never knew that roasted human flesh tasted like this. Hey, when I kill someone next time, close your eyes. Yang Kai sighed. Is there a next time? Yang Yan's face turned bitter. Maybe. Yang Kai nodded. Don't talk about this, you can continue to eat. Oh, Yang Yan nodded, grabbed the fruit again and ate it, and asked curiously after eating for a while, where did you get this? It seems to be able to clear the heart and restore strength. It was given by someone else. Yang Kai didn't say who it was. Although these fruits are relatively rare, they are not worth much, otherwise Qian Tong wouldn't be so generous. By the way, have you bought the ore? Yang Yan asked again. I bought it back, but you have to rest for a few more days, and start refining after everything recovers. Yang Kai is really worried that she will help him refine virtual level artifacts in such a state. Refining tools and alchemy, all need extremely stable. Once the state of mind is disturbed by external forces, it may cause irreparable losses. It is good. Yang Yan rested for a few more days, then took a large amount of precious ore from Yang Kai, and entered the closed refining state. She seemed to have forgotten what happened before. This woman has a relatively simple mind. Although she is as timid as a mouse, such a person does not live a tiring life, because she does not think about too many things and is easily satisfied. His own stone room and jeweling colorful banner were occupied by Yang Yan. Yang Kai left the cave, found a not far and clean place to sit cross-legged, looking at the surrounding clouds, mountains and mists, very satisfied with the changes in this place. It has been several months since I set up the formation in this mountain, and the gathering of aura has begun to bear fruit. The dense mist suspended on the top of the mountain is getting thicker and thicker, indicating that the aura here is gradually getting stronger. Yang Kai was not in the cave, but his spiritual sense was always covering there, just because he was afraid that something would happen to Yang Yan, or that Shu Tian's was looking for someone to take revenge and disturb Yang Yan's refining weapon. What Yang Yan is now refining is the void-level defense secret treasure that Yang Kai requested. At this critical moment, Yang Kai will not allow any accidents. Time passed day by day, and everything was peaceful. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating, but a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. I have recovered. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately realized that the divine tree had woken up. Last time at Yupixing, in order to dispel the poison of Xuanian sunflower water in Shuiyu's body, Yang Kai used the power of the sacred tree, which caused it to consume too much and fell into a deep sleep. Now that several years have passed, the sacred tree finally woke up. How do you feel? Yang Kai sent a message immediately. It's okay, it's just that you don't seem to have changed. Did I sleep for a short time? Shenshu was puzzled. When Yang Kai borrowed its power, he was in the third layer holy state, and now he is still in the third layer holy state. Because the realm has not improved much, this does not meet Yang Kai's qualifications. It's been several years, and I don't know exactly how long. Then why do you? There was an accident. Yang Kai chuckled and told what happened in the body-tempering divine pool. Yang Kai didn't hide anything from this Yang attribute divine tree that had its own consciousness. When it comes out, it has a great dependence on itself, and although it is a tree, it is somewhat like a partner who has always been by Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai always remembered the promise he made to it at the beginning, that is to find a suitable place for it to take root and recuperate. But for so many years, he has been running here and there, without much time for stability, although he has traveled many places, but there is no suitable position, and the sacred tree has never urged him, which makes Yang Kai very ashamed. Oh, you mean that although your realm hasn't changed much, you have a very magical golden blood. Shenshu seemed very interested in golden blood. Do you want to try? It is good. Yang Kai immediately squeezed out a drop of golden blood, threw it into the demon mystery tome, and was absorbed by the divine tree. After a while, Yang Kai's expression was startled, and his expression became surprised. Although he didn't know what happened to the sacred tree after absorbing a drop of his golden blood, there was a kind of close connection between him and the sacred tree, which was stronger than the previous connection. Communication is also much easier than before. Yang Kai was so engrossed that he could even feel the joy of the divine tree. The broad branches and leaves were shaking constantly, as if they had been greatly nourished, and a message of incomparable satisfaction came from his soul. After a long time, the sacred tree let out a long and continuous sound of comfort, and said excitedly, "The vitality contained in your golden blood is too huge, and it seems that there is no restriction of the previous yang liquid. This golden blood can be destroyed by any attribute. Absorbed by the spirits of the heavens and the earth, their vitality is enhanced, and their growth cycle is greatly shortened. In the past, yang liquid could only be used on yang attribute spiritual grasses and elixir, but golden blood was different, and there was no attribute restriction at all, because the power of qi and blood and vitality contained in golden blood was something that any spiritual herb and elixir could not. Absorbable. Dozens of small fruits had originally grown on the sacred tree. Yang Kai had eaten these fruits a long time ago, and contained a large amount of yang attribute energy inside. These small fruits only grew later. The growth of the fruit was extremely slow. After so many years, it was only the size of a grape. But after a drop of golden blood was absorbed by the sacred tree, the fruit grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it was the size of a walnut. Stop. Interesting. Yang Kai laughed. It seems that it would be a good choice for me to cultivate spirit grass and elixir in the future. He has been groping for the magical effect of golden blood. A drop of golden blood escaped into the starry sky before, and it is still traveling in the star field until now. Yang Kai can always change his mind to check the situation around golden blood. The growth of spiritual grass and elixir is of great help, which is really a surprise. Since it's helpful to you, let's add a few more drops. Yang Kai said without hesitation, squeezed out a few more drops of golden blood and sent it into the mysterious demon tome. The divine tree didn't even have time to stop it. Although it is a heaven and earth spirit, it already has its own mind. Knowing that such golden blood is hard-won, Yang Kai has already squeezed it out, so naturally it can't be wasted. Absorb it all at once. Clean. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Hong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11-14 Breaking Out of the Shell. For the 4 drops of golden blood, if Yang Kai relied on meditation to cultivate, he would have to meditate for 12 months, which is a full year, before he could transform the 4 drops of golden blood with the accumulated saint qi. The sacred tree absorbed it in just a moment. When Yang Kai was about to ask about the situation, Shenshu sent a message, that I seem to be falling asleep again. What do you mean? Yang Kai was shocked, wondering if the vitality contained in the golden blood was too strong, even the divine tree couldn't bear it. This is a good thing. I think I will be promoted after I wake up. You don't have to worry. If you have time, take a look at those 2 dark stones. There seems to be something wrong with them. Shenshu said, and fell into a deep sleep. No matter how Yang Kai called, there was no response. Can the sacred tree advance? Yang Kai's expression was weird, but since it said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Yang Kai couldn't help looking forward to it, and didn't know what changes would happen to the divine tree after it woke up again. What caught his attention now was the last sentence that Shenshu said before falling asleep. It asked itself to look at the 2 pitch-black stones. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he hadn't paid attention to those 2 strange pitch-black round stones for a long, long time. Ever since he spent a lot of Saint Crystal on Shueyu Star to buy countless rare ores as nutrients for them, he forget about these 2 pitch-black round stones. Immediately immersed in his mind, he searched in the magical tome. Looking at it, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The mountain-like rare ore has all disappeared at this moment, and the essence in the ore has obviously been absorbed by the 2 pitch-black round stones, leaving only some impurities piled up in place, and in the impurities there is a quite obvious transmission of vitality. Out, Yang Kai even heard a very regular and strong heartbeat. What's the situation? Yang Kai pushed away those impurities, and immediately saw 2 pitch-black round stones. These 2 stones are a bit different now. Both stones exude vitality, but only one of them has a heartbeat sound. This thing is alive. Yang Kai couldn't believe it and quickly took out the 2 pitch-black round stones and placed them in front of him. Looking at the past carefully, he quickly became shocked. The pitch-black boulder emitting the heartbeat is slowly wriggling inside at this moment, as if some living thing is wrapped in it, and the clearly visible lines on the surface of the boulder are as intricate as the meridians of the human body. It looks like the tall belly of a pregnant woman, and a new life is born in the belly. This is not the case with the other piece. It does not have the sound of a heartbeat, but the vitality it exudes is equally strong. Yang Kai stared blankly, not knowing what to do for a while. Although he has owned these two pitch-black cobblestones for many years, he still knows nothing about their secrets. He immediately recalled what Ghost Ancestor had said to him on the Hanging Continent. Take good care of them, and one day you will be pleasantly surprised. Ghost Ancestor is a strong man in the Void King realm. He has lived for 2,000 years and has seen a lot. He clearly knows what these two pitch-black round stones are, but at that time his relationship with him was not harmonious, so he didn't ask. Did not take the initiative to tell, so until now, Yang Kai is still at a loss for them. The two pitch-black round stones were brought from Tongshuan continent. Since Ghost Ancestor recognizes them, it means that they should have been products of the starry sky, but I don't know why they ended up in Tongshuan continent. Has it come to the moment of surprise? Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the spot, running his exercises, while paying attention to Yang Yan's movement, while paying attention to these two pitch-black round stones. Time flies, more than 10 days have passed. The two pitch-black round stones didn't change much. Yang Kai waited impatiently. He was very eager to know what the two stones in front of him were hiding, and whether there were really living things inside. After thinking about it, Yang Kai carefully squeezed out a drop of golden blood and dripped it on the boulder where the heartbeat sounded. Since his golden blood contained a huge amount of vitality, which could make the divine tree enter a state of sleep and evolution, there was no reason why it wouldn't work on this pitch-black round stone. As soon as the golden blood dripped in, the heartbeat from inside the pitch-black boulder really became much more intense. The golden blood seeped into it, causing the entire boulder to emit a fierce golden glow. Some obvious changes appeared on the boulder, and the lines on its surface, like the meridians of the human body, agitated, as if something inside was about to burst out of its shell. Yang Kai stared at it without blinking, not wanting to miss a single bit. Click. A crisp sound came out, and Yang Kai was shocked, and he couldn't help being a little nervous. A small crack appeared on the pitch-black boulder, and soon, the crack became bigger and spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire pitch-black boulder split from it, revealing the things wrapped inside. Yang Kai saw it in his eyes, and was stunned for an instant. Although he already had some guesses in his heart, he was still dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. There are really living creatures in the pitch-black round stone. It is simply an egg that absorbs mineral essence crazily. Yang Kai cultivated it for so many years, spent countless rare minerals, and finally cultivated the things inside it to break out of its shell. At this moment, a gray thing was sitting in front of Yang Kai. It looked like a stone sculpture, with a quaint color all over its body. It had limbs, a head, and clear facial features on the head. It is clearly a stone man the size of a palm. When Yang Kai looked at it, it stood up slowly, with a very hard look, staggered and almost fell to the ground again. Yang Kai's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, he quickly helped it up. Its arms are so long that they reach the ground, its back is slightly bent, its legs are bent, and its body is composed of pieces of exquisite stones, which look sharp and layered. Although it has facial features, it looks silly, with its clumsy movements. How stupid it is. Yang Kai stared blankly. It blankly turned its head to look around, and when those gray eyes saw Yang Kai, it froze for a while. Because it absorbed a drop of Yang Kai's golden blood, it seemed to be very curious about Yang Kai, and like the divine tree, Yang Kai felt that there was an inseparable connection between him and it. After only watching for a while, it stopped paying attention to Yang Kai, but stretched out its two long arms, picked up the pitch-black stone shell on the ground, put it in its mouth and started chewing. Seeing it eating with gusto, making a rattling noise, Yang Kai moaned deep in his heart. What the hell is this? Although Yang Kai has never tried that pitch-black stone shell, he also knows that it is extremely hard. After all, it has absorbed the essence of minerals for so many years. After so many years of precipitation, it is not inferior to the defense strength of void-level defensive artifacts, even stronger. Maybe. But such a pitch-black stone shell is as fragile as tofu in the mouth of this little stone man. After a while, the few pieces of pitch-black stone shells were eaten up by it, and there was nothing left. After eating the stone shells, the little stone man seemed a little tired, and walked towards Yang Kai staggeringly, following Yang Kai. Open the thighs and climb up. Yang Kai wanted to try its ability, and stretched out his hand to flick it on its forehead. The little stone man immediately turned into a rolling gourd, and rolled away all at once. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he thought to himself that after cultivating for so many years and consuming so many minerals, he could raise such a thing. Although it is strong enough, it seems a little vulnerable. The little stone man stood up, shook his head, and walked towards Yang Kai, finally came to Yang Kai's side, and continued to climb onto his thigh. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time he didn't play it again, allowing it to climb onto him. It doesn't pay attention to it. It seems that as long as it is on Yang Kai's body, it just lay down on its back, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Kai looked at it, shook his head and sighed. He didn't dislike this little guy as useless, it was just different from his original expectation. He thought he could get 2 good minerals. Originally he planned to keep cultivating like this. After getting it, the time has come. Use those 2 pitch black round stones to create a Void King level secret treasure. Who would have thought that a stone man would pop out? This is a little disappointing. Looking at it, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, his eyes fixed on the chest of the little stone man, where there was a group of dark red light looming. He immediately diverted his mind into the magical tome and searched for it carefully. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his mind, with a strange expression. He finally understood why the 2 pitch black round stones were different. It was because of the blood essence stone. The blood essence stone that I have kept in the magic mystery tome is now at the heart of this little stone man, as if it is acting as its heart. Yang Kai only had 1 blood essence stone, and now it was taken over by this little stone man, and the other pitch black round stone naturally wouldn't emit the sound of a heartbeat. Yang Kai believed that there was definitely a little stone man inside that pitch black round stone, but without the blood essence stone as its heart, it shouldn't be able to break out of its shell. Is there a relationship between the blood essence stone and this thing? Yang Kai became more and more confused, and couldn't figure out what to do for a while. Yang Yan is still refining the void-level defensive secret treasure. It seems to have entered a critical juncture. The energy fluctuations in the cave are much stronger than before. Yang Kai is guarding outside, and he does not dare to disturb at will, but he is now not boring either. Since the appearance of the little stone man, he has been studying the secrets of this guy. Several days have passed, and the little guy hasn't grown up, but he is very interested in where Yang Yan is. If Yang Kai doesn't pay attention, he wants to run there. It seems that there is something that attracts him. As a last resort, Yang Kai it can only be ordered not to approach the cave. After a few days of observation, Yang Kai also discovered a problem. Although this little stone man has traces of life, it is a kind of living being, but it doesn't have much thinking. It is not like the sacred tree. Its intelligence is very low, relying on instinct to act. Other than that, is Yang Kai's order. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Hong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11-15 Great job. I don't know if it's because of absorbing the golden blood, but the little stone man is absolutely obedient to Yang Kai, and executes every order meticulously. But Yang Kai wanted to communicate with it, but he couldn't. He expected it to evolve its own wisdom like the divine tree, but looking at this situation, it was a bit impossible. The puppet of life. Another few days passed, and Yang Kai discovered that it had a very peculiar ability, that is to make holes in the ground. The speed at which it burrows in the mountain is simply unimaginable, and Yang Kai also discovered it by accident. Because of his order, the little guy didn't dare to approach the cave where Yang Yan was, but he didn't know why he always wanted to drill into the ground. Kung Fu, it drilled to the position of tens of feet underground. No matter how solid the ground is, it can't stop its pace. Yang Kai also tested the solid ore and found that no matter how hard the ore is, it can easily drill a big hole in it. This ability is not bad, but Yang Kai doesn't understand why it has this ability, seeing that its head is square and not sharp. I really don't understand how it does it. Originally thought that there might be some rare ore underground that attracted it, but under Yang Kai's careful inspection, he rejected his guess. The entire Longshe mountain has no spiritual grasses and medicines, and no valuable ores. Before Yang Kai arranged the formation, it was just a barren mountain except for the beautiful scenery. Even now, it's just that the spiritual energy is stronger than that of the nearby places, and there is nothing too outstanding. As long as the Dragon Cave mountain is not hollowed out, Yang Kai doesn't bother to take care of this little guy. It is because he has a blood essence stone unintentionally that he can break out of his shell, and the other little stone man wrapped in a pitch black boulder not so lucky. If you want it to come out, you probably have to find another blood essence stone. But this kind of thing is really too rare. Yang Kai has been in the star field for a long time, but he has never heard or seen anyone who owns the blood essence stone. It seems that the blood essence stone is a rare item even in the star field. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly felt a shocking energy fluctuation coming from the cave. Laughter. Succeeded. Yang Kai looked happy and rushed into the cave. In the stone room, the furnace that was as tall as a person was still exuding astonishing heat at this moment. Yang Yan was standing on the spot with her whole body wet. It could be seen that she had spent a lot of effort and sweat in refining this secret treasure. Her hair was all messed up, and she looked like a lunatic. She had taken off the black robe she was wearing at some point, and she was only wearing a thin gauze skirt. Her clothes were wet with sweat, and they were tightly attached to her body. When Yang Kai rushed in, the first thing he saw was not his secret treasure, but an extremely hot and delicate body. The round buttocks are upturned, as if held up by a pair of big hands, exuding a charming demeanor. The exaggerated curve of the waist is captivating, the lower abdomen is flat and smooth. Through the wet clothes, Yang Kai could even clearly see the shape and color of the obscene clothes Yang Yan wore inside. Well, the pink underpants are only about the size of a palm, and they just cover the sensitive parts. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, wondering if he should avoid it. Yang Yan ran over excitedly, and didn't notice that his spring glory was a bit outrageous. He handed over an oval shield secret treasure in his hand like a treasure, and said softly, look at it, look, void level low grade secret treasure, I didn't lie to you, I am a void level refiner. Yang Kai took it, and found that the shield-shaped secret treasure was much lighter than he imagined. It seemed to be weightless, but the shield surface was filled with purple light. Yang Kai knew that it was the carapace of the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion. It was already shiny, but the shield surface was not flat, and there were sharp barbs on it, and I don't know what their function is. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the shield was actually filled with the power of the two attributes of wind and soil. Seeing him observing carefully, Yang Yan immediately took the initiative to explain, I also fused the inner alchemy of the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion. The main material of this shield is the carapace of the monster. After fusing the inner alchemy, it can have, of course, you have to explore and develop part of the ability of the monster in life, because I don't know what ability this red-tailed purple-armored scorpion possessed in life. Sandstorm, Yang Kai murmured to himself, and immediately recalled that when he followed Goosh and the others, he found that the place where the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion was located was a sandstorm with a radius of tens of miles. Hard to spot. Sandstorm. Yang Yan nodded, it's not bad, this shield is my painstaking work, and I will use it carefully in the future. Not only can it be used for defense, but the spikes on the shield can also be used for counterattack. If you use it well, it's okay to fight at higher levels. No, it's definitely not a problem to fight at higher levels. With such a secret treasure in your hand, I guarantee that warriors at the Holy King realm will never hurt you. Unless you've been standing they were targeted by others there. As Yang Yan said, he patted his chest vigorously, swearing in assurance, completely ignoring the fact that Yang Kai had killed several Saint King realms with his own ability a few days ago. The little hand clapped on the crisp chest, and was bounced away by the towering jade peak. The elasticity seems amazing. Yang Kai couldn't help but glanced at the white deep ditch. If it weren't for your urgent urging this time, I can refine it better, but it doesn't matter, the false level low grade is just its temporary grade. Well, if you find better ore in the future, I can refine it again. Raise it to a higher level. Did you hear what I was talking to you? What are you looking at? Yang Yan didn't know why Yang Kai showed a blank look, followed his gaze and looked down, and immediately understood Yang Kai's words. Why is it like this? The flushed face that had been smeared by the high temperature suddenly turned redder, as if bleeding was about to drip. After 3 breaths, screams came from the cave. Yang Yan squatted on the ground with his arms folded, and put his arms across his chest, blocking the leaking spring, stared at Yang Kai resentfully, and scolded softly, rogue, shameless. I worked so hard to refine the secret treasure for you, you actually. She was wronged. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't speak. After she cursed a few words, she said, there is a pool over there, and the clear spring from the mountain stream is attracted, you go and wash yourself. I know it myself. Yang Yan bit her red lip, hugged herself into a ball, and urged, get out. Okay, I'm going out. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Before he could leave, there was a rustling sound under Yang Yan's feet, and immediately, a small hole appeared on the ground, and a gray head poked out of the hole. Coming out, a pair of eyes looked blankly at Yang Yan on the slightly square head. Yeah, Yang Yan yelled louder, and slapped the little gray head into the hole, then jumped up like a frightened rabbit, and ran directly into Yang Kai's arms. The warm and fragrant nephrite was in his arms, 2 full lumps on his chest squeezed him. Yang Kai suddenly became a little distracted. What made him feel speechless the most was that Yang Yan's legs were also wrapped around his waist. Knowing that she is timid, but I don't think I still overestimated her courage. She seemed to be terrified, her delicate body trembling. she hugged Yang Kai and did not let go. She kept looking back, her beautiful eyes were full of fear. After finding that there was nothing in the hole, he asked uneasy, "What is that? What is that? I feel like it was looking at me just now." Yang Kai didn't know how to explain it. The little stone man, who was usually very obedient, unexpectedly ran into the cave today, and he came out of the ground. No wonder he scared Yang Yan to death. "Has it left?" Yang Yan asked again. "Gone. Really gone." She let out her consciousness to scan, and found that there was nothing there, so she took a heavy breath. When she came back to her senses, she was stunned to find that she was hugging Yang Kai's neck, hanging on him in an unsightly manner. Their bodies were tightly attached to each other, their lower abdomens were pressed against their lower abdomens, and a fiery breath rushed towards them. Yang Yan felt that he was about to smoke. She has never been so close to any man before. For some reason, the blood flowed quickly all over her body, and the heartbeat sounded in her chest, which was more intense than the beating of a war drum. She had a feeling of suffocation. She wished she could go down the small hole that appeared in the ground just now, and never come out again for the rest of her life. Especially Yang Kai's weird smile made her feel ashamed. You put me down." Yang Yan almost lowered his head to his chest, and cried out weakly. "I didn't hug you." Yang Kai spread his hands. Yang Yan was so ashamed and indignant that she realized that it was because of her arms around Yang Kai's neck and her legs on his waist that made the two of them so close. Hastily let go of his hands and feet, fell to the ground on his back, and couldn't help but yell. "Are you okay?" Yang Kai looked at her speechlessly, and felt embarrassed to pull her. This woman was not only timid, but also thin-skinned. Even if she pulled her, she probably wouldn't get up. "It's okay." Yang Yan huddled into a ball. As expected, he couldn't get up, covered his face and said, "Can you go out first? I want to wash off the dust on my body." "Oh." Yang Kai nodded, holding back a smile, turned his head and walked outside. Outside the cave, the little stone man was staggering, wriggling there as if he was drunk, accidentally tripped over his left leg and tripped over his right leg, and fell flat on his back. Climbing up with difficulty, he raised his head and looked at Yang Kai innocently. "Good job." Yang Kai suddenly realized that this little guy was really handsome, smart, how could he still be as stupid as before? To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11-16 Stone Clan. Yang Kai waited outside for a while, thinking about how to resolve the embarrassment between him and Yang Yan. He is a man with a thick skin, so he doesn't care about that kind of thing, just let it go, but Yang Yan is different. She looks like the kind of inexperienced woman, and she may have never been so close to any man. Unlike Xueyu, even if Xueyu is naked and hugged by herself, she can still be calm and composed, negotiate conditions with herself, and look for a chance of survival. They are two kinds of women with different personalities. What if Yang Yan was too embarrassed to see her again because of this incident, or ran away in a fit of embarrassment? If the material is lost, it will be lost. Yang Kai doesn't feel bad, but Yang Yan can't lose it. This is a talent. I have only come to Gloomy Star for a short time, and I don't know many people. If I really want to use this place as a springboard to make my name known and let my name spread throughout the entire star field, force alone will not do. I must gather some valuable talented people act as a backup force for themselves. How about apologizing and sweet-talking or something? Yang Kai was hesitant, Yang Yan was innocent. He estimated that a few sweet words could make her let go of the grudge in her heart, but Yang Kai was afraid that this chick might misunderstand something, and it would be bad if she hurt her heart. Worry. Yang Kai scratched his head. Just when he was tangled up, after washing his body, Yang Yan, who was wearing a black robe, suddenly ran out of the cave and flew straight towards this side. Yang Kai, you come with me. Yang Yan's face flashed with some unknown expressions. He seemed a little excited and a little nervous. He rushed to Yang Kai's side and grabbed his hand, then pushed him to the side, dragging it to the cave. The expression is hurried. What's wrong? Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Yan didn't mention what happened just now. This was really unexpected. He even thought that Yang Yan would hide in the cave for several days without seeing him. I seem to have found something. Come and take a look. She couldn't explain clearly. She pulled Yang Kai into the cave, came to the place where the two were just now, pointed to the small hole on the ground and said, Did you see anything here just now? Did you see clearly what the thing that frightened me was? Seeing her widening her beautiful eyes and looking towards the small hole, even poking her spiritual sense in, as if she wanted to find out, Yang Kai moved her head. Do you know her? If Yang Yan didn't know him, he wouldn't have these reactions. I might know it, Yang Yan nodded, but it might not be what I thought. Can you trace the location of that creature through this small hole? If I can catch it, I can study it. What do you think that is? Yang Kai asked hastily. Yang Yan shook his head, and frowned slightly. Before I saw it clearly, I wasn't sure. I just had a glimpse just now, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized that it looked a bit like it. Can you track it? No more tracking. Don't. Yang Yan misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning, grabbed his arm and shook it, begging, help me track it down, I'm really curious about it, if you can track it down for me, Yang Yan blushed again as she spoke, as if recalling something embarrassing. I gritted her teeth after a long while and said, I won't pursue what happened just now. I'm not responsible for what happened just now. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking that women are really unreasonable. Yang Yan pursed her lips, although she also knew that Yang Kai was not responsible for what happened just now. Clearly she jumped into Yang Kai's arms and hugged him and did not let go, but after all, she was taken advantage of. Thinking about it made her feel wrong. Just help me once, I've already helped you refine the weapon. Yang Yan could only continue to beg. No need to follow. Yang Kai shook his head, I just tell it to come over. Call it over. Yang Yan was stunned, staring at Yang Kai in astonishment, not quite understanding what he meant. But after a while, the rustling sound came from the ground again. This time, Yang Yan was very courageous, or rather looking forward to it, so he widened his eyes and looked at the place where the sound came from, not for a moment. Suddenly, another small hole appeared on the ground, and the slightly square gray head cautiously poked out from it just now. Yang Yan's expression became even more excited, and his breathing became short of breath. The little stone man seemed to be a little afraid of Yang Yan, who slapped it hard just now. Although it had very low intelligence and could only act according to instinct, it still remembered who slapped it. Seeing this face in front of him, the little stone man immediately crawled out of the hole. His movements were a little outrageous. He quickly rushed to Yang Kai's feet, and climbed up by his clothes. Yang Yan was stunned, his eyes followed the little stone man all the way up, until the little guy climbed to Yang Kai's shoulder and hid behind him. He suddenly screamed. Stone Clan. Yang Kai noticed that her pretty face was distorted, and he didn't know if it was excitement or what. After yelling, Yang Yan seemed to realize something was wrong, and immediately covered his mouth again, looking forward with his divine sense, looking extremely cautious. Stone Race. Yang Kai frowned, took the little guy off his shoulders, put it on his palm and asked, you know it? Yang Yan looked up at Yang Kai, kept nodding, and suddenly realized, is this Stone Clan yours? If it wasn't Yang Kai's, why was he able to catch it so easily? Can you order it to come by itself? Yang Yan suddenly felt a little dizzy. She realized that she had once again underestimated Yang Kai's background. He had so many precious materials, and so many high-level secret treasures, and he could easily kill the Saint King realm by leapfrogging. What kind of abnormality is this to have such a heaven-defying existence as the clan? But why didn't I see this Stone Clan before? It's mine, tell me, what's going on with the Stone Clan? Yang Kai also became interested. He has been researching the secrets of the little stone people these days, but unfortunately he didn't gain anything. He didn't expect Yang Yan to recognize it. Can you let me take a closer look? I'm still not sure. Yang Yan looked at the little stone man expectantly. Yang Kai nodded, and threw it away. Yang Yan's character is still trustworthy, and he also wanted Yang Yan to help himself. Yang Yan took it with both hands and glared at Yang Kai viciously, as if blaming him for being so rude. He suddenly put on a gentle face again, held the little stone man in front of him, and looked him up and down. Facing this woman who slapped him inexplicably, the little stone man seemed a little scared, stood up several times and wanted to go back to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had no choice but to give it an order, which made it settle down. It's the blood essence stone. That's right, this is really the Stone Clan. My god, didn't it mean that this race is extinct? There are still people alive in this world. Yang Yan observed for a while. Excited, he started talking to himself, holding the little stone figure tightly, and was a little unwilling to let go. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he took the little guy back from her hand. I haven't seen it yet, show me again. Yang Yan couldn't care less about the embarrassing things before with Yang Kai at the moment, and he was attracted by the little guy with all his thoughts, as if he had an extremely strong interest in this woman. Appeal. Since you recognize it, explain it clearly to me, and then you can do whatever research you want. Yang Kai was still waiting for her to give her an answer. You own it, but you don't know what it is. Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Why should I know? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. The corners of Yang Yan's mouth twitched, looking like he wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He held it back for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, God is so unfair, why do you have this kind of thing? Why isn't it mine? After being aggrieved for a while, he took the initiative to explain, it's the Stone Clan. I've heard you say, is the Stone Race a race? Yes. Yang Yan nodded angrily, it's also called Stone Puppet. Since you own it, you should know that its intelligence is very low, right? It can be said that it has almost no IQ, and its actions rely entirely on instinct in the person who subdues it. The order issued by him, so even though it is a kind of living being, it can be regarded as a race, but it is still a kind of puppet. Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that what Yang Yan said was correct. The research these days, his discovery was exactly the same as what Yang Yan said. They can only be born under a very special condition. The initial form of birth is a kind of pitch-black cobblestone. They are wrapped in the cobblestone, without life fluctuations, but as long as they absorb enough mineral essence, they will grow slowly until they are fully mature. Well, you can think of them as oviparous, but it's not the same. And if they want to break out of their shells, they need one thing, that is the blood essence stone. The blood essence stone is the heart of the Stone Clan. Without the blood essence stone, no matter how healthy a Stone Clan grows, it cannot truly come alive. There is a blood essence stone in the heart of this little thing, so I can be sure that it is the Stone Clan. Sure enough, as I had guessed, the blood essence stone was the little guy's heart. The number of the Stone Clan is very small, but the role they can play is unimaginable. So long ago, as long as the Stone Clan appeared, it would cause countless people to chase them, and they all wanted to take the Stone Clan into their pockets. Become your own stone puppet. What effect? Yang Kai asked quickly. Yang Yan chuckled. Their growth depends on absorbing a large amount of mineral essence, so they are extremely sensitive to rare minerals. As long as there are any good mines nearby, they will find them immediately. You said its usefulness is it big? With a stone puppet, you can own all the unknown mineral veins, and the mineral veins that cannot be found in the Void King realm cannot be concealed from its investigation. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look at the little guy, thinking that it is not useless, although it looks stupid. I didn't expect it to have such ability. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The broadband at home is down, and I have to wait for someone to come to repair it, so I can only come to the internet cafe to release it. Vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11:17 You don't know how to kill someone. Yang Yan said again. Finding ore veins is only one of the stone puppet's abilities, and there is another ability that any refiner dreams of. It can refine the essence of minerals. As long as it is assisted, the refiner will not need to use it again. After working hard to refine the ore, the stone puppet can do it easily, and it is better than any refiner. Quote, alchemy needs to condense medicinal liquid, and refining equipment needs to quench ore. Both are a process of removing impurities in materials, and this process is indispensable in alchemy refining equipment. The cleaner the impurities are removed, the better the elixirs and secret treasures will be. In many cases, the true ability of an alchemist or craftsman can be seen from the method of removing impurities. On this point, Yang Kai and Yang Yan are both outstanding in their respective fields. But the stone puppet is born with the ability to remove impurities and refine ores, and its refining is the most thorough, better than any refiner, so Yang Yan is so interested in the little guy. What Yang Kai didn't know was that stone puppet also had another name, the strongest supporter of the artifact refiner. Whether it is its ability to find ore veins or the ability to refine ore, it is what the refiners need most. Yang Kai, who is not a refiner, actually owns a stone puppet, which makes Yang Yan's eyes turn red with jealousy. What? Go on, does it have any other abilities? Yang Kai smiled. The more he looked at the little guy, the more pleasing to the eye. He did not expect that one of the two pitch-black round stones he brought from the Tongshuan continent actually such a heaven-defying existence was born. Since it is a kind of puppet, it can naturally be used for fighting. Yang Yan sighed. You also know that a craftsman, like an alchemist, is not strong in combat, and a stone puppet can make up for it very well. It was born for the craftsman. Yang Yan himself is not too interested in fighting, and he didn't talk about it in detail. Yang Kai frowned and looked at the little thing in his hand, not knowing how it would fight. Such a puppet that is only the size of a palm has limited combat power, right? Is it by digging a hole? Its ability to burrow into the ground is amazing. Brother Yang Kai. Yang Yan blushed and shouted in a coquettish voice. Yang Kai, who was thinking, shivered coldly, and glared at her. Speak well. Yang Yan is not the kind of woman who can act like a spoiled child at all, such pretentiousness has lost her original charm. Can you stone puppet? No. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai interrupted her. Yang Yan was bitter. I haven't finished my words yet. I know what you want to say, do you want it? Yang Kai chuckled, impossible, I already have a connection with it, even if I give it to you, it will only obey my orders. You actually subdued it? Yang Yan's big eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. How did you subdue it? It is very difficult to subdue the stone puppet, unless you have been in it before it has fully grown. Cultivate it. Children can be taught. Yang Kai grinned, he had cultivated it for many years and finally spent a drop of golden blood to make the stone puppet reach that subtle connection with himself. I'm so angry. Yang Yan stomped her feet fiercely. Originally she wanted to hit the stone puppet, but when she heard Yang Kai said that she had subdued it, her thoughts immediately faded. Because the stone puppet has no intelligence, once it recognizes a certain person, it cannot be taken away by others unless it is destroyed. Seeing Yang Yan's disappointed expression, Yang Kai coughed lightly, and said proudly, although it only obeys my orders, if you want to use it for refining, I can lend it to you, anyway, I can refine weapons. Really? Yang Yan laughed immediately, and clapped his hands. Great, with it, I can temper your shield to the mid-level grade of void level now. The secret treasures that will be refined next will be presented with the best quality. Brother Yang Kai, you are so kind, I am so happy to follow you. She was content to die. Come, let me see how it refines the ore. Yang Kai's curiosity grew, he just heard Yang Yan say it was the same thing, and now he naturally wants to verify it with his own eyes. It's very simple, just look at it. Yang Yan said while taking out a piece of virtual grade ore from the space ring. It was a piece of lapis lazuli the size of a human head. It was the last time Yang Kai bought it from Sky Fortune City and asked her to refining virtual level secret treasures. Little guy, come here, sister has delicious food here. Yang Yan raised his hand at the stone puppet holding the blue stone from that day. The stone puppet immediately jumped out of Yang Kai's hand and rushed to the blue stone that day. Yang Kai only heard a crackling sound, and within a short time, the head-sized lapis lazuli was eaten by the stone puppet, but its stomach didn't grow at all, it was still the same as before. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and exclaimed, so fast. Yang Yan was also very excited. Although she knew the secret of stone puppet, it was the first time she saw a living thing. After stone puppet finished eating the lapis lazuli, she put it on the ground. Now, Yang Kai asked, wait a while, so both of them paid close attention to the stone puppet's movements. Soon, Yang Kai discovered that the luster on the stone puppet's surface was dimmed, as if something had seeped out of its body, covering the originally smooth stone body. After a while, the stone puppet became gray and dull. It shook its body lightly, and the gray stone covering its body immediately fell off, falling to the ground into countless pieces. Yang Yan explained, this is the impurity contained in the lapis lazuli, and all the essence has been condensed by it. After finishing speaking, he said to the stone puppet with a pleasant face, hurry up and spit it out. Stone puppet stood there stupidly, indifferent. Yang Yan knew that his order didn't work, so he could only look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and immediately gave stone puppet an order. The next moment, the stone puppet opened its mouth. Miraculously, a fist-sized ore with no impurities was spit out by the stone puppet. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and Yang Yan was about to reach out to pick it up. But another piece of ore was spit out by the stone puppet, and then, like a hailstorm, pieces of ore appeared one after another, and they collided together to make a light tinkling sound. Yang Kai was stunned, and Yang Yan was also stunned. The scene in front of him seemed a little different from what he had imagined. After 10 breaths, a hill made of ores appeared in front of the two of them. The ores were crystal clear, like crystals, exuding a dense halo, and only one of them was special, showing a blue color. The stone puppet stood on the spot and swayed, looking a little tired, and fell to the ground. But Yang Kai and Yang Yan's minds were no longer on it, and they all looked at the ore like a hill in front of them. Yang Yan, after the stone puppet swallowed a piece of ore, can it produce so many for nothing? Yang Kai felt that the question he asked was a bit funny. Impossible. Yang Yan didn't know how to explain it. He reached out and picked up the only piece of bluestone from the pile of ores. The piece that was given to it was tempered very well without any impurities. Yang Kai also hurriedly picked up a piece and observed it silently. After a while, his expression was shocked, and he exclaimed, "This is not lapis lazuli, this is void spirit crystal." Empty spirit crystal. Yang Yan's face changed color, and he quickly picked up one, his little hands trembling immediately. It really is empty spirit crystal. She was stunned by the stone puppet's performance just now, and she didn't care what kind of ore it was, and she didn't confirm it until now. The two looked at each other, and at the same time, there was a storm in their hearts. If you want to say which ore is the most precious in this world, no one really can give the answer, but it is undeniable that sky crystal is definitely one of the most precious minerals. The collection of sky crystal is extremely difficult, because it does not have its own veins like other ores. It is an associated mine called skystone veins. Skystone is of little value. Although it is sometimes needed for refining, it is not what high-grade ore. But the associated sky spirit crystal is different, its value is extremely high. The space ring worn by warriors and the material covered on the space magic circle are all sky spirit crystal. Often, in a whole vein of Kongming stone, if you can find a basin-sized Kongling crystal, it is already a rich mine. If you are not lucky, you will get nothing. Because the demand is too high and the output is too small, the price of Kongling Jing has been rising. But at this moment, a hill-like void spirit crystal was placed in front of Yang Kai and Yang Yan. Each piece was the size of a fist, at least 300 or 400 yuan. Not to mention Yang Yan, even Yang Kai was extremely moved by such a shocking wealth. That piece of void spirit crystal can be exchanged for at least 50,000 pieces of top-grade saint crystal, which is no less valuable than a void-grade secret treasure. It doesn't make sense for Stone Puppet to produce so many ethereal crystals after eating a piece of lapis lazuli. The only explanation is that it was stored in his stomach before. Yang Kai, Yang Yan found that his voice was trembling. Has the little thing been to any mines before? Yang Kai shook his head. I only cultivated it in the past few days. It has been staying in the dark round stone before, but it has been running underground all the time. Yang Yan couldn't help swallowing, and asked weakly, you mean? Yang Kai took a deep breath and answered her with affirmative eyes. Yang Yan covered her mouth. She was afraid that she would accidentally scream out. Hundreds of fist-sized sky spirit crystals had already shocked her enough, and now she learned such unbelievable information. She suddenly looked at Yang Kai with tears in her eyes. Yang Kai, you won't kill me, will you? First release filled lower right triangle. Vote for recommendations, monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11:18 Void Spirit Crystal Vein. In this world, in order to keep a secret, it is very normal to kill people and their families. Yang Yan has seen the ferocity of Yang Kai's murder, and the warriors of the first level of the Holy King are not enough in front of him. She knows very well if Yang Kai really wants to attack her, with the strangeness of the magic flame, no matter how many secret treasures she has on her body, she may not be able to block it. At this moment, Yang Yan regretted knowing this big secret. Yang Kai glared at her. What nonsense. Yang Yan laughed immediately. I know you are not such a person. Quickly put away these empty spirit crystals, it will be bad if people see them. Yang Kai took it for granted, and quickly put those hundreds of pieces of void spirit crystal into the mystical tome. Until now, he was still a little dazed. If these ethereal crystals were really mined by stone puppets recently, then the only possibility is that they are underground in Longshe Mountain, because stone puppets always run underground. But what Yang Kai couldn't understand was that he had clearly checked the underground situation carefully, and he didn't find any veins at all. If there were really empty dark stone veins here, the Haike family in Wei couldn't possibly not know about it. After all, this family has been rooted here for countless years. It is necessary to clarify this matter. Yang Kai reached out and picked up the stone puppet, and said to Yang Yan, come with me. Yang Yan didn't ask much. He seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to do, and quickly followed behind him, his pretty face full of anticipation. After leaving the cave, the two quickly came to a mountain depression more than 10 miles away from the cave, and found a hidden location. Yang Kai put the stone puppet down and gave it an order to dig deep. The stone puppet quickly disappeared, leaving only a small hole where one person could enter and exit. Before the stone puppet dug a hole, it was just a small hole, but this time Yang Kai had to let it dig a little bigger in order to go underground to investigate. Yang Yan became even more excited, her little face flushed. She stood beside him without saying a word, waiting to go down with Yang Kai. Half an hour later, Yang Kai gave Yang Yan a wink and jumped into the deep pit in front of him. It has to be said that the cave dug out by the stone puppet is simply unique, showing a cylindrical shape, and the passage is extremely smooth, as if it has been polished with some tools. After Yang Kai jumped in, he did not encounter any obstacles at all, and slid all the way down. No feeling of obstruction. The passage is very deep. It is hard to imagine that it only took half an hour to dig out. Yang Kai can be regarded as a profound experience of stone puppet's ability. After sliding down for an incense stick of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the passage had reached the end, and he had the illusion of falling from a high altitude. He quickly stabilized his figure, and the next moment, his feet landed on the ground. There was a rush of clicking sound coming from the side of the ear. No need to look, Yang Kai also knew that it was the stone puppet gnawing on the oar, took out a strange stone for lighting and held it up. Before he had time to see the surrounding situation clearly, Yang Yan's exclamation came from the top of his head. Yang Kai, help me, I'm stuck. Yang Kai looked up, his face turned black. Yang Yan was indeed stuck by a pair of huge weapons on his chest. His lower body was hanging above Yang Kai's head, his two legs kept kicking, but his upper body was still unable to get down in the passage. He stretched out his hand to grab her ankle, and dragged it down fiercely, pulling her down amidst Yang Yan's screams. It hurts me to death. As soon as Yang Yan fell down, he covered his chest with both hands, squeezed hard, and looked at Yang Kai with teary eyes, as if he was blaming him for being so ungrateful. It was too late to find trouble with Yang Kai. Just looking at the light from the illuminating stone, after seeing the surrounding situation clearly, Yang Yan immediately froze in place, her small mouth circled into a circle, her tender body shuddered, and immediately forgot that her breasts were being rubbed pain. Yang Kai also seemed to have received some huge impact, and kept turning his head to look around, almost screaming with excitement deep in his heart. The location where the two are now is an underground cave, which should be excavated by the stone puppets in the near future. But it reflected bursts of dizzying light. Pieces of void spirit crystals, big or small, bright or dark in color, were inlaid on the side as if they were worthless, and among those void spirit crystals, there were filled with void dark stones of little value. In the underground cave, there were only the heavy panting of the two people and the cracking sound of the stone puppets gnawing on the oar. After a long time, Yang Yan suddenly yelled, and rushed to a piece of void spirit crystal the size of a millstone that had not yet been mined at an unbelievable speed. It's called a general murmur. It can't be said that Yang Yan is rare and strange. Yang Kai's mood is not much worse than her. He never imagined that thousands of feet below Longshe Mountain, where there is no spirit grass, elixir, or rare mineral veins, there is actually such a wealth of ethereal crystal mines. Judging from the situation of this mine vein, this can no longer be called the Sky Dark Stone vein, because the number of Sky Spirit crystals accounts for almost half of it. It is fully qualified to be called the Sky Spirit Crystal Mine, and it is no longer an empty crystal mine. Companion of Dark Stone. Yang Kai immediately understood why he didn't even check the situation here. First, the location here is very deep. Yang Kai didn't check it too carefully, and second, there are too many void spirit crystals here. This rare mineral is the main material used to make the space ring. It has the function of shielding the detection of the spiritual sense. If it is not the case, what is in the space ring of others can be seen by the spiritual sense. The huge number of void spirit crystals cut off Yang Kai's spiritual sense detection, and naturally hid them perfectly. The secrets that even Yang Kai's divine sense can't detect, those of the Haike family, are naturally impossible to find out. It's ridiculous that they, as the masters here, sit on Baoshan but don't know it at all. Just because Wu Yi is a woman, they assign this beautiful barren mountain to her as her territory. If it weren't for the stone puppet's natural sensitivity to rare ores, such a treasure would probably be buried for countless years. Yang Kai had no contact with the Haike family, but because of Wu Yi's relationship, he didn't have a good impression of this family. This mountain was given to Yang Kai by Wu Yi to live in. Now that he found so much wealth here, Yang Kai really wants to thank Wu Yi. It's just that her strength is not high, and she has neither the qualifications nor the ability to occupy such a mine vein. If she occupies it, it will only bring disaster to herself and the Heike family. Find an opportunity to make up for her in the future. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. Yang Kai, we've made a fortune. Yang Yan came back at some point, and stood in front of Yang Kai with a green light in his eyes, looking a little scary. Yang Kai shook his head. I got rich. Yang Yan pursed her lips, pulled Yang Kai's arm and shook it, and said coquettishly, don't talk so strangely, there are so many void spirit crystals, you can share some with me. What's the use of this? It can only be used to refine space rings. If too many space rings flow out of your hand, all fools will know that you have the void spirit crystal, and it will only cause trouble for yourself. I don't refine space rings. I need void spirit crystals to study a formation. I didn't have the material before, but now I have it. You can share some with me. The formation I want to study is very powerful. What formation? Yang Kai was startled, as if he realized something. Spatial formation, have you heard of it? Yang Yan said triumphantly without hiding it, it's the kind of magical formation that can be teleported on a cultivation star. Well, you probably haven't heard of it like this, but when I research it, you will know how powerful it is. Do you understand the space magic circle? Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he looked at her in disbelief. How do you know this? Didn't it mean that it has been lost for a long time? Last time on Shuiyuexing, I used the space magic circle of the Hengluo Business Association with Shitong, the strong monster. Shitong said that the current space magic circle is left over from the ancient times. Do not understand the principle. A person as amazing and talented as Guizhou spent nearly 1,000 years on the hanging continent studying the space magic circle, but in the end it was a mess, killing many people, not to mention, it was completely useless. So Yang Yan surprised Yang Kai when she said that she understood the space law formation. He has never asked Yang Yan a question, that is why she is not very old, but she is already a void-level alchemist. He is still young, no matter how excellent his aptitude is, it is impossible to reach this level with his own efforts. Now she said that she understands the space law circle, which shocked Yang Kai even more. Yang Yan muttered a few words, as if he didn't want to answer. Forget it, needless to say. Yang Kai didn't force her, who didn't have any secrets. A secret is something that cannot be known by others. Yang Kai has never liked to inquire about other people's secrets. Then will you give it? Yang Yan had a bitter face, afraid that Yang Kai would refuse, and said quickly, let me tell you, if I research the space law circle, we can not only teleport on the dark star, maybe it can be teleported to other cultivation stars. What? Yang Kai was really shocked. You don't want to be trapped on the gloom star for the rest of your life, do you? Yang Yan observed his words and quickly struck while the iron was hot. There are many wonderful things outside that we have never seen before. I heard that there are Void King Realm Masters in the star field, and there are many Void King level materials. With those materials, I can refine Void King level secret treasures, and when the time comes to help you refine a body of this level of secret treasures, you won't be hurt if you stand there as a target for others. The little girl actually knows how to lure her for profit. But it is undeniable that Yang Kai was really moved. His heart is not because of Yang Yan's unsecured promise, but because of those relatives and friends in Tongshuan continent. If Yang Yan can really research the space magic circle that can be transmitted between the stars of cultivation, after he establishes a foothold in the star field, he can definitely bring his relatives and friends into the star field, so that they can also enjoy the richness here. Practice resources. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Mobile Network to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11-19 The Prodigal Cultivation. The heartbeat returned to the heartbeat. Yang Kai didn't show it, but asked lightly, if your space magic circle is really successful, how far is the transmission distance? Yang Yan sneered. The space magic circle is to break through the shackles of distance. As long as 2 points can be accurately located, distance is not a problem. There is no distance limit. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yang Yan pondered for a while, and said seriously, theoretically, this is the case, but in practice, we need to study carefully. Will you give it or not? Here, Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand boldly. Anyway, there are so many void spirit crystals here, and they can't be used up. When those relatives and friends come over, they can even let Yang Yan refine them for each of them. A space ring. Thank you so much, you are such a good person. Yang Yan was so happy that he wanted to rush over to kiss Yang Kai, and immediately ran to the side to collect them. Although her speed of collecting void spirit crystals was far behind Stone Puppet, but only what you put in your ring is yours. Yang Yan understands this truth better than anyone else. Yang Kai was not as unbearable as her. After experiencing the initial surprise and excitement, his mood slowly calmed down. He watched the Stone Puppet gnaw at the void spirit crystal ore, and watched layer after layer of impurities seep from its body. Come out, then peel off again, never get tired of it. After so many years of training and waiting, and consuming so many precious ores, it finally paid off, and the Stone Puppet's rewards are so amazing. The first ore vein found is the Void Crystal Mine. According to Yang Yan, it is inherently sensitive to rare ores. As long as it has it, Yang Kai will be able to obtain rare ores that others cannot find in the future. It's a pity that I only have one blood essence stone. If I have another one, the other Stone Puppet should also be able to fully come back to life. The sound of clicking was endless. Yang Yan was dripping with sweat from the incense collected there, and the Stone Puppets were also working in full swing. Yang Kai was very idle. Half a day later, Yang Yan panted and ran to Yang Kai's side, took out a piece of Saint Crystal and recovered. Looking at her, it seemed that she was going to mine again. It's a pity, Yang Yan said suddenly. What a pity, Yang Kai was stunned. Others only know that the space spirit crystal is used to refine the space ring and arrange the space magic circle, but in fact it has another function. Oh, what do you know that others don't? Yang Kai laughed. Although the time with Yang Yan was not long, this chick can always make people feel amazing. It has nothing to do with her appearance, it has nothing to do with her figure, it is completely her true ability, so Yang Kai didn't mean to underestimate her. It can also be used for cultivation. Yang Yan shook his head. You don't know, do you? Many people don't know, so to speak, very few people know. Quote. Can the void spirit crystal be used for cultivation? Yang Kai was stunned. Can it also be used to absorb and enhance power like Saint Crystal? Well, but we can't, it's only for a special kind of people. Warriors who understand the power of space can use it to cultivate and enhance their understanding of the power of space. Yang Yan said to himself, completely ignoring Yang Yan. Kai's expression became weird. The power of space is very remote and mysterious. Not only is it difficult to get started, but it is even more difficult to master it. The space magic circles left over now are all practitioners of space power in ancient times. It was developed by them, and the refining of the space ring was also developed by them. We are just picking on the wisdom of others. I can boldly say that in the entire star field, there will not be more than 20 warriors who know how to use space power, and among these 20 people, there are only a few people who can use this kind of power against the enemy. What are you doing? Yang Yan turned his head, and suddenly found that Yang Kai was holding a piece of void spirit crystal tempered by the stone puppet, and couldn't help laughing. You don't want to absorb the power of void spirit crystal, do you? Don't try. If you don't understand the power of space, you can't absorb it, but if you understand the power of space, you can do it. Do you know why those people don't have a deep research on space power? First, they don't know how to use the space power to practice. The second reason is that the number of empty spirit crystals is too small to be used for them to cultivate. The cultivation of this kind of power is completely burning money, and most people can't afford it. As he spoke, Yang Yan closed his mouth, his eyes widened, staring at the void spirit crystal in Yang Kai's hand in disbelief. She seemed to find that there was an obscure energy overflowing from this void spirit crystal, and then absorbed into the body by Yang Kai. She thought it was her own illusion, so she couldn't help paying closer attention. There is indeed energy flowing out of the void spirit crystal, like a trickling stream, passing into Yang Kai's body. This is not an illusion. Yang Yanfeng was shocked. Is it really possible? Yang Kai was very surprised. In the study of space power, he has always relied on the turbulence in the space crack, but studying in it is not only dangerous but also yields very little. The mastery of space power has already fallen into a bottleneck state, and it is meaningless to do that again. After hearing Yang Yan's words today, I couldn't help trying it out, and the effect was surprisingly good. Void spirit crystal can really be used for cultivation to enhance one's grasp of space power. Do you understand the power of space? Yang Yan couldn't bear it any longer, and screamed involuntarily. Yes, I am one of the 20 people you mentioned. Yang Kai chuckled. My god, what kind of monster are you? Yang Yan's face changed color. She never thought that she could meet such a person. Yang Kai is proficient in space power, and she is a void-grade artifact refiner. It's also unbelievable. To each other, we are all people with secrets. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Well, I want to practice for a while. You go to mine the void spirit crystal by yourself. As much as you pick, it will be yours, and then let Stone Puppet help you refine it. Just one click. Saying this, Yang Kai ignored Yang Yan and began to practice while holding the void spirit crystal. Yang Yan was absent-minded for a while before shaking his head. The more she got in touch with this man, the more she couldn't understand him. But Yang Kai was so undefended against her, which made Yang Yan very relieved. He didn't bother him anymore, walked to the stone puppet, and started mining with it. The energy in the void spirit crystal is somewhat similar to that in the saint crystal, but as Yang Yan said, not everyone can absorb it. Even Yang Kai, without using the power of space, can't get any energy from it. Energy, but once the space power is used, Yang Kai can feel the incomparable feeling overflowing from the void spirit crystal, flowing into his body. That kind of power is different from Shengyuan, and it is useless to the strength of the physical body, but as the power increases, Yang Kai clearly feels that his understanding of space is getting clearer and more proficient. In the past, when experiencing enlightenment in the turbulent flow of space, it was like sailing against the current. It was very difficult. All kinds of troubles lingered in my heart and blocked in my heart. It often took a lot of effort and a lot of time to understand some clues. But it is different now. Yang Kai has never experienced such a feeling. The mystery of space power seems to have opened the door, allowing him to soar in it, spying on all kinds of secrets. He never knew that practicing the mysteries of space was so simple and easy. He was so excited that he forgot about eating and sleeping, completely forgetting everything around him. But soon, Yang Kai discovered a problem. Indeed, as Yang Yan said before, this kind of cultivation is simply a super prodigal behavior. The consumption of the void spirit crystal is faster than that of the saint crystal, and Yang Kai can use it for 2 hours to cultivate for a top-grade saint crystal before absorbing all the energy inside. However, a fist-sized void spirit crystal that had been tempered by a stone puppet disappeared after only holding onto it for less than an hour. At the end of the day, he would consume more than a dozen pieces of refined sky spirit crystal essence, which would amount to at least hundreds of thousands of high-grade holy crystals. Who can bear this price? Even a giant like the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce may not be able to bear it. If you continue to practice like this, you will go bankrupt sooner or later. Fortunately, Stone Puppet discovered such a large piece of void spirit crystal mine, and it was also fortunate that Wu Yi gave this mountain to him to live in. Yang Kai was very happy in every possible way. Time flies, more than 10 days have passed, and Yang Kai has consumed almost 200 pieces of void spirit crystal, and the ones that Stone Puppet got back last time have been reduced by more than half. Fortunately, in the past 10 days, the stone puppets have been mining continuously, and now the underground cave has become very large, more than several times larger than before. Sensing Yang Kai's call, the stone puppet swayed over, opened its mouth, and hundreds of tempered void spirit crystals piled up in front of Yang Kai. Yang Yan couldn't bear to look at Yang Kai's side. She felt that Yang Kai was an evil slave owner, and Stone Puppet was a poor little slave, who worked so hard to collect them, and finally they were all exploited by Yang Kai. Putting those hundreds of pieces of void spirit crystals into the mysterious demon tome, Yang Kai practiced again. He felt that his understanding of the power of space had taken a big step compared to before. Although he hadn't tried it, he estimated that he was tearing the space now. The distance that can be moved is definitely not 1,000 miles away. On this day, the void spirit crystal in Yang Kai's hand disappeared again. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw Yang Yan looking at him with a painful face. She was sitting quietly in front of him, covered with dirt, dragging his cheeks with both hands, stared at himself relentlessly for a moment. "Why don't you pick it?" Yang Kai asked. Yang Yan curled his lips. "I found that I don't need to go hard to collect it, just let me collect it a little. If I need to use it, I can just find you." "Little." Yang Kai frowned. Yang Yan pointed to the stone puppet who was working hard to devour the void spirit crystal, and Yang Kai knew that she gave the little guy a name without authorization. He smiled and said, "Finally found out. You enjoy the fruits of its labor with peace of mind, why should I be a coolie?" Yang Yan stood up, patted his buttocks and said, "Let's go up, the void spirit crystal will be handed over to it, and I still need to refine the weapon." Yang Kai thought for a while, nodded and said, "All right. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 11:20. The two came out of the hidden cave. Yang Yan pulled Yang Kai and said, "Wait a minute, I will arrange a formation to hide this place." It is good. Yang Yan is not only proficient in refining tools, but also proficient in formations. This is far from being comparable to Yang Kai's half-bucket water. She took out various materials from the space ring, used her strength to refine them, and then he also arranged the things he refined at the entrance of the cave according to certain rules, which seemed to be scattered. After she finished arranging, the whole suddenly disappeared, not only invisible with the naked eye, but also hard to detect with the use of spiritual sense. Yang Yan clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Just remember this location, and jump directly from here next time." Yang Kai is also quite satisfied with her arrangement, although he may not come again, but also to prevent someone from accidentally discovering this cave. Once the news of a large number of void spirit crystals leaks out here, I am afraid that the entire gloomy star will boil. Since ancient times, wealth has touched people's hearts, and no one would not care about such a precious ore as sky spirit crystal. The two walked towards the location of the cave, but before they got there, Yang Kai suddenly changed his expression. He found that Yufeng ran over for some reason, and his expression seemed to be a little anxious, and he was walking around near the cave at the moment. "Go, looking at him should be looking for yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help speeding up, and soon came to Yufeng, and called out, "Brother Yu." Yang Kai. Yufeng was like a headless fly, unable to find Yang Kai's trace. He couldn't help being overjoyed when he heard the shout, "Where did you go? I searched all over Longshe Mountain but couldn't find you, I thought you've already left." Yang Kai chuckled. Yang Yan and I went out for a walk. If I want to leave, I will say hello to Wu Yi. How can I leave without saying goodbye? Yu Feng shook his head, interrupted his words, and said seriously, you really have to leave now. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. What do you mean? Did something happen? He knew that Wu Yi would not drive him away. Wu Yi had a big dream, and it was because of this dream that he would keep him and give him Longshe Mountain as a temporary place to stay, and these days, Wu Yi has also been here a few times and treats him well. But since Yu Feng came here, he should have been entrusted by Wu Yi. If not for some accident, Wu Yi would not have been able to do this. Yang Kai immediately remembered that he had killed a few people before, and there was a great possibility that he had something to do with that Shu Tian's, cutting the weeds and not eradicating the roots. There are indeed some future troubles. Yu Feng hurriedly said, I don't have time to explain too much. See if there is anything to pack up. If there is anything, pack it up quickly. I will take you away now and explain it to you on the way. What's the matter? I still want to wash it. Yang Yan's face was dirty. She hadn't figured out the situation yet. After staying in the burrow for such a long time, her whole body was completely dirty. Miss Yang Yan, bear with it, wait until you are in a safe place before washing. What are you still doing? If there is nothing to pack, we will start now. Yu Feng couldn't help being anxious when he saw the indifferent expressions on both of their faces. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Brother Yu, don't be impatient, what happened? Yu Feng stomped his feet angrily, wishing to knock Yang Kai unconscious, lest he yell, I told you that there is no time to explain. I have been looking for you here for a long time. The young lady is delaying you in the family. It's really too late if you don't go. Well, it's too late. Yang Kai's expression moved, and he turned his gaze to the side. Over there, a large group of people was flying towards this side rapidly, and the cyan light belonging to the star shuttle was like a meteor falling across the sky. Yu Feng's face darkened, and he couldn't help sighing, knowing that the young lady's efforts were in vain. Before those people approached, he quickly reminded him, Brother Yang, did you hit a young master of the Shu family a while ago? Quote. Yes. Yang Kaixin thought that I not only beat their young master, but also killed a few people. Why didn't I hear Yu Feng mention it? Yu Feng smiled wryly, raised his finger and said, people from the Shu family have come to look for you. How is the Shu family compared to your Haike family? Yang Kai asked. Between brothers and sisters, they are all peripheral families of Shadow Moon Palace, so they can't get on the table, but our Haike family has a lot of business contacts with their Shu family, and the relationship is good, and Yang Kai, you are not from our Haike family. Those elders of the family won't protect you, and Miss can't protect you either, you are so reckless. Yu Feng sighed again. Although he was blaming Yang Kai, he didn't mean to draw a clear line with Yang Kai immediately. Even when those people were about to arrive here, he intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of Yang Kai and Yang Yan. This move greatly increased Yang Kai's affection for Yu Feng. He stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, and said in relief, Brother Yu, don't worry, it's just that they don't bother me. If they want to trouble me, I don't mind letting you go. They come and go. Yu Feng turned back in astonishment, looked at Yang Kai in surprise, then couldn't laugh or cry, shook his head and sighed, Young man, hey. He obviously felt that Yang Kai was uttering wild words. Although the Shu family, like the Haike family, is a peripheral force of the Shadow Moon Palace, it is still a family. How can Yang Kai, a martial artist who has entered the Holy Third Order, contend with such a force? And the family didn't intend to protect Yang Kai at all. Not only did they not protect him, but because of the trade relationship with the Shu family, the elders in the family forced the young lady to reveal Yang Kai's whereabouts, wishing to send Yang Kai out quickly to let the Shu family down, so as not to spoil the friendship between the two families. If it wasn't for the lady's delay for so long, Shu Feng would have been unable to come here ahead of time, but now it still falls short, and he suddenly felt that he had failed the lady's expectations and felt extremely guilty. HMPH, the young man speaks wildly, but the old man wants to see how you make us come and go. A cold snort came, and a thin old man landed, looking towards Yang Kai with a hostile expression. Yang Kai didn't say that sentence in a low voice, so he naturally listened to it. Following his voice, one figure after another fell down. At least there were 20 people. Among the 20 people, there were old and young, men and women, and their cultivation levels were also different, but the one with the highest strength was only Holy King 3rd level. Beside the old man who spoke, a bald middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with fear. His brows were slightly terrified and his face was slightly pale. Yang Kai remembered him. It was this bald middle-aged man who was protecting Shu Tians and escaped. If he hadn't run fast, Yang Kai would have killed them all. Wu Yi also came, and when he landed, he looked at Yang Kai with extreme annoyance, as if he didn't expect that he hadn't had time to leave, and couldn't help but glared at Yu Feng. The meaning of blame was very obvious. Yu Feng lowered his head in embarrassment, no dare to look at him. Okay, it's good that the kid didn't run away. The old man at the third level of the Holy King nodded his head heavily, his face was full of anger, and he asked coldly, Chu Yuan, he was the one who injured the young master last time, right? Hearing the old man's question, the bald middle-aged man standing next to him nodded quickly. Yes, Elder Zishan, he was the one who injured the young master. Yang Kai frowned, looking at the bald middle-aged man named Chu Yuan in surprise. Last time he not only wounded Shu Tian's, but also killed 3 first-level Saint King fighters, but now the other party didn't say a word about the 3 who died. Chu Yuan didn't fully explain the situation at that time. Yang Kai instantly understood that Chu Yuan was at the second level of the Holy King, and he brought 3 first level of the Holy King, but he couldn't protect his young master. It was clearly because the guards were not good, so he probably didn't dare to tell the truth, lest he would suffer greater punishment. Since this matter has not been exposed, it means that Shu Tian's either helped Chu Yuan hide it together, or became an idiot. At that time, Yang Kai's hastily burst out a spirit power, which had this power. Now it seems that the latter is very likely, because Shu Tian's is a young master, there is no need to help Chu Yuan hide anything. Since it's him, it's easy to handle. Chu Yuan, I'll give you a chance to take the blame and make meritorious service. Go, chop off that kid's limbs. I'll take him back and soak him in a medicine vat. I want him to die. Shu Ji was furious. Getting mad, he shouted sharply, looking at Yang Kai with a hideous expression. Many people fought a cold war with excitement. Being chopped off limbs and soaking them in a medicine urn means that you will not die for a while, and it is very likely that you will be tortured for a year and a half before you die slowly. That is really life is worse than death, it is extremely vicious human torture. Yang Kai looked at that Chu Yuan leisurely, without any sign of panic. To everyone's surprise, Chu Yuan didn't rush out immediately, but instead had a submissive face. Although he responded, his feet seemed to be filled with lead, and he didn't move for a long time, and the expression on his face was terrified. Doda beads of sweat slipped from his forehead and fell to the ground. Everyone could see that something was wrong. This Chu Yuan seemed to be shaking, but no one knew why. The bitterness in Chu Yuan's heart was filled with coptus chinensis. He knew better than anyone else the horror of this young man who was not strong enough. If someone had told him before that a warrior who entered the Holy Realm could kill 3 Holy King realms with a single gesture, he would it must be scoffed at. The gap in realm cultivation is an absolute moat. Even if someone can fight beyond the ranks, it is impossible to reach this level. But Chu Yuan saw it with his own eyes. That young man's killing of the Saint King realm was as simple and easy as squeezing an ant to death. If he hadn't run fast at that time, and the young man was restrained by another woman, he might not have survived. The last memory power made Chu Yuan realize the strangeness of Yang Kai. It was a kind of power that enveloped his body and mind and made his eyes dark. Although his young master survived, he became a complete idiot, drooling all day long, eyes dull, looking extremely disgusting, and even himself was severely injured. Until now the spirit has not recovered, and the realm of the second level of the Holy King has even slipped a little. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Mobile Network to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. The monthly ticket is urgent, ask for the monthly ticket. The ranking of the monthly ticket keeps dropping. Xiaomo is anxious. Xiaomo really puts his heart into updating Wu Lian, but this monthly pass is really a pain in Xiaomo's heart. It's already in the middle of the month. If he doesn't solicit votes, the ranking will continue to drop, so all book friends are requested to give a strong support and push Wu Lian to the top. Xiaomo is here to thank everyone. Well, please ask for subscription and recommendation tickets by the way. To be continued. Chapter 1121 Get Lost. Chu Yuan thought that Shu Zishan would come in person, and would immediately kill Yang Kai to avenge the young master. How could he expect Shu Zishan to let him fight? Looking at the young man who smiled at him, who seemed to have a lot of meaning, Chu Yuan yelled in horror, and turned around and ran away under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone. He didn't dare to confront Yang Kai at all, because doing so would definitely kill him, so he ran away decisively. Eyeballs flickered all over the place. Among the more than 20 people who came, there were not only warriors from the Shu family, but also some from the Haike family, except for Wu Yi who looked at Yang Kai worriedly, thinking about how to resolve this situation crisis. Others are just watching the show. But now, the good show was seen, but it was not what they thought, which made them a little unacceptable. Even Shu Zishan was stunned for a moment, but soon, his face became more gloomy, and he waved out a Saint Yuan, which condensed into the shape of a rope, quickly binding the fleeing hatred. Shu Zishan let out another cold snort, bright light bloomed from the rope, and terrifying energy fluctuations came from there, and amidst Chu Yuan's terrified screams, the rope was deeply strangled into his body. There was a burst of crackling, the sound of bones breaking, and the smell of blood permeated instantly. Chu Yuan, who looked extremely terrified, seemed to be relieved. Heaps of rotten meat. He had no fighting spirit in his heart, he just wanted to escape, and coupled with the decline in his realm, he didn't expect his elders to kill him, so there was no time to resist. Cowardly as a mouse, Shu Zishan roared angrily. He didn't understand why Chu Yuan was like this, but he fled without a fight when facing a young man whose strength was only at the third level of the Holy Realm. The Heike family saw the joke. Naturally, he will not show mercy. Forget it, the old man will do it himself. Shu Zishan took a step forward and looked at Yang Kai coldly. The old man wants to see who gave you the courage to fight against my Shu family. What he said meant something, and the elders of the Heike family who followed all frowned. Although they were unhappy in their hearts, they didn't intend to express their views. If they make any statement, it means that the Heike family is supporting Yang Kai, and it may cause hatred between the two families, and the Heike family will not do this for a kid who does not know their origin. Senior Shu, wait a minute. The elders were indifferent, but Wu Yi hurriedly shouted. Everyone in the Heike family looked at her with dissatisfaction, and Shu Zishan looked at her with a sneer. Girl, do you have something to say? Wu Yi has nothing to do with you here. Before Wu Yi could speak, an old man in a yellow shirt gave her a wink. Wu Yi didn't see it, and looked at Yang Kai worriedly, and then said loudly, Senior Shu, Yang Kai is my friend, and I know he is not someone who likes to make trouble. Is there any misunderstanding? He doesn't like to cause trouble. Could it be that someone from my Shu family is causing trouble? Shu Zishan looked ruthless. Misunderstanding. Turning Tianzi seriously injured into an idiot is also a misunderstanding. Girl, tell the old man what kind of misunderstanding it is. If you don't tell the truth, even if you are a member of the Heike family, the old man will not let it go. Brother Shu, don't talk about my Heike family, it has nothing to do with us. The old man in the yellow shirt snorted, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with Wu Yi and Yang Kai. Wu Yi gritted his teeth and said, Senior, as far as I know, Shu Tian's brought people here last time, and Yang Kai fought back if it was going to be unfavorable to young lady Yang Yan. The general course of the matter, she had already heard people from the Shu family talk about it when she was in the family, but there were many doubts and loopholes in it, not to mention how Yang Kai, a warrior who had entered the third layer of the saint, could seriously injure Shu Tian's under the protection of Chu Yuan. Just say, why didn't Chu Yuan avenge their young master? Instead, return to the Shu family to bring so many powerful helpers. Wu Yi thought this was a scene directed and acted by the Shu family, but she still didn't understand the purpose. And Shu Zishan shot and killed Chu Yuan, which also made her very confused. But no matter what, she couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. So what? Shu Zishan snorted coldly. Tian's is the young master of my Shu family, she is lucky to see her as a little girl, she doesn't know how to cherish it, but she dared to resist, she simply doesn't take my Shu family seriously. Quote. What kind of reason is this? Whoever your Shu family likes, others must obey. Wu Yi was also a little annoyed, not for anything else, just because Yang Yan is a woman, and she is also a woman. She can't bear the sight of those vicious young dogs taking advantage of others and bullying men and women. There are many innocent girls in this world who have been ruined just because of people like Shu Tian's. Not to mention whether Shu Tian's was labeled as an idiot by Yang Kai, even if it was, Wu Yi would only be happy that he did justice for the heavens. Shu Tian's expression turned cold, his brows furrowed, and he looked at the old man in the yellow shirt and said, Brother, is your Heike family determined to intervene in this matter? Ba Qingyan also looked annoyed, and glared at Wu Yi when he heard the words, Get out, there is no place for you to talk here. Wu Yi gritted her silver teeth and said nothing. Only then did Ba Qingyan look at Shu Zishan, and said indifferently, Brother Shu is just in charge. The old man still said that this matter has nothing to do with my Heike family. I heard that this young man is just a nameless person who is strong outside Wu Yi. Not from my Heike family. That's good. I don't want any friction between the Shu family and your Heike family. Since Brother Ba said so, then I will not be polite. Shu Zishan nodded with satisfaction. The power of the two families is equal, but if the Heike family really to protect this young man, Shu Zishan is still a bit difficult. At most, he will declare war on the Heike family. At that time, it will definitely be a lose-lose result. Now that Ba Qingyan said that he would not intervene, it naturally relieved him of any worries. Don't do anything. Wu Yi rushed to Yang Kai at once, he is my friend. I let him live here. Now that this kind of thing happens, no matter who is right or wrong, there is my Heike family. Responsibility, Elder Ba, if you really sit idly by and spread the word, it will ruin the reputation of my Heike family, and when the time comes. Presumptuous. Ba Qingyan trembled angrily. He had already stated that this matter had nothing to do with the Heike family. He did not expect that Wu Yi, who was a direct descendant of the family, would stand up at such a sensitive moment and say such sensitive words. Not good, it will really create a gap between the two families, which is not what the family wants to see anyway. Little lady, do you think you have some aptitude to be lawless? Have you forgotten who the family law was made for? If you are young, get the old man back now. The old man cannot hold you accountable, otherwise, the family law will serve you. Ba Qingyan was furious. Hearing the word family law, Wu Yi's delicate body seemed to tremble, and a trace of panic flashed across her pretty face. State-owned laws, families have family rules, each family, each force has its own rules, once violated, that kind of punishment will definitely make life worse than death, even crueler than treating enemies. This is the family law of the Heike family. Once executed, the rest of my life will be over. The panic was only for a moment, and Wu Yi's expression immediately became firm, shook his head, and said sadly, Yang Kai is my friend, you can't treat him like this, the big deal is that I will compensate you for the loss. The last sentence was addressed to Shu Zishan. Loss. Shu Zishan sneered again and again, a young master of my Shu family was dismissed, what do you have to pay for it, can you afford it? Brother, this is how your Heike family educates family disciples. A little girl can also intervene. The old man's decision is really uneducated and outrageous. Ba Qingyan took a deep breath, and said with an angry face, it's not your turn to judge my family's affairs. You wait for a while, and I will deal with this shrew. Saying this, he looked at Wu Yi coldly, and said, I give you two choices, one is to shut up now and go back to the family to receive the family law, and the other is to take the old man's hand and take you back by yourself. Choose. Wu Yi's face turned pale, she never expected that things would develop to such an extent. She is a good woman, but her qualifications are among the best in the younger generation of the Heike family, so the family has been cultivating her vigorously, and she is grateful for the kindness of the family. She's a woman, and sooner or later she's going to get married. Let's just say that the last time I left Gloomy Star to mine in the starry sky, none of the men in the family dared to go. In the end, she took the initiative to stand up, provoke the leader, and led Yufeng and others to the starry sky. It took a full year or two to return with a full reward. During this period, she lived and died several times, and nearly half of the disciples died, and she herself also narrowly escaped death several times. However, the collected ore was snatched away when it first arrived at Gloom Star. But the family didn't even dare to fart about it, and those who came back didn't get much rewards, and in the end Wu Yi paid for it out of his own pocket to compensate Yufeng and others. Recalling the various contributions she made to the family, looking at the attitude of her elders towards her, and seeing the gloating in the eyes of those cousins of the same generation, Wu Yi suddenly became a little disheartened. She knew that she really shouldn't interfere with this matter, but she couldn't just ignore Yang Kai. Yang Kai was brought back by her, and she arranged to live in Longshe Mountain, and there is an agreement between the two of them. She suddenly understood that her position in the family was not as important and firm as she imagined. If those men caused such a thing, the elders of the family would deal with it to some extent, because they were the Heike family. The future heirs, they are the hope of the family, they are just a woman, and will leave the family sooner or later. The words of the elders have already been released. No matter which choice you make, you will definitely face the punishment of the family law. Wu Yi's future is dark. She couldn't help but shed tears, not because of her future, but because she felt that her dedication over the years was a bit too wishful thinking, and she felt worthless for her persistence and hard work. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Run Yun. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1122. You are arrogant. Seeing Wu Yi crying silently, Yufeng was furious, and without thinking, he stood next to Wu Yi, clenched his fists and glared at the elder named Ba Qingyan. Bastard. Ba Qingyan became even more angry. Wu Yi questioned his decision. It's fine to openly oppose him, but she is a woman, she will leave the Heike family sooner or later. I didn't expect that one of her warriors would dare to look at her fiercely. Well, what kind of system is this? Xiaoyi, it seems that you have really lacked discipline all these years. Does anyone dare to disobey the elders of the clan? He looks about 30 years old, and his cultivation is at the level of a holy king. Judging from his attire, his status in the Haike family should not be low. I know, the words of the elders are always the same, so don't be stubborn and delay your own future. He had a strict face of righteousness. He seemed to be speaking nicely for Wu Yi, but as soon as his cousin said something, Wu Yi knew that there was no room for maneuver in the matter. The words of the elders are indeed consistent, and they have never been changed. When the cousin said this, he was obviously suspected of fueling the flames. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, Ba Qingyan snorted coldly, "Apologize. The old man is thinking about the family. There is no need for her to apologize. Go back to the family and accept the family law." After saying that, he looked at Yu Feng and said, "You can't run away either." Yu Feng's face turned pale, and he stared blankly at Wu Yi. He was stunned by the sudden disaster. A hint of hidden joy flashed in the eyes of the man in his 30s, but he still showed an anxious look. He kept pleading with Wu Yi in front of Ba Qingyan, said good things, and told about Wu Yi's family life over the years. Contribution made. His words didn't have any effect, but added fuel to the flames, which made people listen to it, and it was easy to have the illusion that Wu Yi was favored and proud. What did I do wrong? Wu Yi suddenly wiped the corners of her eyes, and stared stubbornly at her cousin and Ba Qingyan. Her red lips were bitten with blood. "I didn't do anything wrong, you guys are bullying the weak." Quote. Okay. Ba Qingyan laughed angrily. "You dare to talk to the old man like that, you are getting impatient." Wu Yi smiled sadly. "It doesn't matter if such a family doesn't want to wait. From today onwards, I will leave the Haike family, and I will have nothing to do with the Haike family in the future. As for the family law, I will not go to get it either." Ba Qingyan never expected that a little girl would dare to say such outrageous words, and was stunned for a moment. All the warriors of the Heike family were stunned, looking at Wu Yi in astonishment. They never thought that she would sever ties with the family for a little warrior of unknown origin. This had never happened before. Only the family has always abandoned the disciples in the family, and no disciple can easily leave the family. This is contempt for the family and an insult. Wu Yi's cousin named Uke is happy in his heart. Although Wu Yi is a woman, he is better than him in terms of aptitude and means. Over the years, he has never underestimated Wu Yi, and even specially treated her. She has done research and knows that Wu Yi has the ambition to be in charge of the family. She also knows that if she is really favored and affirmed by the elders, she may really be able to control the Heike family. Although those high-level people in the family have not expected much from Wu Yi because she is a woman, but there are contingencies in everything. What if these old guys are confused for a while and identify Wu Yi as the heir of the family? Now that Wu Yi has completely fallen out with Elder Ba and announced that he will leave the family, this is really surprising. Good. Uke was ecstatic in his heart. His face was calm, and he glanced at Yang Kai without any trace. He was wondering if Wu Yi had a crush on this man, so he defended him so recklessly. No matter what the reason was, I have to thank Yang Kai in my heart. If it weren't for this inexplicable man, my cousin might become my strong competitor. Miss Xiao. Yu Feng pursed his pale lips, and shouted at Wu Yi, with a look of helplessness on his face. He was also stunned by Wu Yi's words, and he would not soon become friendly. Wu Yi was as firm as she was, and said in a deep voice, "Where Miss Yu goes, Yu Feng will follow her." "Thank you, Yu Feng." Wu Yi glanced at him apologetically, then said sadly, "I'm sorry." She knew that she had made Yu Feng implicated. No matter what she said now, it would be impossible to exempt the family from punishing Yu Feng, and it might be the best choice to leave the family with her. "Miss, what did you say?" Yu Feng grinned. "If it wasn't for Mrs. Rescue 5 years ago, I, Yu Feng, would have been bitten to death by that steel-armored beast long ago. What is today? 5 years ago, I made up my mind to follow you, miss, from now on." Quote. Okay, what a scene of deep love between master and servant. Xu Zishan suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, and turned his head to look at Ba Qingyan teasingly. "Brother Ba, I didn't expect that your family could still see such a good show today. Old man, the hostility in my heart has subsided a lot. Ever since the Haike family started to quarrel, he has not moved, but watched with interest. The Haike family is as powerful as his Shu family, and they are bordering each other. They have always had trade contacts, and there have been some small frictions. Naturally, he likes to see such things happen to the Haike family. He will tell his old friends in the family after he returns. It is also a great pleasure. Xu Zishan's cynicism made Ba Qingyan's face extremely ugly, and his eyes looking at Wu Yi had already moved murderous intent. It doesn't matter how the people in the family make trouble, it is an internal conflict, but now outsiders have seen the joke, which makes Ba Qingyan very angry, wishing to abolish Wu Yi now and take her back to enforce the family law. Brother Ba, the old man doesn't bother to ask about your family's affairs behind closed doors. This time, the old man is only here to punish this little bastard who hurt Tian's. Impatient, he pointed at Yang Kai and sneered, "Little bastard, do you know how to hide behind women? It looks like you're just a piece of rubbish, get out and die." Yang Kai has been watching with cold eyes, even when Wu Yi was scolded by his elders and declared that he would quit the Heike family, he did not say a word. Because it was someone else's business, although the cause of the incident was my own, but if I intervened at that time, it would only make the situation worse. Now that Wu Yi has declared that he has left the Heike family, Yang Kai knows that part of the reason is because of himself, and the other part is because Wu Yi is cold-hearted towards the family members. In any case, he is very grateful to Wu Yi. It is really difficult for a woman to do this. He secretly decided that he must make good compensation to Wu Yi, try his best to fulfill her wish, and take her to see the world outside Gloom Star. A woman like her should not be bound to a small family. Thinking of this, Yang Kai stepped forward, gently patted Wu Yi's shoulder, pulled her behind him, looked at Xu Zishan, and sneered, "Old dog, you are very arrogant." Xu Zishan's eyes turned cold, he nodded and said, "Okay, you are crazy enough, I hope you are not just sharp-tongued." Saying so, a chilly spirit fluctuated leisurely from his eyes, rushing into Yang Kai's head like a sharp sword. Yang Kai beat Xu Tian's into an idiot, and he used the power of his soul. Xu Zishan knows this better than anyone else. Now he wants to use his own way to treat him. Seeing that Yang Kai only has the cultivation base of the third order saint, it was a big realm worse than him, and Xu Zishan didn't use his full strength. He wanted to torture Yang Kai well, and let him know the price of speaking wild words. The cold spirit power rushed into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, without any ripples at all. It was completely burned by the scorching fire of consciousness, leaving no residue. Even Xu Zishan was also traumatized, his face pale a lot. "You," Xu Zishan looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. At that moment just now, he clearly felt a wave stronger than his own spiritual power, and directly burned his own soul. If he didn't use it with all my strength, I still have reservations. Just for that one backlash, I will be seriously injured if I don't die. Xu Zishan's complexion changed, and a pair of eyes kept scanning Yang Kai, trying to find something. He didn't believe that Yang Kai had such a spiritual cultivation, he thought Yang Kai was wearing some kind of powerful soul treasure. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find any clues, so I was terrified. Everyone present, except for the old man named Ba Qingyan whose strength is comparable to Xu Zishan, the cultivation base of the others is not high, most of them are at the Saint realm, and a small part are at the first or second level of the Saint King. They don't know what happened just now seeing that Xu Zishan had already made a move, they all turned their attention, waiting to see Yang Kai's miserable fate. Who knew that Yang Kai was indifferent, but Xu Zishan's face turned pale, as if he had suffered some kind of trauma, which made them suddenly confused. Only Ba Qingyan flickered, staring at Yang Kai, as if he had discovered something, but soon shook his head slowly, denying his guess, and he didn't think that Yang Kai's strength could hurt Xu Zishan. But Xu Zishan's spiritual aura was obviously much weaker, it didn't seem to be fake, he couldn't figure out why. "Old dog, can't you make it? If you don't, I'm going to do it." Yang Kai grinned at Xu Zishan. As early as when he was promoted to the third level of the Holy King, he was able to kill the second level of the Holy King. The golden blood is abundant, and the vigor and vitality are far from what they used to be. It is rare to have someone from the third level of the Holy King come to practice for him, and he also wants to know where his bottom line is. Saying so, a long sword with tumbling magic flames suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as the long sword appeared, everyone in the Heike family and the Shu family showed horror. Ba Qingyan and Xu Zishan, who were the most powerful, were even more dignified, staring at the dark magic flame. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11:23. All the people present, regardless of their strength, felt the unusualness of the magic flame. They had never seen such a weird power. The illusion of suffering, not to mention what would happen if he was bombarded head-on by this kind of force. For a while, many people showed expressions of fear and horror. Ba Qingyan of the Haike family rolled his eyes, gestured to the warriors of his family, and quietly led a group of people to retreat far away. He finally saw that something was wrong with Yang Kai. If a mere martial artist who had entered the third layer of sainthood, if he had no support, how could he face Shu Zishan so arrogantly? But no matter what his reliance is, Ba Qingyan will not go into this muddy water. The people of the Shu family and Yang Kai have nothing to do with him. He is happy to stand aside and watch the show. When he cares more, he will wait. How will he deal with the traitor Wu Yi? If you dare to leave the family without authorization, no matter who you are, you will not end well. Yang Yan had seen Yang Kai fight before, although he didn't know if Yang Kai could retreat in the face of Shu Zishan, but he obediently led Wu Yi and Yu Feng aside so that they would not be killed by Yu, who was waiting to fight, and seeing that they were also retreating, the warriors of the Shu family also retreated one after another. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Shu Zishan were left staring at each other. Old thing, my principle has always been that people don't offend me, and I don't offend others. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Yang Kai is not easy to talk to, not to mention that this old guy bites a little beast, which makes him furious. Secretly decided to give him some color today. Whether it is the Haike family or the Shu family, he doesn't pay attention to them. These two families don't even have void return realm experts. Yang Kai is confident that they can't do anything to him, let alone. Even if a void return realm expert came, he could retreat completely. So he has no scruples. The younger generation is rampant. Shu Zishan's old face was ashen. After his soul was inadvertently damaged just now, he had been looking for Yang Kai to wear some powerful soul treasure, but he couldn't find anything after searching. I was shocked in my heart and didn't dare to push it any further. Saying so, I raised my hand, and an almost invisible black line suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Just now he used this thing, hidden in his own holy yuan, to easily kill the warrior named Chu Yuan. Except for Ba Qingyan, who knew everything about him, no one else noticed. They all thought that his Saint Yuan was great, but Yang Kai had a strong spiritual sense, and he had long been on guard against this weird secret treasure, so he made a move. Yang Kai went forward with a sword. The artistic conception contained in the magic flame is to burn everything in the world, which is the foundation of his power. He believes that even if this thin thread is a virtual treasure, it cannot stop the burning of the magic flame. There seemed to be a crisp metal impact sound. A little spark burst out from the demon flame sword in Yang Kai's hand, and the thin line collided with the demon flame sword. At the same time, a very cold energy burst out from the thin thread, sweeping towards Yang Kai in all directions. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, and his powerful consciousness locked on the thin black thread. He found that things were a little different from what he expected, and his magic flame had little effect on this invisible thin thread. The sound of burning, but it can't be burned at all. The corners of Shu Zishan's mouth slightly raised, as if he was holding a wisdom pearl. He softly shouted, "Take your life." As soon as his words fell, the thin black thread suddenly spread out, turning into countless threads, weaving into a big impenetrable net, and covering Yang Kai head-on. Yang Kai hurriedly dodged, and at the same time greeted him with a palm. The huge sky-covering hand quickly grew bigger, as if to cover the entire world, making everyone watching the battle feel that the sky suddenly became darker. Violent energy fluctuations came out, and the big net woven by black threads collapsed instantly. Shu Zishan's body shook, and he looked towards Yang Kai in disbelief. He didn't expect such a hidden killer move to be cracked by him. It was precisely because of the fear that Yang Kai could hurt his soul, so Shu Zishan showed no mercy when he made a move. He just wanted to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible and save the Shu family's face, but it didn't play any role at all. This young man who has entered the third level of the Holy Realm not only has extremely sharp eyesight, he has already seen his hidden killer move, and the degree of majesty and destructive power of the Saint Yuan is also comparable to his own. Otherwise, he would not be able to crack his own Shadow Soul Silk. His cracking method seems to be simple, but in fact it needs extremely powerful power as the backing. If it was a martial artist of the same level, it would be logical for Ba Qingyan to do so, but the other party is obviously only a warrior who has entered the Holy Realm. He actually has the ability to fight himself head-on. Shu Zishan was so surprised that he almost screamed out. If his soul injury just now made him suspect that Yang Kai was relying on the power of the secret treasure, then he dare not think so now. The opponent doesn't seem to be weaker than him at all. Something is wrong with this young man. No wonder he dared to yell and run out to provoke. It turned out that he was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. No wonder Chu Yuan was seriously injured and went back. No matter how much I asked him, he couldn't tell why. The injury was also caused by this young man, but he didn't dare to speak out because he was afraid of being punished. The ability to seriously injure a Saint King at the second level, and even make him feel fear, is simply terrifying. At this point, Shu Zishan no longer underestimated Yongkai, his expression became extremely dignified, and the thin black lines blocked by the sky-shrouding hand were retracted into his body again, and he stuffed a mouthful of pills into his mouth and swallowed. Seeing his action, the onlookers couldn't help being stunned. Whether it was from the Heike family or the Shu family, they all opened their mouths. They thought that Shu Zishan would take action in person, and Yongkai might be taken down in a face-to-face meeting. It was ridiculous that he was still brazen and insulting repeatedly. Some warriors of the Shu family even gloated and prepared to see how Yongkai was ravaged and how he knelt down to beg for mercy. Who knows after Shu Zishan's blow? Yongkai's face was calm, not even a single hair was lost, but his own elder looked dignified and took a pill. As long as you are not blind, you know that things are a little different from what you think. Elder Ba, what does this mean? Wu Yi's cousin named Uke asked Ba Qingyan for advice in a soft voice. To be honest, he really didn't understand. Upon hearing his question, everyone turned their attention to Ba Qingyan, expecting him to answer. What do you mean? Ba Qingyan snorted coldly. The Shu family hit the iron plate this time. Even if Uke couldn't understand it, he knew the deep meaning of Ba Qingyan's words, and looked at Yongkai in amazement, and said in a strange tone, Elder Ba, he seems to be only at the third level of the Saint Realm. Even if he can withstand it, Senior Shu will take him down soon. After all, there is a gap in realm cultivation. What he said seemed to be comforting himself. Wu Yi had already left the family and got mixed up with this young man. As long as this young man died, Wu Yi's end would not be good. He was ashamed to add insult to injury. But I don't want to see Wu Yi rise again. Who knows? Ba Qingyan's eyes were deep, and instead of focusing on Shu Zishan, he began to look at Yongkai, since he came here. He never cared much about this person, but now, he doesn't care whether he wants to or not. Where did Wu Yi find this kid? He's a bit of a monster. The warriors of the two families couldn't believe their eyes. Wu Yi and Yufeng were even more surprised. They know the origin of Yongkai better than anyone else. It was Yufeng who brought Yongkai, who was trapped in the blood-red crystal and sleeping, back to the battleship. Although everyone got along well, they only regarded Yongkai as a little warrior who wandered here. Wu Yi gave Longshe Mountain to Yongkai to live in because he was familiar with the outside situation and felt that he would ask him for advice in the future. When? They never knew that Yongkai's background was so amazing. Yang Yan was proud, and said aside, Don't worry, Yongkai won't suffer. Last time he killed a few Saint King realms in 3 or 2 strokes, and also beat that guy named Chu Yuan away. This although the old man looks stronger than Chu Yuan, he should not be much stronger. Wu Yi couldn't help covering her small mouth. You said, he killed the Saint King realm. Are you kidding me? Yang Yan curled his lips. He killed it right in front of me. It was scary. I was so frightened that I fell into a coma for 3 days before waking up. Presently, he described the situation at that time in a more eloquent manner. Seeing how she danced and danced, there was no sign of panic at all. She was obviously extremely excited. Wu Yi and Yufeng heard it, and their hearts were utterly horrified. Junior, I admit that the old man underestimated you, but so what? I, Shu Zishan, will kill you, so you don't want to live to see the sun tomorrow. It hurts, although it can't be repaired, but as long as the injury is temporarily suppressed, he can go all out. Isn't that thin thread a secret treasure? Yongkai didn't pursue him after forcing back his ultimate move, instead he looked him up and down, until now his heart suddenly moved. He faintly felt that the dark thin thread was not a secret treasure at all, otherwise, it is impossible for his magic flame to be ineffective. The thin black line gave him the feeling that it was more like a soul attack with substance. He suddenly became happy. Good thing, I want that thin thread. If you have the guts to speak up, I don't know if you will be killed or not. Shu Zishan snorted coldly. A powerful aura erupted from his body leisurely. The ground under his feet suddenly collapsed a few feet. Shu Zishan's clothes were windless and automatically. His face was full of evil spirits, and cold energy swept across the surroundings, and everyone seemed to hear the gusts of wind in their ears. Countless, dense shadow soul threads shot out from his body. It was pitch black, making him look as ugly as a long-haired monster. Those ghost soul threads seemed to be alive. All open towards Yang, they rushed here. Halfway, they suddenly gathered together, forming a sharp spear shape with the thickness of a thumb, spinning at an extremely fast speed, blasting towards Yongkai's heart. To be continued. Chapter 11 24-0 Mountain Map. The spinning force of the sharp spear stirred the air, and a dormant tornado suddenly appeared, lying behind Yang Kai, with an astonishing momentum. The speed of the sharp spear gathered by the Yuying soul silk was extremely fast, and it struck in front of Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. What surprised everyone was that Yang Kai had no intention of avoiding such a terrifying blow. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the pointed gun. The magic flames rolled on the palm of his hand, and Yang Kai's expression also appeared very dignified, obviously using all his strength. Prick! An ear-piercing and uncomfortable sound sounded, and the moment Yang Kai held the sharp spear, the huge spinning force brought him to a spin. The speed was unbelievable, as if Yang Kai was being shaken by someone, and his figure kept receding backwards. There is golden blood splashing out from it. But soon, Yang Kai's retreating speed slowed down, and the body that was shaken and invisible gradually stabilized, and finally stabilized. On the palm of his hand, besides the tumbling magic flame, there was also a scorched smell, and it was obvious that he had suffered some minor injuries. But he didn't care. Shu Zishan's thin black thread was really hard to guard against, and it was so weird that even the magic flame couldn't burn it. No matter what it was, Yang Kai would abolish or snatch it first. Otherwise, he would always use this thing to attack. Yang Kai really has no temper. Just as Yang Kai's body stood firm, Shu Zishan flew to the top of his head like a big rock spreading its wings. Amid Yang Yan and Wu Yi's exclamation, the violent power vented down from Shu Zishan's palms, forming all kinds of secret attacks, all bombarded towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai held the black sharp spear in one hand, bursting out with the power of his soul, rushing into the inside of the silk thread, burning the brand of consciousness left by Shu Zishan, erasing his control over this thing, and at the same time, it was a blow to the sky. Superior. Boom boom boom. The news of heaven and earth breaking came out, and Shu Zishan flew back like a kite with a broken thread, vomiting blood in midair, and his face suddenly turned pale again. Yang Kai also retreated more than a dozen steps, and the arm facing the enemy even felt a short-term powerlessness, and the blood in his heart was tumbling, and a mouthful of golden blood spewed out. But his condition was obviously much better than Shu Zishan's. With an excited smile on his face, he glanced at the countless silk threads scattered in his hands, and threw them directly into the space ring. You can erase my soul brand in an instant. Shu Zishan's face changed drastically. He didn't know whether it was because of anger or disbelief. His body trembled and pointed at Yang Kai with one hand, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Come out. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and proudly said, "Old dog, I said I want that thing, so I want it." Furious, overbearing, domineering, the audience was in an uproar. It was only then that everyone remembered that Yang Kai did say that sentence just now. How could he know that it took only 10 breaths before and after, and he really did it? A martial artist who has entered the Holy King realm actually snatched a secret treasure from a Holy King realm, and even erased the soul brand of the Holy King realm in an instant. How powerful the soul power must be. How could he have this ability? Fuck. Yu Feng couldn't help cursing, his eyes trembling violently. Not only were Yang Yan and Wu Yi dazzled and relieved, but even the young women from the Haike family who were of the same generation as Wu Yi also showed their splendor, looking at Yang Kai's eyes almost wanting to eat people. They suddenly discovered that the so-called handsome young men they had seen before were in no way comparable to this man of unknown origin. Those people were nothing but scum. Even Ba Qingyan's pupils constricted, and a deep horror gushed out from the depths of his pupils. He knows Shu Zishan's level better than anyone else. He is not necessarily an opponent if he fights alone, but such a person only took 2 moves before being robbed of the secret treasure by that young man, and he seemed to be seriously injured. What would happen if he met that young man? Ba Qingyan suddenly felt a pain in his head and tightness in his chest. Yang Kai smiled extremely happily, not because he had snatched Shu Zishan's secret treasure, but because he found that his current combat power could indeed compete with those at the 3rd level of the Holy King. It shouldn't be too high, but after all, the realm is there. Moreover, Yang Kai did not use his full strength. The mystery of space power, the power of golden blood, the world-destroying magic eye. He didn't even use this killer move. What he relied on was the power stored in his body. Elder. Seeing that Shu Zishan suffered a loss, those Saint King realm warriors of the Shu family changed their colors and exclaimed. Shu Zishan waved his hand and stopped them from coming forward. With a ferocious and crazy look on his face, he roared hysterically, Okay, the younger generation is awesome. I didn't expect that there are people like you. If I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be human. Quote. Saying this, he suddenly brought out a quaint picture scroll, and there was a thick and solid momentum on the picture scroll. As soon as the picture scroll came out, everyone felt a little short of breath, as if something was pressing on the top of their heads. Picture of Bayou Mountains. Ba Qingyan clearly recognized the scroll, his face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Back!" The members of the Heike family believed in his words unconditionally, so they naturally followed behind him, and immediately retreated, while the members of the Shu family naturally knew the depth, and also turned around and ran away. Seeing them running away, Wu Yi and Yu Feng suddenly became uneasy. Wu Yi said anxiously, "We also retreat." "No need." Yang Yan waved his hand, and as he said this, some weird gadgets appeared in his little hands. These things were placed around by her, surrounding the three of them. Soon, she arranged everything. Relaxed and happy, he clapped his hands and said, "This location is good, just in time to watch a movie." Wu Yi looked at her, a little speechless, not knowing whether she was ignorant or meaningless or what the situation was. But it was too late to retreat now. After the painting of Baiyu was sacrificed by Shu Zishan, a phantom of a small mountain rushed out from the scroll immediately. The small mountain was dozens of feet high, and it opened towards Yongkai with a destructive aura. Smash it on the head. An unimaginable sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart. Yongkai's face changed, and without thinking, he quickly arranged several Hoshin shields on top of his head. "Look at this old man tearing your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Shu Zishan roared, and with his voice, the phantom of the hill weighed down heavily. Kachacha. The few clear sky shields that had just condensed had no effect at all, and were directly crushed by the phantom of the hill, and the speed of the phantom did not slow down, still pressing towards Yongkai. Yongkai struggled to move forward, and secretly hated him. Shu Zishan's secret treasure called Baiyu map has clearly reached the virtual level, and the phantom seems to be nothing but not real, but it is full of the weight of a hill. If it is really crushed, Yongkai guesses that no matter how strong his physique is, I can't bear it either. Forced to do so, Yongkai can only use space power. The figure flickered and disappeared in place. The hill directly crushed Yongkai's afterimage. The ground trembled violently, cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground, even the distant mountain peak trembled a few times, countless birds were startled and scattered in all directions. After Shu Zishan was stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Young man, you know how powerful this old man is, you're a little tender if you dare to fight with me." Quote, Wu Yi's face was bloodless, and she thought Yongkai was killed. "Old dog, do you only know how to bark?" Yongkai's voice suddenly came from the side, implying that the sky-punishing lance, which is exquisite in space, broke through the blockage of space and appeared in front of Shu Zishan in an instant. Shu Zishan, who was so proud of himself, broke out in a cold sweat. Without even thinking about it, he desperately urged Sheng Yuan. In his picture of Baiyu, a phantom of a mountain flew out again, but this mountain was much different from the one just now. It should be bigger, 100 feet high. The punishing spear was blocked by the phantom of the mountain and returned without success. Shu Zishan was frightened and angry. He pointed his hand, and the second hill smashed towards Yongkai again. Yongkai finally understood why the secret treasure was called the Picture of 100 Mountains, because there were clearly 100 mountain peaks in the picture scroll, and when Shu Zishan sacrificed one, there was one less in the picture scroll, and one was bigger than one, the largest one. Yongkai was terrified just looking at it. If it was hit, he would be dead in an instant. Although he also knew that with Shu Zishan's ability, there was no way to sacrifice a whole 100 mountain peaks, but the power of this secret treasure is indeed not small. The second mountain peak smashed towards Yongkai at an extremely fast speed, and the first smaller mountain peak also flew up, attacking Yongkai left and right. The phantoms of each mountain peak have a dull aura, making Yongkai's movements and Saint Yuan obscure and difficult to mobilize. Shu Zishan really went crazy, and once again sacrificed the phantom of the third and fourth mountain peaks. Saifeng intercepted and killed. Yongkai could not avoid it. There was a violent impact sound, and the space seemed to collapse, and the strong energy swept all around. In an instant, Longshe Mountain flew sand and rocks, countless trees were uprooted, and they were directly turned into dust in that energy. Looking at this doomsday-like scene, many warriors from the Shu family and the Heike family all turned pale. They knew that if they hadn't retreated just now, even if they stood there watching, they would definitely be affected. Because even now, the blowing energy makes everyone's skin hurt, like a knife cut, and those with lower strength have to use their strength to resist. Dead is alive. As soon as the picture of Baiyu comes out, the old man has to avoid the sharp edge for a while. That young man is dead. Ba Qingyan exhaled softly, with a strange expression on his face. I don't know whether it's joy or regret. In the chaotic battlefield, there was only one place safe and sound, and that was where Yang Yan and Wu Yi Yufeng were. When the powerful energy came, both Wu Yi and Yufeng felt that they were doomed. Who would have thought that a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of them, and layers of ripples appeared on the light curtain, intercepting all the energy, and the few people were not in any danger at all. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1125 Breaking Through. Are you a formation master? Wu Yi was stunned for a moment, and looked at Yang Yan in shock. Although she knew that Yang Yan was arranging formations just now, she never thought that the formations she arranged casually were so good. This kind of attainment, Wu Yi is simply unheard of. Yu Feng looked at Yang Yan with an expression of admiration. On the other side, Xu Zishan, who sacrificed 4 peaks, seemed to have become a little old in an instant, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief looking at the nearly collapsed space that was bombarded. After living for so many years, he has never met someone like Yang Kai. He didn't even understand how Yang Kai avoided the first hit. There was no trace of fast movement at all, as if he ignored the space. The existence of it came directly from one place to another. But no matter how good he is, he should be dead by now. Xu Zishan was physically and mentally exhausted, but he laughed heartily. He tried his best and finally did not dishonor the Xu family's name. Suddenly, a bizarre sense of crisis rose from his heart. Xu Zishan, who had been through battles for a long time, quickly drove the phantoms of the 4 mountain peaks to bombard the source of the crisis, and turned his head to look at the same time. Seeing it, Xu Zishan almost screamed. He thought that the young man who should have died without a place to bury him was actually unscathed at this moment, and a huge sword light was chopped out from the long sword in his hand, like light, and he was attacking him with the aura of destroying everything. Come here. Xu Zishan was so excited that he almost swallowed his tongue. Boom boom boom. The huge pitch-black sword glow, the phantom in the middle of the mountain peak, was intercepted, but the overflowing ice-cold, masculine and evil coexistence made Xu Zishan's hands and feet cold. He was sure that if he was burned by that black flame, he would definitely not be able to dissolve it, and would only be burned into coke in the end. What kind of freak is this? Not only Xu Zishan was frightened and angry, but also the warriors of the Xu family and the Heike family exclaimed in unison, and even Ba Qingyan's eyes were confused. With his eyesight, he didn't see clearly how Yang Kai avoided the 4 peaks interception just now. Even if it was himself, if he hadn't prepared in advance to escape, he wouldn't have survived that kind of power, but this young man did it. Ba Qingyan was shocked to find that he had underestimated the strength of this young man again and again. He was not alone, but a complete monster. Xu Zishan roared angrily, and the 4 peaks sacrificed first surrounded him, forming an impregnable defensive barrier. He was really scared. The panic from the bottom of his heart made him dare not expose himself in front of Yang Kai. He was afraid that he would be killed if he made a careless move. Implied space exquisite spiritual attack burst out together with Sheng Yuan. Yang Kai's attack vented towards Xu Zishan. But to his surprise, the 4 mountain peaks not only guarded the old man Xu Zishan tightly, but even blocked that space, and his own attack could not penetrate into it and cause him harm. The 5th and 6th peaks floated out of the bayou map, and they were even more majestic than the previous 4. Xu Zishan bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the bayou map. The originally dim and terrified eyes also became ferocious, and he drove the 2 mountain peaks, constantly smashing and bombarding Yang Kai. The entire Longshe mountain trembled violently, and one after another deep pits appeared on the ground, and ravines spread in all directions. Yang Kai was furious. Old man, don't destroy my territory. If Xu Zishan continued to entangle him like this, the entire Dragon Cave mountain would be destroyed. Once the ground collapsed, the ethereal crystal veins hidden below might be exposed. Yang Kai killed like a tide. Groups of burning magic flames were shot out by him and lingered around Xu Zishan. Surprisingly, those magic flames did not disappear, but gradually gathered together with the increase of the magic flames. After a short time, they merged into a black burning flame, fire cloud. The fire cloud wrapped Xu Zishan and the 4 mountain peaks guarding him around, continuously burning and burning. Yang Kai also poured magic flames into the fire cloud uninterruptedly to increase its power. No! No! Xu Zishan yelled in horror. The phantoms of the 4 mountain peaks guarding his surroundings became increasingly dimmer under the burning of the fire clouds, as if they were about to disappear. Once the phantoms of these 4 mountain peaks disappeared, that was when Xu Zishan died. What are you still doing? Why don't you hurry up and kill this little bastard? Xu Zishan hurriedly roared at Xu family Saint King Realm, who was watching the battle in the distance. He has been fighting against Yang Kai with his own strength, just wanting to show off his powerful strength and maintain the majesty of the elders. how could he know that he is not an opponent, and he can no longer worry too much when he dies, so he can only ask for help from the warriors of the family. In the distance, the Saint King realm fighters who followed Shu Zishan heard the call. Only 2 of them rushed over without hesitation, and the rest, who looked hesitant, were afraid to go forward. Some even took a few steps back without a trace. Shu Zishan even took out such things as the Baiyu map, but he was still no match for Yang Kai. How dare they come to die? Before the 2 rushing Saint King realm could figure out the situation, 2 groups of demonic flames hit them head-on. The 2 foolishly tried to block them, but in the blink of an eye, they were entangled in the demonic flames, which could not be extinguished no matter what. Before rushing to the front, he rolled on the ground a few times and was completely motionless. Seeing this scene in their eyes, the few remaining Saint King realms in the Shu family could no longer bear the panic in their hearts, turned around and ran away, and one of them shouted, "Hold on, elder, I'll come back. The family moves rescuers." Hearing this, Shu Zishan was out of breath, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his already sluggish expression was completely dimmed. He looked at Ba Qingyan and shouted with all his strength, "Brother Ba, if you help me out of trouble today, Shu will definitely give you the Baiyu map." Ba Qingyan shrank his eyes, and immediately showed an expression of emotion. He had heard about the Shu family's 100 Mountains map for a long time, and today he has seen the tyrannical power of this virtual treasure. He believes that if he can really get the 100 Mountains map, then he will definitely become the #1 master of the Heike family. He is even qualified to fight against ordinary Void Return Realm powerhouses. But that young man is clearly not a person to be provoked. Since he fought until now, Ba Qingyan didn't really understand his bottom line. "Brother Ba," Shu Zishan roared hastily again. He was already at the end of his strength, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Ba Qingyan's hesitant look suddenly became firm, and when he was about to take a step, Yang Kai gave him a cold look. "If you dare to come up, don't let me kill you regardless of whether you are Wu Yi's tribe." Ba Qingyan's body immediately froze in place, and a chill came from his head to his feet. At this moment, with Shu Zishan's screams, the phantom of the 4 mountain peaks that surrounded him finally disappeared, and a black cloud of fire rolled around, burning him to ashes. Apart from the space ring, only the Baiyu 2 fluttered down from the sky. Countless greedy eyes instantly fixed on Baiyu 2. Yang Kai stood there with a strange expression, and didn't reach out to grab it, but the aura on his body showed no signs of weakening, instead it became more and more intense. Yang Yan held his large black robe in both hands, rushed over with small steps, picked up the Baiyu map and Shu Zishan's space ring that had fallen to the ground, ran back in a hurry, and stood at the place he arranged. In formation. "Hey," Ba Qingyan sighed leisurely. He still couldn't muster up the courage to grab the coveted picture of Baiyu, and he couldn't help feeling disappointed. Dragon Cave Mountain, deathly quiet. The warriors of the Heike family looked at each other, not daring to make a sound. They never imagined that this battle would end like this. The people from the Shu family were so aggressive that they even took out the picture of Baiyu, but it turned out to be a warrior who had entered the Holy Realm. 3 people were killed, and even an elder like Shu Zishan fell. They wouldn't believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were also immersed in the huge shock, unable to speak for a long time. It's not that they haven't heard of those so-called genius warriors. There seem to be a few of the younger generation in Shadow Moon Palace. Far broadcast. But those so-called geniuses wearing countless auras are nothing compared to Yang Kai. This time Yang Kai fought across a whole realm, and won in the end, unharmed. Could it be that what he brought back was a genius among geniuses? Both Wu Yi and Yu Feng couldn't help thinking of this. The sadness of leaving the family was diluted by the shock at this time. Yang Yan was playing with the Baiyu map, suddenly looked at Yang Kai, let out a light sigh. His face was thoughtful, the light of surprise bloomed in his beautiful eyes, and he ran away with the black robe for the second time in front of Yang Kai. She kept taking out some things from her space ring, and quickly arranged formations around Yang Kai. When she ran back, Wu Yi curiously asked, "What's wrong with Yang Kai? He seems to be breaking through." Wu Yi was shocked. Yu Feng also had a speechless expression, envious and ashamed at the same time. After a big battle, Yang Kai was about to break through. His current cultivation base is the 3rd level saint, and if he breaks through, he will be a saint. Wang Jing was in the same realm as him and Wu Yi, and the slight sense of superiority that he had was gone at this moment, but when he thought of Yang Kai's terrifying fighting power, he felt relieved again. Such a person, breaking through at this moment is not unusual. If Yang Yan could discover this matter, Ba Qingyan would naturally not fail to discover it. He stared at Yang Kai deeply from a long distance, his face was constantly changing, fearful, worried, surprised, shocked, and so on. A white-faced and beardless middle-aged man suddenly approached quietly, and said softly, "Elder Ba, this kid seems to be breaking through, are we? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Invincible Chapter 1126. I don't know how to say it, the network problem at home has not been solved, I can only code at home in the morning, and upload at the internet cafe in the afternoon, the update is late, sorry. Yang Kai's horror really made the people of the Haike family fearful. One of the elders of the Shu family killed him immediately. The strongest of their Haike family is about the same as Shu Zishan. If he wants to deal with the Haike family, who can withstand? The only way to nip this danger in the bud. Ba Qingyan smiled wryly and shook his head slowly. Elder. The middle-aged man who proposed looked at him puzzled, not knowing what Ba Qingyan was afraid of. Although Yang Kai's performance just now was shocking, he was breaking through at the moment, and it was the best time to make a move. Miss this time, the entire Heike family will have nothing to do with him. Can't you see that woman in black robe has arranged a formation around him just now? Ba Qingyan snorted coldly. Why are you afraid of the formation? The middle-aged man didn't care. Ba Qingyan sneered. Just now when Shu Zishan sacrificed the Baiyu map, the aftermath of the impact spread to the woman. She and Wu Yi and Yufeng remained motionless. How clever do you think the formation she arranged? Ah, the middle-aged man exclaimed, he was just watching the battle between Yang Kai and Shu Zishan, he really didn't notice the situation on Yang Yan's side. When he heard what Ba Qingyan said, he immediately looked towards Yang Yan and the others, couldn't help shrinking their eyes, only to realize that the three people over there were indeed standing very close to the battlefield, but at this moment, even the clothes of the three were as clean as new, without any dust. Is she still a master who is proficient in formation? The middle-aged man was extremely surprised, and murmured, isn't she a holy level craftsman? She is the craftsman that the family tried to recruit last time but failed. Ba Qingyan suddenly remembered this, and shouted to the side, Zhou Fu, you were the one who recruited her last time. The man named Zhou Fu came over sweating, and quickly responded, yes, elder, I was indeed the one who came to recruit that woman last time, but she refused politely, sigh. So you didn't work harder and let the family miss such a great opportunity for nothing. Ba Qingyan stared at him fiercely. Zhou Fu trembled all over, and said with a bitter face, forgive me, elder, I didn't know she had this ability at the time. I just thought she was a holy level craftsman. If I knew it earlier, Incompetence. Ba Qingyan sighed. The Haike family doesn't need to care about a saint-level craftsman. After all, such a class of craftsmen can also be cultivated, but the family can't ignore the person who can easily arrange to block the Baiyutu's attack formation. The Baiyutu is a false-level secret treasure, even if the force of the impact did not directly face the formation she arranged, judging from her current state, the formation she arranged is also extremely clever. Where did Wu Yi find it? One man killed Shu Zishan with a cultivation base of the 3rd level of sainthood, and now he is about to break through. The other man is not only a saint-level craftsman, but also proficient in formations. Ba Qingyan suddenly felt a little regretful, regretting the bad attitude towards Wu Yi just now. He even wanted to take back what he said before and let Wu Yi return to the family again. As long as Wu Yi returns to the family, maybe he can recruit that man and woman through Wu Yi. If Ba Qingyan knew that Yang Yan was a virtual level craftsman, even if he was asked to apologize to Wu Yi, he would not hesitate. Yang Kai was immersed in that mysterious feeling. The reason why he dared to break through here was because he didn't pay attention to these people from the Haike family. Yang Kai doesn't mind letting them have a longer memory, let them know who should provoke and who should not. Yang Yan arranged formations around him, and he could see the imminent moves of the Heike family, but he was still immersed in that mysterious feeling. My own meridians seemed to swell up, gradually becoming sore and unbearable. My body was like a whirling vortex, creating a huge attraction, and the aura of heaven and earth around me was slowly gathering here. Suddenly, as soon as the meridians hurt, the flesh and blood all over his body squirmed. Yang Kai snorted and almost cried out. But soon, that kind of pain disappeared, replaced by endless comfort. The meridians in the whole body became thicker and stronger in an instant, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth clustered around me poured into the body, almost no need to absorb. The situation changed suddenly. Above the Dragon Cave mountain, the spiritual energy was overwhelming, and the unimaginable spiritual energy gathered into a spiritual cloud. The power of that day was formed, and it was crazily added to Yang Kai's body, and it fell down like lightning, smashing Yang Kai. The place is hundreds of feet in circumference, and it is riddled with holes. Let's go far away. Yang Yan's face paled, and he ran away quickly, not daring to stay where he was. Wu Yi and Yu Feng followed closely behind. Ba Qingyan opened his mouth wide, shocked by the crazy and frightening scene in front of him, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't let his clansmen rush up and add insult to injury just now. If he really did this, without that young man doing anything, just the power of heaven and earth generated by his breakthrough to the great realm, would be able to smash these people of the Heike family into ashes and wipe them out. The other clansmen also trembled. It can be said that this kind of news of promotion was even more shocking to them than the leaping battle just now. They never knew that when a person is promoted, he can make such a change in the world. How can he bear it? For a while, many people even began to secretly curse Yang Kai in the process of being promoted. Compared with such people, they are simply ashamed of themselves. The rumbling movement was like breaking people's hearts and souls. The entire Longshe mountain was shaken, and every drop of heaven and earth power was like a sledgehammer hitting a person's heart, causing people to have difficulty breathing and face turning pale. Just watching was unbearable for them, but the young man who was breaking through was full of excitement, and he opened his body and mind to accept the baptism of the power of heaven and earth madly. With the fall of the power of heaven and earth, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. He is like an ancient god, standing proudly between the sky and the earth, making it impossible for people to look directly at him. With the passage of time, as the power of the day and the earth fell, the originally obscure sky gradually cleared up, but the heavy feeling on everyone's heart did not weaken at all. Suddenly, the sky and the earth were clear, and Yang Kai's momentum withdrew, and his tightly closed eyes opened again, shining brightly with excitement. Holy King Realm, finally reached the Saint King Realm, breaking the limit of the highest realm of Tongshuan continent, catching up with the height that the great demon god had reached back then. Until this moment, Yang Kai felt that he was completely in line with the star field. The power in his body was churning, much more tyrannical than before. He clenched his fist lightly, and it seemed that explosive power overflowed from his hand. If he were to fight Shu Zishan now, Yang Kai believed that the old guy would not want to hurt him at all. He could easily break through the defense wrapped by his four peaks. In the distance, the members of the Haike family stared blankly at Longshe Mountain, which seemed to have been ravaged by a violent storm. Because of this promotion, the entire Longshe Mountain became even more desolate than before. All disappeared, and the spiritual mist gathered on the mountain peak could no longer be seen, and even the spiritual energy within a radius of 30 miles was gone. Ba Qingyan was moaning deep in his heart, and he never dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Yang Yan, Wu Yi and Yu Feng rushed over. Yang Yan congratulated excitedly, although Wu Yi and Yu Feng also continued to congratulate, but Yang Kai could detect that there was still a touch of sadness between the brows of the two. After all, the two of them announced their separation from the Heike family not long ago. No matter how bad the family is and how unfair it is to them, it is still their own family and the place where they grew up. They are all flesh and blood, and they are extremely emotional people. It is impossible to act as if nothing happened in a short period of time. Congratulations, my little friend. Today is an eye-opener for the old man. You are really a dragon among men. During the holidays, your achievements in the future must be limitless. Ba Qingyan led a group of people over, but before they arrived, the voice came over. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him lightly. He didn't have a good impression of this old guy. It was fine to force Wu Yi before. He is the elder of the Haike family and has this right, but later he wanted to take action against him several times, wanting to unite with Shu Zishan, even when he broke through. He also had this idea. Yang Kai saw everything in his eyes, although he suppressed the eagerness in his heart, and finally chose to stand by, but that was just because he was afraid of Yang Kai's power, and he didn't have the confidence to kill Yang Kai. If he was really sure, he would have done it long ago. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to take care of him, Ba Qingyan's expression was a little unsightly, and he said awkwardly, "Little friend is also Wu Yi's friend. If you have time in the future, please come to my Haike family to sit. The Haike family will definitely be sweep the couch to welcome you." Wu Yi has left the Haike family. Why should I go to your house? Yang Kai glanced at him. Ba Qingyan was immediately choked and speechless, glanced at Wu Yi embarrassingly, and forced a smile. Wu Yi is young, sometimes she speaks a little rashly. I believe that she didn't mean to say that, and she didn't really want to. Leaving the family, the old man will not take it seriously, right Wu Yi? Wu Yi looked sad and said nothing. It was Yu Feng who snorted. Didn't Elder Boss say just now that he wants Wu Yi to accept the family law, and he also said that he wants to do it himself? Ba Qingyan immediately looked at Yu Feng coldly. He wants to make friends with Yang Kai and give in to Wu Yi, but it doesn't mean that he also wants to give in to Yu Feng. Yang Kai doesn't want to see him, Wu Yi ignores him, he is already a little angry, and Yu Feng adds fuel to the fire. If not for scruples Yang Kai, he will definitely teach a lesson. To his surprise, Yu Feng, who used to be submissive to him and saw him like a mouse or a cat, was extremely stubborn this time, and looked at him without hesitation. This made Ba Qingyan feel ashamed. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your friend has just broken through a big realm, and it takes time to consolidate your cultivation. I won't bother you for now. If you need to use my Heike family, you are welcome, just say hello. Since Wu Yi and Yu Feng are your friends, then they will stay and take care of one or two. This is the place of my Heike family no matter what. Wu Yi, Yu Feng, you must not neglect this little friend, you know what?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Mobile Network to subscribe and give a reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1127. Is this a joke? After Ba Qingyan finished giving orders, Wu Yi still didn't say a word. Yu Feng snorted coldly, as if realizing the brazenness of his elders for the first time. His face turned red immediately. Yang Kai sneered, "Ba Qingyan is worthy of being an old fox." He said that Yang Kai is a guest, and his Heike family is the master, so he almost said that this is my home, since you live in there is no need to show some face here. Ba Qingyan also knew that he probably didn't have much prestige in front of these two people, so he didn't care about their attitude after speaking. He just hugged Yang Kai friendly and turned to leave. The man named Uke had a complicated look on his face. He looked at Wu Yi for a while, and Yang Kai for a while. The jealousy in his eyes was about to burst out. He didn't expect that Wu Yi, who had just left the family, would climb up to such two powerful people. Friend. The young women who followed Ba Qingyan looked at Wu Yi enviously, turning their heads 3 times a step at a time, and kept sending Yang Kai secret glances, as if they would immediately post a word to Yang Kai. After a while, only Yang Kai, Yang Yan, Wu Yi and Yu Feng were left in place, and even birds and animals could not be seen in the entire Dragon Cave mountain. Wu Yi's eyes were slightly red, and he forced a laugh. "Yang Kai, I made you laugh. How could they do this?" Yu Feng also muttered. In the past, the two were proud that they were members of the Heike family, but what happened this time, and the family members' attitudes towards these things directly overturned the sense of belonging and honor they had built up for the family for a long time. Yi would even rather that after he announced his departure from the family, Ba Qingyan would directly take her back to accept the family law. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not want to see him as an elder who was so slick and opportunistic. Such a weak family is completely different from what she imagined. Yang Kai knew what she was thinking, and said lightly, "In this world, power is the most important thing. If you don't have power, you can only flatter yourself. Survival is not easy." Wu Yi seemed to have realized something, raised her eyes to look at him. There was a little confusion in her beautiful eyes. Yu Feng didn't think as much as she thought, and said with some worry, "Yang Kai, if you killed Shu Zishan today, the Shu family will definitely not let it go. They didn't know you were so powerful before, so they sent you to kill Shu Zishan today. Someone came over, and after the few living guys go back to report, I think the Shu family will come again. Shouldn't you leave quickly? I'm afraid something will change." Yang Kai didn't speak yet, but Yang Yan said, "Why go? Don't go, give me some materials, I can arrange some formations here." Yang Kai doesn't want to leave, let alone leave, not to mention that Wu Yi and Yu Feng are involved today. There is such a large void spirit crystal mine under Longshe Mountain. If he really wants to leave, he has to wait for Stone Puppet General. Let's talk about the empty spirit crystals in that vein after mining. He needs a lot of space spirit crystals to cultivate the power of space. After passing this village, there will be no such shop. Yang Kai didn't know the level of Yang Yan's formation before, but seeing her surprising performance today, he was naturally relieved. What's more, he is also at the Saint King realm now. Although he doesn't know if he can compete with the warriors at the Void Return realm, if the Shu family doesn't have a strong man of this level, he will not be afraid to come. "What materials do you want?" Yang Kai asked. And materials for cultivation, as long as they are not medicinal materials for alchemy, they are fine. "I have some here." Wu Yi checked her space ring. "I have them too, but not many, and the grade is not high." Yu Feng also expressed his opinion. "It doesn't matter, just let Yang Kai pay for it." Yang Yan smiled. Others don't know how rich Yang Kai is, but she knows that all the secret treasures refined these few times were taken by Yang Kai to exchange for saints. What's more, he still has so many void spirit crystals. Just selling one piece can cost tens of thousands of saint crystals. I just broke through, and I need to stabilize my cultivation base. Yufeng, please go to Tianyan City. Yang Kai took out 50,000 high-grade saint crystals from the black book space and put them in a universe. Pass the bag to Yufeng. Although I have never seen this kind of low-level storage secret treasure, when Yufeng took it, his consciousness changed after a glance. So many holy crystals. These saint crystals are almost equal to the income of the entire Haike family for a year. He didn't expect Yang Kai to take it out casually, which shocked him. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai could gather such a large amount of wealth in such a short period of time. After all, when he was picked up, the only space ring in his hand was taken away by himself, so he was considered penniless. On the other hand, Yang Kai gave him so many saint crystals at once, which also gave Yufeng a feeling of trust, and quickly said, "Brother Yang, don't worry, I will definitely buy the most at the most favorable price." Material. Looking at Wu Yi again, he warned, "Miss, please take care of me for now." Yang Kai nodded, and Yufeng flew towards Sky Fortune City. For Yufeng, Yang Kai is still very relieved, he can turn against his elders for Wu Yi. Although such a man is a bit silly, he doesn't have so much scheming. "Wu Yi, you should rest first, your complexion is very bad." Yang Kai looked at Wu Yi and said. Wu Yi nodded slightly, and accompanied by Yang Yan, walked into the cave without saying a word. Back in the cave, Yang Kai cleaned up his space ring and black book space, and threw all the things he didn't need to Yang Yan. He has confirmed Yang Yan's ability, and now he needs to arrange formations to protect the cave naturally, the more materials the better. After the death of the 10th order monster beast Lei Luan, Yang Kai kept the thunder attribute bird wood, and he had to discuss the use of this thing with Yang Yan. After dealing with these, he placed dozens of high-grade holy crystals beside him, and sat on the 7-colored banner of gathering spirits to stabilize the current state of the Holy King. If it is a promotion at a small level, the stability after the promotion is not particularly important, but the stability after the breakthrough of the big realm must be done, which is of great benefit to future cultivation. The turmoil on Longshe Mountain has temporarily come to an end, but the Haike family is now falling apart. One of Wu Yi's male friends killed Shu Zishan, who was in the Holy King's 3rd-level realm, with the cultivation base of the 3rd-level saint, and snatched 2 secret treasures from Shu Zishan. The other female friend is not only a holy-level craftsman, but also a master of array master of law. The news spread among the senior members of the Heike family, and everyone was extremely moved. "Qingyan, you said that young man named Yang Kai killed an old fox like Shu Zishan. But did you see it with your own eyes?" In the family hall, a long-bearded old man sitting at the head of the center asked slowly, his words somewhat some unbelievable taste. "This is Ian, the contemporary head of the Heike family. It's not that Ian, doesn't want to believe Ba Qingyan, it's just that what happened this time is too hard for people to believe. It is still possible to say that Yang Kai killed a Saint King one layer, but who is Shu Zishan? He is an elder of the Shu family, and one of the most powerful members of the Shu family. Even if he fights in person, he may not be able to win. If Shu Zishan took out the picture of Baiyu, he would have no choice but to run away. For anyone else, Ian would just laugh it off and never take it seriously, but Ba Qingyan said it. Not only did Ian have doubts, but more than a dozen elders and priests in the hall all looked at Ba Qingyan with strange eyes. "Old Ba, are you confused in your cultivation? It's meaningless to call us in broad daylight just to say such things." An elder named Valen sitting on the left laughed. "Yes, Elder Ba, if you want to tell a joke, I suggest you change it to another one. This one is not funny at all." Another plump beautiful woman was also a little dissatisfied. "This is a priest of the Haike family, named Huang Wan. Qingyan, tell me carefully, I believe you are not a person who doesn't care about others." Ian looked at Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan's expression remained unchanged. He knew that what he said was a bit of fantasy, and if other people told him so, he would not easily believe it, so he didn't care about the teasing of Walun and Huang Wan, just rushed back. He waved his hand and said, "Come in." More than a dozen people filed in, and many of these people were members of the younger generation of the Haike family. They were the group that followed Ba Qingyan to Longshe Mountain. After entering, everyone saluted one after another. The elders and priests present didn't know what Ba Qingyan wanted to do, so they didn't say anything, just quietly waiting for the next sentence. "Wuck, tell the patriarch and the elders what you saw today. There must be no concealment, and there must be no place for embellishment, otherwise the family law will serve you." Ba Qingyan said lightly. Uke hurriedly clasped his fists to promise, and rushed Shu Zishan to Longshe Mountain with the people from the Shu family to clash with Yongkai, and then he talked about the battle. The boy was very eloquent, although he didn't see any tricks at the time, but he described it very detailed, almost reproduced the original scene. When they heard that Wu Yi and Yu Feng left the family in order to protect Yongkai and opposed Ba Qingyan, the expressions of many elders and priests suddenly became extremely ugly, and they all asked the head of the family to send someone to bring the little girl back to punish the family law, to warn others. But soon, they stopped entangled in this issue. Yongkai snatched Shu Zishan's shadow soul thread, instantly erased Shu Zishan's soul brand, and forced him to use the Baiyu map to sacrifice 6 phantom peaks, 4 of which under the protection of layers. He was still burned to death by a cloud of black flames, and then Yongkai was promoted to the Holy King realm in horror. All the elders were dumbfounded and could hardly believe their ears. They already faintly believed it, because just now, they felt some abnormalities in the aura of heaven and earth. Longshe Mountain is not too far away from here, so they were naturally aware of it, but they didn't pay much attention to it. It turned out that it was a commotion when a person was promoted to the Saint King realm. Wook finished speaking quickly, and Ba Qingyan looked at the other dozen people and asked, is Wuke's words half false? The dozen or so people all shook their heads. No. Did you all witness what happened today? Yes, Elder. Everyone nodded. Okay, you guys go down. Ba Qingyan waved his hand, and a dozen people retreated after saluting. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Mobile Network to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11 28 Countermeasures. In the hall of discussion of the Haike family, many elders and priests fell silent. If they suspected that Ba Qingyan was telling a joke just now, they dare not have any doubts now. It doesn't make sense for a dozen tribesmen to unite to tell such a big lie to them high-level people. The only explanation is that it is the truth. There are still such young juniors. Ian took a deep breath, with a look of shock on his brows, and then sighed. Why wasn't he born in my Heike family? If he was born in my family. His words expressed everyone's aspirations. If such a powerful young man is a member of the Heike family, then the prosperity of the family must be just around the corner, and they will no longer be so useless as a peripheral force of the Shadow Moon Palace. Peripheral forces are just a name. To put it mildly, they do have some relationship with Shadow Moon Palace. To put it bluntly, they are just attached to Shadow Moon Palace and donate some supplies every year. Shadow Moon Palace will not come to trouble them, that's all. They won't get any benefits from Shadow Moon Hall, and they can even disband the family at any time as long as Shadow Moon Hall is willing. Patriarch, although this Yongkai was not born in our clan, he may not be able to be used by me. The beautiful woman priest named Huang Wan who had spoken before suddenly said with a smile. Oh, Huang Gongfeng means. Ian suddenly looked at her happily. Huang Wan pursed her lips and smiled and said, Elder Ba also said just now that in order to protect him, that little girl Wu Yi even did not hesitate to say that she left the family. In my opinion, their relationship may not be simple. At least, Wu Yi has some meaning for that kid. As soon as he said it, everyone's eyes lit up. What Huang Gongfeng said is good. Valen also nodded in agreement, and said with a look of emotion, Wu Yi is not bad in length, and her aptitude is also one of the best in my family. If you want to say that Yongkai really has any thoughts about Wu Yi in the past, if we only need to match the two of them, we may not be able to achieve good things, but before that, we have to find out the origin of the young man. He can kill Shu Zishan with the cultivation base of the Holy Realm, it must be nothing nobody, what do you care about? Do you think he is Fang Tianzhong, the #1 master of the younger generation of Thunder Typhoon sect? It is said that Fang Tianzhong has the ability to leapfrog the enemy. Well, Wei Guchang of Shadow Moon Palace also has this strength, and Zan Tianmeng Ku Changfeng, Yongkai is just a pseudonym for one of them. Otherwise, why haven't we heard of this name? Someone questioned. It's definitely not them. These monsters have already reached the Saint King realm, and now they have already reached the level of the Saint King 3rd stage, which is a big realm higher than that of Yongkai. They have nothing to do with each other. About his origin, the old man knows a thing or two. An old man with a goatee said in a deep voice, and after attracting everyone's attention, he continued, I heard from my kid that Wu Yi went out last time. When returning from mining, Yu Feng picked up a person in the starry sky, and Yongkai should be that person. Picked it up. A group of people were dumbfounded. Can such a talented young man be picked up? Ian's expression changed, he looked at one of the people present, and smiled. Chong Feng, when Wu Yi took people out to mine last time, I remember that you followed him. What do you know about Yongkai? Chong Chi frowned, he has a good relationship with Wu Yi, and he took care of Wu Yi a lot when he was in the family, and today he heard that Wu Yi was forced to leave the family, and he felt very sorry for Ba Qingyan's behavior in his heart. Originally he didn't want to publish it what opinion, but now the patriarch asks, even if he doesn't want to say it, he has to say it. After all, Yu Feng picked up Yang Kai back then, and when Yang Kai escaped from the blood-red crystal, he was there, and he knew more about Yang Kai's origin than anyone here. After pondering for a while, he briefly explained what happened at that time. The expressions of a group of people changed. They didn't expect Yang Kai's origin to be so bizarre. He ran out from a blood-red crystal. But soon, Huang Wan giggled coquettishly. Now that I know his origin, it will be much easier to deal with. He may not be an unknown person in the outside world, but since the Dark Star has come, he is here. I have no relatives and no backing. Although my Haike family is not big, it is still considered a force. If you take the initiative to show favor to him, he will refuse for no reason. What's more, the Dragon Cave Mountain where he lives now is also our family's property. What Huang Gongfeng said is right. You are a young man. He is a little bit younger, but everyone has a love for beauty. It looks like he does have some ideas about Wu Yi. We just need to match them up. Someone immediately standing up to agree, many other people also nodded. Inappropriate. Suddenly a voice of objection sounded. Ian cast his gaze over, and asked gently, why does Elder Ba think it's wrong? Ian didn't expect that the first person to object was Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan said in a deep voice. First, Yang Kai beheaded Shu Zishan today, although he showed great strength and superb fighting power, but if it has nothing to do with the Baiyu map, the Shu family may swallow their anger and turn it into a major event. It's small, it's a trivial matter, ask him for some compensation to make his face look better. But the Baiyu map has been snatched away. Even if the Shu family is afraid of Yang Kai, it is impossible to let it go. If our family goes to fight with that now, if Yang Kai shows his kindness, he will definitely have trouble with the Shu family. What is the Shu family? My Heike family will be afraid of his Shu family. Isn't Elder Ba a little too worried? The elder named Valen snorted coldly. That's right, Elder Ba, Baiyu too is not in the Shu family. We really don't need to be afraid of them. Maybe we can take this opportunity to annex the Shu family's power. As soon as this statement came out, many people were moved. They are very afraid of the Shu family's Baiyu map, but now that this kind of secret treasure is gone, they are still afraid of shit. If they deal with the Shu family, they can better make friends with that Yang Kai. Ian frowned, and was not in a hurry to express his opinion. He looked at Ba Qingyan and said, Elder Ba continued. Ba Qingyan glanced at those high-spirited people, wishing he could run to exterminate the elders of the Shu family to worship, and sneered, you are not afraid of the Shu family, but what about the Shadow Moon Hall? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, but soon they seemed to remember something, and immediately showed fear. We and the Shu family are the peripheral families of Shadow Moon Palace. Shadow Moon Palace will not intervene in this kind of dispute, but Wu Yi is the person Xie Hongwen likes. If we decide to match Wu Yi to Yang Kai without authorization, you feel grateful Hongwen will ignore it. A mere Xie Hongwen is nothing to be afraid of, but he has a father who is a deacon of the Shadow Moon Palace. The status of a deacon in the Shadow Moon Palace is certainly not high, but it is not something that my Haike family can provoke. Elder Ba's words are true. Ian nodded. Although Yang Kai is good, he has no foundation after all. He is just a person. If you want to make friends with him and offend Xie Hongwen, it is really not worthwhile. This matter seems to be a matter of serious consideration, not only to recruit that Yang Kai, but also not to offend Xie Hongwen. Elder Ba, you are thoughtful, you might as well go to Longshe Mountain again to see what that person needs. We can do what we like. If he really loves beauty, there are quite a few unmarried girls in my Haike family, and some of them are no worse than we in terms of beauty, so it doesn't matter if you give it to him. As long as he can serve our family, we can still bear the burden of a few girls from the ethnic group. Patriarch's order. Ba Qingyan stood up, bowed slightly, thought for a while and said, Patriarch, what should I do with that holy-level craftsman named Yang Yan? Her formation skills should not be bad. Elder Ba, let's do it cheaply. We really need formation masters, but that Yang Yan is young, even if he has some attainments in formations, I'm afraid it's not very advanced. The most important thing to go this time is Yang Kai. Yes, quote, the Patriarch has said so, and Ba Qingyan is not easy to refute, but he faintly feels that Yang Yan's formation is not that simple, maybe her value is even greater than that of Yang Kai. Ba Qingyan didn't rush to Longshe Mountain immediately after leaving the meeting hall. He knew in his heart that Yang Kai didn't like him very much. If he went now, he would definitely be rejected. Moreover, Yang Kai just broke through to the Saint King realm, and it is very likely that he is retreating and stabilizing Shouwei. Solid cultivation. Ba Qingyan's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of a good thing. He hurried to the family's warehouse, took out a jade box from it, and opened it. Inside the box was a pill the size of a longan, exuding a tangy fragrance. If it is said that what Yang Kai needs most now, it should be this Saint King pellet, right? Ba Qingyan smiled triumphantly and walked out of the warehouse. In the cave of Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai was retreating, and Yang Yan sorted out the materials with the help of Wu Yi. Yang Kai's materials are messy, there are all kinds of grades, and the quantity is huge. The two women are dizzy and happy to organize, they did not expect Yang Kai's storage to be so rich. Suddenly, Wu Yi laughed, and the flowers and branches trembled. Yang Yan looked at her puzzled. What are you laughing at? Wu Yi said. I laugh at Yang Kai for being too cunning. How is he cunning? Yang Yan became curious. When I picked him up, he only had one interspatial ring, which was stolen by Yufeng. I thought he was pitiful, so I gave him a few holy crystals. Now that I think about it, he clearly has other rings. The interspatial ring, I just don't know where it is hidden. Otherwise, where would he still have so many holy crystals and materials? He looked at me with a moved face and thanked me 1,000 times. I thought I had done something good. It turned out that he was deceived long ago. Well, it's really cunning. Yang Yan nodded, but those holy crystals are none of his business, I helped him earn them. Wu Yi was puzzled, and before he had time to ask, Yufeng, who had gone out to purchase materials, came back. How is it? Wu Yi asked. It's so cool. Yufeng grinned. Miss, you don't know, I have never enjoyed such a supreme treatment, and those shops selling materials almost want to treat me like a grandfather. The feeling of spending money is really wonderful, and there are even a few beautiful girls who are giving me a glance. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1129 Saint King Pill. Seeing Yufeng's despicable appearance, Wu Yi rolled his eyes at him. It's embarrassing, let me ask you how the materials you purchased are going. Oh, I bought it back, and it's all here. Yufeng said, and handed the space ring in his hand to Yang Yan. Yang Yan took it casually, scanned it with his spiritual sense, nodded and said, not bad, with these materials, give me another month, and I can protect this place with a formation, and then come more people are not afraid. Wu Yi and Yufeng looked at her in surprise, but soon, Wu Yi shook his head, turned to look at Yufeng and asked, what are you holding? Master Uke sent it over and asked me to give it to Yang Kai. Yufeng explained, when he came back just now, he happened to see Uke walking around outside the cave, so he went up and asked, how did he know about Uke? Pushing this jade box into his hand, he only said that it was something that Ba Chengyan always wanted to give to Yang Kai, and it disappeared in a flash. Ba Chenglu asked his cousin to send it. Wu Yidai frowned slightly, as if remembering something, she stared at the jade box and said, open it for me to have a look. Yufeng opened the jade box, and a fresh fragrance wafted out of the cave. Holy King Pill! Wu Yi and Yufeng exclaimed at the same time, the former made a face secretly, thinking that the family is really willing to take the last Holy King Pill from the treasury, and the latter is constantly swallowing saliva, both eyeballs burst into glory. On the contrary, it was Yang Yan, who just glanced at the Holy King Pill lightly, and then concentrated on doing his own thing. Is this really what Ba Chengyan asked his cousin to bring? Wu Yi asked uncertainly. Yeah, otherwise where would I get it? It seems that the family intends to make friends with Yang Kai. Wu Yi murmured, and then chuckled. That's right, as long as those people are not old-fashioned, they should make friends, but they just sent their cousins over. They are scruples about something. Forget it, you send the Saint King Pill in first, Yang Kai just needs this. If it was something else, Wu Yi might decide to let Yufeng send it back, but the Saint King Pill is different. Yufeng carefully closed the jade box before walking inside. When they came to the stone room where Yang Kai lived, before he could speak, Yang Kai's voice came over. Brother Yu, come in. Yufeng grinned, walked in, handed over the jade box in his hand, and then told the process of getting it. Holy King Pill. Yang Kai looked at the pill the size of a longan in the jade box with a smile on his face. As an alchemist, he naturally knew what the Holy King Pill was. From entering the Saint Realm to the Saint King Realm, taking a Saint King Pill can help the warrior stabilize his cultivation and state of mind, because this pill is only effective at this pass, so its name is called the Saint King Pill. The Holy King pill is a mid-grade Holy King pill. The grade is not too high, but the required materials are quite a lot. Basically, every big realm breakthrough and cultivation base is stable. There is a corresponding pill to assist the warrior, but because of Yang Kai's world-exterminating demon eye, he has absorbed a large number of high-level warriors' understanding of the heaven and martial arts, so he never took pills when he broke through and stabilized because he didn't need it. He doesn't need it, but others need it. For other warriors, those pills are very precious things. The High K family brought a Holy King pill, which clearly had the taste of showing favor and wooing, and Yang Kai knew this well. If it was someone else, it might be effective, but they sent the pill to Yang Kai to the wrong person. Yang Kai himself is an alchemist. Such a pill can be refined in 2 sticks of incense, and there are enough spiritual herbs in his black book space. Seeing Yu Feng staring eagerly at the Saint King pill in his hand, Yang Kai put the Saint King pill back into the jade box, and casually threw the jade box over. Eat it. Ah, Yu Feng was shocked, took the jade box and waved his hand. This is not good, this is a gift from the family. Moreover, this kind of elixir is extremely precious. Our High K family also asked an alchemist to refine a few of them. Miss Yan took one when she broke through to the Saint King realm. As far as I know, this is the last one. Up. Quote. If I tell you to eat it, you can eat it, I don't need this. Yang Kai shook his head. But I have been promoted to the Saint King realm for 2 or 3 years. If I eat this thing now, the efficacy of the medicine will be greatly reduced. Yu Feng couldn't bear himself to waste such a good pill. Then I will give it to you. Whether you want to eat it or sell it is up to you. Yang Kai smiled. Brother Yang, you really don't want it? It's hard for me to explain to the family if I do this. Haven't you already left the family with Wu Yi? What else do you need to explain? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Yu Feng was stunned for a moment, then patted his head and said, that's right. It seemed that he suddenly remembered that he had left the family, and his expression became a little gloomy. Yang Kai said in relief, it may not be a good thing for you to leave the Haike family. Don't worry, you will get better cultivation conditions with me than in the Haike family in the future. Yu Feng said politely. Then I would like to thank Brother Yang for his kindness. I don't care, it's just Miss Xiaoyan, hey. He was obviously more worried about Wu Yi, and he didn't take Yang Kai's words to heart. Yang Kai he has seen his fighting power, but Yu Feng still doesn't quite believe that he can provide better training conditions. After Yu Feng left, Yang Kai thought about it and sent out a message. After a while, the stone puppet came up from the ground. After a few days of busy work, it collected a lot of space spirit crystals, and after letting it spit out all the space spirit crystals, Yang Kai ordered it to put down the matter of the space spirit crystals first, and let it open a few more stone rooms in the cave. Wu Yi and Yu Feng are now considered homeless and can only live here. Their encounters are regarded as being implicated by themselves, and Yang Kai will naturally not let go. The stone puppet opened the stone room at an extremely fast speed, and its thinking was simple. Yang Kai asked it to open it, and it worked hard to open it. When Yang Kai remembered to let it stop, the whole cave had changed a lot. One stone room after another was neatly arranged on both sides of the cave passage. Each room was the same size without any difference, as if someone had measured it with the most accurate ruler. There are hundreds of caves in that cave. Yang Kai's consciousness swept over, and he smiled wryly, letting Stone Puppet continue to mine the Void Spirit Mine, and ignored it. While retreating to consolidate the cultivation of the Saint King realm, Yang Kai was also refining the Purple Shield secret treasure newly refined by Yang Yan. Shu Zishan's Bayou map made Yang Kai suffer a bit, and he only sacrificed the virtual treasure of 6 mountains. It's just a shadow, but it has that kind of power. If he is asked to sacrifice 100, I'm afraid it will be destroyed for thousands of miles. Yang Kai urgently needs a defensive artifact. After Yang Yan and the other 3 sorted out the materials, they were also shocked by the changes in the cave. After only a day or two, hundreds of stone rooms with the same specifications suddenly appeared in the cave, which made Wu Yi and Yu Feng like said a dream. They thought it was Yang Kai's hands and feet, but they didn't notice any movement at all. Only Yang Yan rolled his eyes and knew it was Stone Puppet's handwriting. There are too many stone rooms. Wu Yi and Yu Feng naturally chose one as their own residence. Yang Yan took out some holy crystals and arranged a small spirit gathering array for them in the stone room, so that they can practice better. Only then did they start busy arranging the defensive array. Fortunately, Wu Yi practiced the fire attribute technique. Although she didn't know how to refine weapons, under the guidance of Yang Yan, it was still possible to refine some simple little things. The Stone Puppet is the busiest, just sent by Yang Kai to collect the Void Spirit Crystal, and then called back by Yang Yan, busy dizzy, such things as tempering materials, stone puppet can do it quickly and excellently, who can use it without it? Yang Yan saved a lot of time and a lot of energy. She has never enjoyed such a beautiful refining process. With a stone puppet as an assistant, she only needs to shape the materials and carve spirits inside the materials. That's enough, there's no need to do anything else. Half a month later, Yang Kai left the customs. As soon as he stepped out of the stone room, he immediately felt the difference outside. Originally there were only him and Yang Yan here, and then Wu Yi and Yu Feng came, and there were only 4 people in total, but now, there are at least 40 more people in the cave. Some guys are practicing in the stone room, some are helping, and the whole Longshe mountain is very lively. What's happening here? Yang Kai walked out suspiciously, and greeted everyone who met him warmly. Yang Kai was surprised to find that he knew all these people, even if he didn't know their names. Because they were all the people who followed Wu Yi on the battleship back then, when they set up the cave last time, they helped once under the leadership of Yu Feng. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's voice suddenly came. Yang Kai smiled at her and walked over there. I haven't seen you for half a month, but Wu Yi's complexion has improved a lot, and the sorrow between his brows has disappeared, and his whole body looks youthful and beautiful, and his whole body is full of joy. These people. Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. They all came to follow me. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai apologetically. They also announced that they had left the family. Yang Kai was very surprised. He didn't expect Wu Yi's appeal to be so strong. It would be fine if there were 1 or 2 men who followed her because of their admiration for Wu Yi, and even left the Haike family for this reason, but there are more than 40 people here, and there are men and women, except for Wu Yi. There is no other explanation than prestige and charisma that conquered them. Leaving a family without authorization is not a trivial matter, especially if so many people leave together. It is equivalent to slapping the Heike family dozens of times. The Haike family didn't know if they could bear this tone. I'm sorry, I didn't know that things would develop like this. Wu Yi's face was full of guilt. She announced that she would leave the family at that time, just because she wanted to protect Yang Kai, and because she was too disappointed with the way the family did it. As a result, more than 40 people followed, which caught her off guard, but moved her more. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1130. If you mind, I can take them away. Seeing that Yang Kai was silent, Wu Yi thought he was unhappy, and quickly bit her red lips and said, Where can you take them? Yang Kai smiled. Since they are here, then stay, and this is your place. But I have already given it to you. Wu Yi looked ashamed. Since I gave it to you, then this place is yours. Don't think too much, it's your own ability to have so many people following you. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Anyway, there are still many stone rooms in the cave, so it doesn't matter if more people come. Thank you, Wu Yi said gratefully. Yang Kai shook his head and said sincerely, I want to thank you. If Wu Yi hadn't given Longshe Mountain to him to live in, he wouldn't have found the Void Spirit Crystal Mine here. Although it's not convenient to say it out for now, Yang Kai remembered such a heavy favor, let alone leave it here. 10 people who followed Wu Yi, even if Wu Yi encountered bigger troubles, he would stand up for them. Don't thank you too. Yang Yan's voice came, and Yang Kai turned his head to look, and saw her walking from the side a little tiredly. Although she looked haggard, her beautiful eyes were full of joy. With an excited expression, he casually threw something to Yang Kai and said, This secret treasure is not bad, you can see if you want to refine it, if you don't refine it, sell it, we are poor now. Yang Kai took it, swept his consciousness, and suddenly found that it was Shu Zishan's Bayou map, and immediately threw it into his space ring. This thing is not for sale. Quote, in the battle with Shu Zishan, he captured 2 secret treasures, one was the Shadow Soul Silk, and the other was the 100 Mountains map. Yang Kai didn't even have time to investigate carefully, but he knew that the 100 Mountains map was indeed a good thing. Shu Zishan sacrificed 6. The phantom of a mountain peak has that kind of power. If it is refined, and more phantoms of mountains are sacrificed, the power will only become stronger. When the time comes for all the peaks to come out, the void return stage may not be able to stop them. Yang Kai has never been too concerned about offensive secret treasures, but he likes secret treasures like Bayou 2 very much. Then you give it to Shengjing. Yang Yan simply stretched out his little hand. Didn't you buy 50,000 Saint Crystals last time? And it's still a high-grade Saint Crystal, all used up. Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan in surprise. This woman is a good at making money, and also a good at prodigal. Do you think it's easy to set up a large formation? The materials are only enough to set up the formation. Now that so many people have come, everyone's stone room has to be rearranged with a small spirit gathering formation. Every day they practice, they consume all the holy crystals. There are quite a few. Wu Yi waved his hand aside and said, there is no need to arrange these, they have never enjoyed such treatment when they were in the family before, and the aura of Longshe Mountain is not bad now. The last time Yang Kai was promoted, the aura within a radius of 30 miles around the cave was wiped out. More than half a month has passed, but now it has recovered a bit, at least the faint aura mist can be seen on those hills. Don't be polite to him, you can't imagine his wealth. Yang Yan leaned close to Wu Yi's ear and whispered. She is the only one who knows that Yang Kai has countless void spirit crystals, so she naturally knows that Yang Kai can't worry about saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head, and took out the remaining tens of thousands of high-grade saint crystals, middle-grade saint crystals, and low-grade saint crystals in the ring, leaving only thousands of pieces for himself. Wu Yi will be the accountant of our Dragon Cave Mountain in the future. She will take care of the money and so on. I want to arrange the formation. I don't have so much time. I will tell you what I need to buy. If you don't have the holy crystal, tell Yang Open, he will get it. Yang Yan stuffed the space ring containing countless holy crystals to Wu Yi. Ah, Wu Yi was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that she asked Yang Kai to ask for Sheng Jing to transfer it to herself, but soon, she understood that Yang Yan clearly wanted to find something for herself to do, so as not to think about it. Disturbed mind, thought of this, immediately moved, did not refuse, said in a deep voice, don't worry, every piece of holy crystal in my hand will have a clear destination. Wu Yi originally wanted to be in charge of the Heike family, and has managed some things for the family over the years, but now it is only a matter of managing a mere 40 people. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, and understood Yang Yan's intentions, and quietly gave her a thumbs up. Yang Yan grinned. My defensive formation is about to be completed, but Yang Kai, you really have to raise more saint crystals, and if you want to secure this square for thousands of miles, the current formation alone is not enough. The current formation can only protect a radius of 10 miles around our cave. Yang Kai naturally understands the deep meaning of her words. The void spirit crystal vein is of great importance. The stone puppets have been collected for so many days, and they are still collecting. No one knows how amazing the storage underneath is. No matter what, he must guard here. What's more, Yang Kai himself intends to stay here, and use this place as a springboard to start his own name. He nodded and said, don't worry about Shengjing, I will find a way. Yang Yan glanced at him worriedly, be careful in everything. She thought that if Yang Kai was really forced to sell the void spirit crystal, how could she know that Yang Kai didn't have this idea at all? By the way, Yang Kai, Elder Ba of the clan has come here every day these days, saying that he has something to discuss with you, but you have been retreating and have not been able to enter. He came again today, and he is still outside. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai slightly awkwardly. That Ba Qingyan, what do you mean? Yang Kai looked at her, if you want me to meet, I'll see him. If you don't want to, I'll send him away now. I don't know. Wu Yi shook her head, her fists clenched tightly, her face struggling. Then let me ask you, do you still want to go back to the Heike family? I don't want to. Wu Yi didn't hesitate this time, shook her head decisively, and laughed at herself. I used to think that although the family is weak, we all have a common goal, and it doesn't matter if we sacrifice our lives for this goal, but now, I really don't want to go back. My parents are long gone, my family has been kind to me in nurturing me, but I have also paid a lot for the family over the years. Even if I haven't paid it off, it's almost the same. I see. I'll go see him and make it clear so that he won't bother you in the future. Wu Yi nodded lightly. Ba Qingyan has been here for 4 days in a row. He knows that Yang Kai is consolidating his cultivation, so he has been waiting. He thinks that he came to Longshe Mountain at about the same time. He never thought that he would not see Yang Kai's face every time he came. He can't be too arrogant, so he can only wait patiently, watching his family's disciples come in and out here every day. Don't mention what it feels like in his heart. Until today, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the cave. Ba Qingyan's face was overjoyed, and he immediately recognized that this person was the young man who beheaded Xu Zishan that day. It seems that this retreat has gained a lot. My little friend Tianzong's talent has stabilized his cultivation in such a short period of time. I admire you. Yang Kai glanced at him lightly, knowing that his subtext was about that Saint King pill. It is true that it would not take such a short time for ordinary people to stabilize their cultivation, but taking pills can shorten this process. Ba Qingyan didn't point out the word, Sage King Pill, but he felt that Yang Kai should know it well. How do you know that Yang Kai is not willing to talk to him at all, not to mention that he didn't eat the Saint King Pill, so what if he did? Can't you afford a middle-grade Holy King level medicinal pill? If you have something to say, just say it. For the sake of you being the elder of Wu Yi's family, I will give you 30 breaths. Don't wait until it's over. Ba Qingyan was almost choked to death by Yang Kai's words. He didn't expect that Yang Kai didn't even bother to ask him to come in and sit down. For a while, he couldn't get off the stage. He couldn't help but feel a hot face on someone's cold ass, and his old face turned red. If he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat Yang Kai, I'm afraid it's about to explode on the spot. At any rate, he is old and refined, with good concentration, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said with a smile, the shocking battle half a month ago really opened my eyes. I never thought before that there is actually such a fighting force as Yang Xiaoyu in this world. A transcendent person, the talent of a little friend. I am afraid that Wei Guchang from the Shadow Moon Palace, Ku Changfeng from the Zontian League, and Fang Tianzhong from the Thunder Typhoon sect will not be more successful. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, without interrupting his words, and when he finished speaking, he said expressionlessly, you still have 20 breaths. Ba Qingyan's face twitched a few times. This Yang Kai couldn't be bothered. He even pulled down his old face to praise you. You should at least show your humility. Even if you are not humble, you should still show the arrogance of a young man. It is not easy to flatter me. I am sick of doing this kind of thing at a very old age. People say that a young boy is crazy, but now it seems that this is not the case. He is so rampant that there is no limit. It seemed that he had grasped Yang Kai's temper, and Ba Qingyan's expression immediately became serious. Without any nonsense, he said directly, my High-K family intends to marry a few young girls who are waiting to be married to Xiaoyu. I don't know Xiaoyu, have you ever been married? Not interested. Yang Kai still had a cold face. Little friend, it's like this. You killed Xu Zishan from the Xu family and robbed his Bayou map. There is no way the Xu family will let it go. My High-K family is willing to take this disaster for you. As long as the little friend can live in our clan is willing to hire the little friend to worship in the clan and enjoy the enshrining treatment. Not interested in. Little friend, listen to the old man. Ba Qingyan groaned secretly in his heart, thinking what kind of job he had taken. He had never met someone as difficult to deal with as Yang Kai. No matter what you said, he is just 3 words, not interested. Little friend, you offended the Xu family and killed Xu Zishan. The next time the Xu family comes back, there will be no 1 or 2 people. For the Bayou map, they may go all out. Without the protection of my High-K family, you are just a small mountain. How do you resist them? Even if you are not afraid of them, what about the girl next to you? You should understand the reason why the city gate is on fire and the fish in the pond will be destroyed, right? Now is not the time to show off your temper. The High-K family is willing to do their part. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1131 Yang Yan's Confidence. Ba Qingyan felt that he had already been earnest and confided his heart. How could he be so blunt if it were someone else? He has a long experience in the world and is proficient in human relations, so he naturally knows what to say and what not to say when negotiating with people. It was only when facing Yang Kai that he fully revealed the conditions of his family, because he found that the young man had a bad temper and patience, or there might be some charming clothes in it, which made him feel good about him. My impression is not good. If I beat around the bush again, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to speak. Being so sincere, Ba Qingyan thought to himself that as long as Yang Kai still has some brains, he should not refuse these proposals. So after he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. You still have 5 breaths. Yang Kai was still indifferent, not showing the slightest movement. Ba Qingyan's face changed a few times. He turned his heart, and gritted his teeth. Little friend, my Heike family and the Shu family are both peripheral forces of the Shadow Moon Palace. Although there are many frictions between each other, they are also considered alliances. Advance and retreat, live and die together. If not for this, a small force like ours would have been eaten by the Shadow Moon Palace long ago, not even bones left. Do you want to think about it more carefully? These words seem to have a threatening taste in it, which means that if Yang Kai does not rely on his Heike family for protection, once the Shu family wants to unite with the Heike family, maybe Yang Kai will face the hostility of the 2 forces. Yang Kai nodded. Just come, and see if you can go back after you come. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Ba Qingyan's reaction, he turned around and walked into the cave. Ba Qingyan was trembling with anger. Although his strength was not too high, he was still an elder of the Heike family, and now he was ordered to recruit Yang Kai, who knew that this kid was so arrogant and domineering, he didn't even have a chance to not give. Do you really take yourself seriously? A mere Saint King realm, no matter how high the combat power is limited. When the time comes, those masters of the Shu family will swarm up. Can you stop it? I really don't know good people. Little friend. Ba Qingyan was also angered by Yang Kai's attitude, and said in a low voice, Longshe Mountain is the property of my Heike family, outsiders are not welcome here. Little friend, let's choose another place to live. Yang Kai, who had just walked to the entrance of the cave, heard this, and immediately turned his head to look at Ba Qingyan coldly. Ba Qingyan was not afraid, and said with a sneer, I know that Wu Yi gave it to you before, but now that Wu Yi has announced her separation from the family, she has no right to give away this Dragon Cave Mountain, unless she returns to the family to take over the house. But even so, this place still belongs to my Heike family, and there is no chance for an outsider to point fingers here. In addition, all family disciples who come here will be punished. Quote, Get out. Yang Kai let out a low cry, and the power of his consciousness burst out like a tide. Ba Qingyan snorted, his face turned pale, and he flew out on his back, vomited a mouthful of blood in midair, and when he landed, his face was horrified, and his eyes were filled with fear. He is a martial artist of the 3rd level of the Saint King, but he is not as good as Yang Kai, who has just been promoted to the 1st level of the Holy King, in terms of spiritual consciousness. If this kid wanted to take his own life, wouldn't it be easy? I won't kill you this time. Go back and send a message to your Heike family, and if you dare to trouble me again, I will let your Heike family do nothing. Wu Yi and the others are here with me now, and Longshe Mountain is also mine. If you set foot within a radius of 50 miles without my consent, you will be my enemy, and then don't blame me for being ruthless. You. Ba Qingyan pointed at Yang Kai, his fingers trembling. He was so angry that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly escaped with his star shuttle. Outside the cave, when I heard Ba Qingyan say that all the disciples who came here would be punished, those warriors who followed Wu Yi were still a little sad. They had heard about the family's family law, and they knew that it was not something people could bear. However, for those who have been enforced the family law, 7 out of 10 have become useless, 2 have died, and the remaining 1 may only lie in bed for the rest of his life, unable to take care of himself. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Elder Ba Qingyan, who used to be aloof, vomited blood and was injured, and ran away in despair, never daring to mention any family law matters. They didn't even understand what happened. They all stared at Yang Kai in a daze for a while. Their eyes were full of admiration, and even a little excited. They all left the family because of the unfair treatment Wu Yi suffered. He has long been unhappy with Ba Qingyan's enforcement of the family law against Wu Yi, but now seeing Ba Qingyan being taught a lesson, he is naturally happy. These low-level warriors only have fear and no respect for Elder Ba. They don't care whether Ba Qingyan is dead or alive, what they care about is Wu Yi. Back in the cave, Yang Kai found that Wu Yi's expression was very gloomy, and he said in relief, Don't worry, as long as you don't want to go back to the family, they can't take you away. I'm not worried about myself, it's just Yang Kai, you have gone too far this time. Although Elder Ba's words may sound awkward, but what he said is the truth. The Heike family did have an agreement with the Shu family. Once the Shu family makes an agreement, even if the Heike family is not willing, they must join hands with them. Plus you treat Elder Ba like this today, I am afraid that the family will really unite with the Shu family. I have my own way, this place will not be touched by others, and you will not suffer any harm. Yang Kai of the 2 small families is really not afraid. He still has nearly 100 drops of golden blood. If the other party is really crowded, he will sacrifice a drop of golden blood, and then he can kill as many Saint Kings as possible. Yang Kai had verified the power of golden blood, and knew that the general Saint King realm couldn't resist it. After all, a drop of golden blood was equal to his 3 months of hard work, but this kind of thing was too precious, and Yang Kai was unwilling to use it unless it was a last resort. Yeah, with me here, not to mention that all the people from his Shu family are here, even if they come to the Void Return Realm, there is nothing we can do about it. Yang Yan suddenly interjected. Yang Kai and Wu Yi looked at her in astonishment, not knowing where she got such confidence. Yang Yan smiled mysteriously. There are still 3 days, you just wait and see after 3 days. Seeing her full of confidence, Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. He also wanted to know how powerful the defensive formation Yang Yan had spent so many precious materials. It seemed to be infected by Yang Yan. The haze between Wu Yi's brows was also swept away, and he became talking and laughing. Although the number of people on Longshe Mountain is small, everything is stable. Wu Yi is in charge of money and materials. More than 40 people under her are busy and helping, while Yang Yan is refining materials with stone puppets. Arrange the array. Yang Kai returned to the stone room again, and suddenly found that there was a stone door in his stone room. The stone door was very tight and exquisite. When he closed the stone door, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he couldn't hear the sound outside. The effect of sound insulation is not only that, it seems to have the effect of preventing others from probing from the outside, and one's own consciousness can be extended. This is not bad. Yang Kai can be sure that the shimon must be a good thing made by Yang Yan. If there is this shimon, it will be much better for him to retreat in the future. No one else can see what's going on inside. Yang Yan said that he wanted to raise saint crystals by himself, not only to arrange formations for Longshe Mountain, but also so many people came now, although they have nothing to do with Yang Kai, but how easy it is for people to do things. They came here for Wu Yi to leave the family here. It is tantamount to helping myself. I can't treat them badly. The holy crystals, pills, and secret treasures they will use for cultivation in the future will all cost money. If you want to accumulate a large amount of saint crystals in a short period of time, selling void spirit crystals is the most effective way, but it is also the most stupid way. Yang Kai will not do this. Once a large amount of ethereal crystals flow out from here, it is bound to attract the attention of others. If you can't sell the spirit crystal, Yang Kai can only start with the pill. He is an alchemist, and he has never worried about money. There are innumerable spiritual grasses and elixir in the black book space. Some of these materials are brought from the warehouse of the Rainfall Star Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, some are collected from the Hanging Continent, and some are the spoils captured by beheading others. Goosh, those people collected it in that mysterious place. The spirit grasses and medicines that Yang Kai possesses are almost comparable to the storage of a middle-level power, and there are various grades, even Void level and Void King level are also a lot of money. He took out some medicinal materials, then took out the pill furnace, and concentrated on refining the pill in the stone room. Now that his strength has improved, the level of alchemy seems to have broken through a bottleneck. Yang Kai tried to refine a few Saint King top-grade pills, and found that there was no difficulty in refining them. Although the chance of producing pill patterns is not too high, but also reached nearly 1 in 5 chances. And as time goes by, this probability is constantly increasing, gradually becoming 1/4, then 1/3. Yang Kai secretly estimated that he should be a low-grade alchemist of the false rank now, that is to say, he can completely refine the low-grade pill of the false rank. But if it is forcibly refined, it may fail, and if it fails, it will lose virtual grade materials. Yang Kai himself didn't use much pills, he made alchemy mainly to sell money. A saint-level high-grade pill with pill patterns was even more expensive than ordinary void-grade low-grade pills, so he didn't wasted void-level materials, all of which are refined or holy king-level pills. He forgot to sleep and eat, and immersed himself in the world of alchemy. Through alchemy, the cultivation of the holy king became more and more stable and solid. Saint King-level pills were continuously born from his hands, and jade bottles were filled one after another, and they looked very festive when lined up together. Other alchemists need to recover for a long time every time they refine alchemy, but Yang Kai doesn't need it. His spiritual power is extremely huge, and the perennial nourishment of the 6-color warming god lotus makes his spiritual power different from ordinary people, and the consumption of alchemy, the power of his spiritual consciousness can basically be equal to the recovery of Wen Shenlian. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1132 The Person Who Tested the Power of the Formation. 3 days later, Yang Kai was in the process of alchemy when he suddenly heard Yang Yan shout excitedly, "Combined!" The next moment, the earth trembled and the mountains shook, and the gravel in the stone room fell down. Soon, everything became stable, and there were loud cheers from outside. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was puzzled, packed up the alchemy furnace, medicinal materials and refined elixirs, and walked out curiously. As soon as he came out of the cave, Yang Kai saw dozens of people standing outside beaming, as if they had encountered something happy. Even Wu Yi, who had been in a low mood, was smiling all over his face, and Yang Yan was even more amazing, with a look of the world with the self-satisfied expression on the ground. Yu Feng stood aside and slapped Yang Kai unbearably, but both of them were brazen and had no self-knowledge. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai asked next to Wu Yi. "Oh, Yang Yan has arranged the defensive formation. Wu Yi replied with a smile. Are you ready? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, and found that there was nothing special outside, and it could even be said that there was no difference from before, but Yang Kai felt that this place was a little different. What was the specific difference, he couldn't tell. His expression immediately became solemn, and he found that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Yan's accomplishments in formations, and he couldn't see the name of the defensive formation she arranged at all. Yang Yan, how powerful is your defensive array? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and called her over. Do you want to go in and have a try? Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of cunning, and urged Yang Kai to say, go in, I will let you see clearly. Yang Kai looked at her, and shook his head after a long while. If I go in, will it be embarrassing? Then it's hard to say. Aren't you very powerful? You can kill anyone at the 3rd level of the Holy King, maybe you can easily break my formation. Yang Yan shook his head, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai smiled and observed more intently. Formation is such a thing, you can't use common theory, you can kill warriors at the 3rd level of the Holy King, but once you fall into some advanced formation, you may have no way to go to the sky, and there is no way to enter the earth. Although Yang Yan said ambiguously, but anyone can see her self-confidence, Yang Kai is sure that once he enters, it will definitely be embarrassing. With so many eyes staring at him, he wouldn't do such embarrassing things. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be observing, Yang Yan curled her lips and didn't care. She had great confidence in the formation she had arranged. If she was not proficient in the formation, once she fell into it, no matter how strong she was, she would not be able to break through the waves. It's a pity that the time is a bit short, and the materials are not enough. The formations arranged now can only defend, not kill the enemy. If there is enough time and materials, she can turn the entire Dragon Cave Mountain into a forbidden area, and anyone without her permission can enter. Thousands of miles around Longshe Mountain are full of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yang Kai obviously doesn't understand formation techniques. It's strange that he can see the famous tricks in this way. She is not worried at all. Yang Kai really couldn't see the clues. The power of the spiritual consciousness fell into it, and it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any waves turning up, which surprised him greatly. The space in front of him seemed to be able to swallow the spiritual consciousness. You must know that his spiritual power is different from that of ordinary people. Although his realm has just reached the Saint King realm, his cultivation of spiritual consciousness is definitely not lower than that of the Void Returning realm. Even his spiritual consciousness can't be detected. It can be seen that this formation is so brilliant. To what extent? His complexion became more dignified. Yang Kai forced a drop of blood from his fingertips, and wiped it on his left eye. Ever since he refined the great demon god's world-exterminating demon eye, he has only used it once, and he used it when he was dealing with the bone race expert on Tongshuan continent. He didn't expect to use it just to spy on Yang Yan's formation. Use it again. The blood of the golden blood melted into the pupils of the eyes, and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned golden. It was a golden color full of majesty. It seemed to be able to swallow people's soul. Yang Yan and Wu Yi standing beside Yang Kai, the person shrank instinctively, not knowing why he felt a little chilly. Using the world-exterminating demon eye, Yang Kai finally found some traces of the formation. The demonic eye of exterminating worlds is innately possessed by the great demon god. It can be said to be extremely miraculous, able to break through all illusions in the world. Yang Yan's array arrangement is indeed concealed and clever, but it is not without trace. Looking around, I can see that with the location of the cave, within a radius of nearly 1,000 feet, there are streams of obscure energy flowing in the dark. This kind of energy cannot be seen by the naked eye and cannot be detected by the divine sense, but it cannot deceive the perception of the world-extinguishing demon eye. Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from those flowing hidden energies. He could see some clues. It didn't mean he could break through this formation. He was secretly startled. His evaluation of Yang Yan immediately raised to a higher level. He found that the chick he brought back was not only a treasure, but also a treasure. Yang Kai, can you get in or not? Hurry up, I also want to know how powerful my formation is. Yang Yan couldn't help urging when he saw that Yang Kai hadn't moved. Yang Kai closed the world-exterminating demon eye, smiled and shook his head. I don't feel comfortable not looking for it, but the person who tested the power of the formation has already arrived. Saying so, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Who's here? Yang Yan asked in confusion. People from the Shu family. Wu Yi's pretty face sank, and she also found the group of figures who had been quickly picked up from afar. After seeing the appearance of the leader, she couldn't help shouting coquettishly, Shu Zikun, the head of the Shu family, the 5 elders old man, all the 4 great offerings are here. The lineup is not small. Yang Kai sneered. The grievances between him and the Shu family are really inexplicable. He just went to Tianyan City to buy and sell things, and Yang Yan was molested by that good-for-nothing young master of the Shu family. But now that he has a grudge, he won't be afraid. Yang Kai, don't underestimate these people. Although Shu Zishan's strength in the Shu family is good, he is not the most powerful one. I heard that the head of the Shu family, Shu Zikun, is about to return to the Void Realm. He is definitely much stronger than Shu Zishan. Others, the elders, are also dedicated to the powerhouses of the third level of the Holy King, so many people come together. Wu Yi reminded worriedly. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful, after all, the tigers couldn't hold back the wolves, and the Shu family showed their best this time, so it was obvious that they would not let it go. I didn't underestimate them, but people from the Hai Kei family are here, interesting. Yang Kai looked to the other side with cold eyes. Over there is also a group of people flying towards this side quickly. The lineup is no less than those of the Shu family. They are all Holy King level fighters, and there are quite a few third level fighters. Wu Yi followed his gaze, her face turned pale, and she murmured, the patriarch is here too. The people of these two families clearly negotiated to come together. Shu family Yang Kai is not going to let them have a better life, but he doesn't know what attitude the Haike family has on this matter. The last time Yang Kai drove Ba Qingyan away, he lost the face of the Haike family, so maybe the Haike family will stand on the same front as the Shu family. If this is true, no matter whether they are from the Wu Yi family or not, Yang Kai will not be merciful. He is grateful to Wu Yi, but he has no good feelings for the Haike family. People from the two families quickly gathered together, and they didn't know what they were discussing, but they stood there and didn't leave. After a while, there seemed to be some disagreement between the two sides, and a quarrel broke out. The head of the Shu family, Shu Zikun, flicked his sleeves in extreme annoyance, and led the members of the Shu family to continue approaching the cave. He just stood there without moving. Seeing this scene, Wu Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She really didn't know what she would do if the patriarch and the elders came together. Anyway, she used to be a member of the Heike family, and now the elders of the clan are enshrined under the leadership of the patriarch, although they have some malicious intentions the taste, but not close to this side after all. This is the result Wu Yi most hopes to see. Even Yu Feng and those dozens of warriors seemed to let go of the big stone in their hearts, and their expressions were much more relaxed. Qingyan, you know the strength of that Yang Kai best, what do you think will happen to him this time? Ian, the patriarch of the Haike family, turned his head and asked the pale-faced Ba Qingyan. A few days ago, Ba Qingyan was injured by Yang Kai, and when he returned to the Haike family, the elders and priests were all shocked. They had already overestimated Yang Kai as much as possible, but they still underestimated his ability. According to Ba Qingyan's description, Yang Kai's spiritual consciousness cultivation is not weaker than a Void Return Realm expert. They don't know how Yang Kai cultivated, but this shows that this young man is not simple. Intentionally recruiting, Yang Kai's attitude still made them very angry. This time the Shu family united with them and wanted to find trouble for Yang Kai, but Ian didn't give a clear reply, and he didn't move forward when he came here, just stood waiting for the development of the situation. Here seems to be a look of standing on the sidelines, which may not mean that there is no meaning of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Hearing Ian's question, Ba Qingyan said with a gloomy expression, although he is very powerful, I don't think he can win the Shu family. For the Bayou map, almost all the top experts of the Shu family have come. Even if he can kill one or two, and two fists are no match for four hands, so he will surely die. That's good. Ian's eyes lit up, very satisfied. Patriarch, why don't we go up, since that Yang Kai is sure to die, and his attitude towards our family is extremely bad, there is no need to recruit anymore. We can also sell favors to the Shu family when we go up, maybe we can wait for that Yang Kai to die. Grab the Bayou map now. The elder named Valen asked in a low voice. That's right, Patriarch, the Shu family lost the Bayou map this time. If we snatch it, even if we can't keep it, we can ask them for a lot of supplies. For the Bayou map, I think the Shu family will definitely be very generous. Enshrining Huang Wan is also emotional, obviously thinking that this is a good deal. The head of the family doesn't want to wait for them to lose both sides, so he can reap the benefits of the fishermen. Someone was more flexible and thought of a great possibility. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1133 As You Wish. The Haike family and the Shu family have always been comparable in strength, but Shu Zishan is dead, and the Baiyu map that they are most afraid of is also lost. The current Shu family should be slightly weaker than the Haike family in terms of strength. If that Yongkai can kill a few more Saint King realm members of the Shu family, maybe the Haike family can wipe them all out and annex the Shu family's power completely. Thinking of this, many people's hearts became hot, and they secretly felt that the patriarch was indeed the patriarch, and they looked farther away. I and others only wanted to take the picture of Baiyu to Shu's house in exchange for benefits. Where did I see this great opportunity to draw salary from the bottom of the pot? Ian didn't care what they thought, and said indifferently, "Are you only seeing the benefits in front of you? The patriarch means." Everyone looked at Ian suspiciously. Ian sighed. "Why is my Haike family just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Palace? Because we are not strong enough, because we don't have great masters. If we have a Void Return realm, I believe Shadow Moon Palace will reconsider it. The status of my clan." Many of the elders and worshippers frowned, not knowing what Ian was paying attention to, but Changqi's expression moved, thinking thoughtfully. "You say, if we recruit this Yongkai into the family, with his aptitude, will he be able to be promoted to the Void Return stage?" "Ah, Patriarch wants to recruit him. But that kid is too arrogant," Varen exclaimed while shaking his head. "I don't think it's easy to recruit such a thorny head." "That's right, Patriarch, and he is only at the first level of the Holy King. It will take decades for him to be promoted to the Void Returning realm. Who knows what will happen in a few decades?" Ba Qingyan also said. He was humiliated by Yongkai again and again, even though he knew that he was not Yongkai's opponent, but he couldn't bear the bad breath, so why would he think about recruiting him? Ian shook his head and said in a deep voice, "According to Qing Yan, Yongkai will definitely die this time, but he will definitely be able to pull a few people from the Shu family back. We only need to take action at the critical moment to save Yongkai next. If that kid knows the current affairs, he will definitely serve me and submit to my clan. If he submits, then the Baiyu map belongs to my Haike family." Everyone's eyes lit up. Changqi, who had never said a word, thought for a while and said, "Patriarch, what if he doesn't submit?" Ian sneered. "He will, between life and death, I think he will make a wise choice." Quote, "But Patriarch, won't we offend the Shu family in this way?" Ba Qingyan asked with some concern. "The Shu family?" A look of disdain flashed in Ian's eyes. "So what if you offend his Shu family? After today, there will be no more of his Shu family." Hearing this, the elders instantly understood what Ian was thinking, and couldn't help but gasp. Patriarch not only wants to take advantage of Yongkai's crisis to give him favor and recruit him, he also wants to take this opportunity to destroy Shu family's elite. The Patriarch not only took a fancy to Yongkai, but also took a fancy to Baiyu too, and even the people from the Shu family. For a while, many people were sweating profusely, but they were extremely excited. "As long as that kid is willing to surrender, I can use all the money in the clan to buy pills for him. With his qualifications, as long as he has enough pills, I think he can be promoted to the Void Returning realm within 10 years. As Ian said this, there seemed to be a beautiful picture scroll in front of his eyes. He was full of energy, as if he had become decades younger all of a sudden. "Once he reaches the Void Return realm, the status of my Heike family will rise. Entering the inner layer of Shadow Moon Palace, are you afraid that you won't be rewarded by then?" Everyone was amazed. They naturally knew that if they recklessly used pills to build up their cultivation, it was indeed possible to raise a Saint King realm to the Void Return realm within 10 years, but at the same time, this person would also be useless. The cultivation base promoted by the pill is mixed and impure, and geniuses will become mediocre. But this has nothing to do with them. Yongkai is just an outsider. Wu Yi picked it up from the starry sky. No matter how talented he is not a member of the Heike family. If he is abolished, he will be abolished. As long as he can bring the family to benefit, those sacrifices are worth it. The head of the family is far-sighted. I admire it." Ba Qingyan bowed and saluted. He really admired the strategy of the head of the family. This is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Family can recruit that Yongkai. 10 years later, the future of the family will be smooth, and there is no need to struggle at the bottom. All the elders and the priests also quickly expressed that the patriarch is wise. Only Changqi and Hoan, whom Yongkai had seen, looked at each other and sighed leisurely. On the other side, under the leadership of Shu Zikun, the members of the Shu family had already reached several tens of feet outside the cave. As soon as they stepped into the area covered by the array arranged by Yang Yan, those people frowned. Inexplicably, they had a feeling of uneasiness rising in their hearts, and they turned their heads to look around, but there was nothing wrong with it. "Patriarch, that's the one who killed the 3 elders." A Saint King came to Shu Zikun's side and pointed at Yang Kai from afar. Shu Zikun's eyes were fixed, and a clearly distinguishable murderous intent overflowed. His spiritual thoughts swept over there, and he frowned. Didn't you say that he only has the 3rd level holy state? Why is he a 1st level holy king? Ah, the person who spoke just now exclaimed, but that day. Trash, you can't tell what other people are, so what's the use of you? Although Shu Zikun reprimanded him like this, he felt a little more at ease in his heart. He received a report from a strong man in the clan, saying that a young man who had entered the 3rd level holy realm killed Shu Zishan and robbed the Bayou map. He couldn't believe it no matter what. But now that he found that this kid was clearly a 1st-tier Saint King, he felt relieved. Because they wanted to take advantage of the conflict between Yang Kai and the Shu family, the Hai Kei family didn't say anything about Yang Kai's promotion and breakthrough, or even injured Ba Qingyan with one blow, just to make the Shu family more unlucky. Shu Zikun naturally, he thought that the information he had obtained was wrong. Although the young man has the possibility of being promoted in the past few days, this may be too low. Shu Zikun couldn't accept it if he entered the 3rd level holy state and killed the 3rd level holy king, but if Yang Kai was a 1st level holy king, it would make sense. He instinctively felt that the martial artists who fled back from his family must have been intimidated, and they didn't notice Yang Kai's hidden cultivation. Are you the bastard Yang Kai who injured my nephew Tian's and killed my 3rd younger brother? Shu Zikun shouted sharply, who gave you the guts to kill my elder Shu? Shu Zikun let out a roar, and the dozens of warriors behind Wu Yi all changed their faces, and took out the secret treasure, looking vigilant about the approach of a big enemy. Even Wu Yi and Yu Feng were also full of holy energy, ready to strike at any time. Yang Kai took a step forward and sneered, you are the patriarch of the Shu family. It's the old man. I didn't look for you, but you came to your door by yourself. That's okay, since you're here, don't leave. The warrior who had just talked to Shu Zikun trembled when he heard the words, and immediately took a few steps back. He still clearly remembered that when Shu Zishan came here last time, the young man said the same thing, but Shu Zishan died, and these words were like a death note, which made him feel an instinctive fear. The old priests are all here, he is afraid that he will run away immediately. Noticing his abnormality, Shu Zikun stared at him coldly, gritted his teeth and said, don't be arrogant, Junior, hand over the map of my Shu family's bayou, and abolish my Dantian. I can keep you alive, or else don't blame me the big bully the small. Shu Zikun wanted to tear Yang Kai into pieces, how could he let Yang Kai die so easily, and he was going to torture this young man to comfort his good-for-nothing son in the sky. Stop talking nonsense, hit if you want, I don't have so much time to entangle you. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Okay. Seeing Yang Kai's strength, Shu Zikun laughed angrily, and shouted, that's as you wish. As soon as the words fell, he spread his wings like a big rock, and rushed towards Yang Kai with amazing momentum. More than a dozen Shu family elders and priests from the 3rd level Saint King followed closely behind Shu Zikun, obviously preparing to kill Yang Kai with a thunderous force. Open. No matter what Yang Kai's cultivation level is, since he can kill Shu Zishan, it means that he has good fighting power. How can Shu Zikun underestimate him? He had already made up his mind to rush forward, not giving Yang Kai any chance to resist. When the members of the Haike family who were watching from a distance saw the Shu family swarming up, their eyeballs fell out of shock. It's too shameless, isn't it? Varun shouted. Just now Shu Zikun said that he didn't want to bully the small with the big. In the blink of an eye, he not only bullied the small with the big, but also bullied the young with the big. The Shu family's cheeks are really thick. In this way, how can that kid survive? Patriarch, what should we do? Huang Wan frowned, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai. Ian's complexion changed. To be honest, he didn't expect the Shu family's anger to be so violent. He rushed over as soon as he came up. Now he might be too late even if he took people there. He sighed softly, as if in his own comforting, if Yang Kai really can't escape, then it's not worth recruiting, but, let's go and have a look, maybe he won't die for a while. Just after saying this, all the members of the Heike family were taken aback, all showing incredulous expressions. Because they discovered that when the Shu family's dozen Saint King 3rd layer realms rushed past, Yang Kai remained motionless and instead sneered. The next moment, in front of the cave, the area with a radius of 1000 zhang was suddenly filled with fog, and nothing could be seen anymore, and the figures of the Shu family and Yang Kai disappeared. Dozens of Heike family's divine senses searched there almost at the same time, but they couldn't penetrate the fog at all, and they couldn't detect anything inside. Hooray! Ian exclaimed in horror. his body trembling, and the other elder priests also had their scalps numb and their eyes lost their minds. The formation is not terrible, what is terrible is the formation that even the divine sense cannot see through. The person who arranges this formation must be extremely skilled in the formation. There is actually a formation master here. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Hong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1134 Too Simple. As soon as the Yongyan formation was activated, Yongkai knew that the Shu family was finished. The dense mist covered a radius of thousands of feet. Although his vision was somewhat blocked, and even the spiritual consciousness that he probed out was blocked as if it had fallen into a quagmire, at least he could still see the figures of the Shu family. But the more than a dozen Holy King third-level realms of the Shu family all looked panicked and dazed. They clearly stood not far from them, but they seemed to have not noticed it, and looked around vigilantly and terrified. Even turning around like a headless chicken, he soon came to Yongkai's side. Yongkai, the current formation doesn't have the ability to kill the enemy, if you want to kill, you can only rely on yourself. Yongyan's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Yongkai grinned, understood. As soon as the words fell, a cloud of pitch-black fire suddenly roared out, like a roaring fire dragon, and covered the elder Shu who was closest to him. The elder Shu's family was still in a dizzy state. Although he was extremely vigilant, he didn't realize it until the fire cloud burned in front of him, and suddenly burst out with strength, and fiercely hit the fire cloud. However, pouring his holy essence into the fire cloud could not weaken the power of the fire cloud at all. On the contrary, it tended to add fuel to the fire. The already strong fire cloud became more ferocious, like an ancient giant dragon swallowing him. Black fire, the elder Shu's family roared in horror before dying. He learned from the warriors who fled back to Shu's house that Shu Zishan was burned to death by this kind of pitch-black flame, and the power of this flame could not be resisted by Youku. His strength is not as good as Shu Zishan, and he doesn't have such a powerful secret treasure as Youku, how can he stop it? The next moment, the elder Shu's patriarch turned into a piece of coke, and the middle-grade Holy King level armor on his body didn't provide any protection at all. Fifth elder, what happened? Just 3 feet away from the elder, a middle-aged man screamed. He clearly heard the voice of the fifth elder, but when he asked at that time, the fifth elder did not reply. Thick uneasiness rose from his heart, and when he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, looking at him with a sneer. That smile was full of sarcasm and disdain. It's you. He recognized Yongkai at a glance. Without even thinking about it, he immediately sacrificed his long whip secret treasure, threw out countless whip shadows, and enveloped Yongkai. Yongkai took a step back slowly. What shocked this person was that with just this small step, Yongkai suddenly disappeared from his eyes, and the countless whip shadows disappeared, as if the other party had never appeared same there. He exploded with all his strength, but missed the target. The middle-aged man suddenly felt the blood rolling in his chest, and a sweet smell spread up. Realizing that his neck was caught by a big hand, scorching power gushed out of that big hand, only a horrifying thought came to his mind, his body burned rapidly, and he died before he could let out a scream. Yongkai dropped the corpse in his hands, turned his head to stare at another Shu family master who was not far away from him, and walked leisurely. After a few breaths, the screams sounded again. Simple, so easy. Although Yongkai knows that with his current strength, even if he fights a Saint King third layer head-on, he can win quickly, but it is definitely not that simple. Those caught in the formation seem to be unable to see themselves, all they need to do is go and reap their lives. This is the power of formation. Compared with the formation of 9 Heavens Holy Land back then, it was nothing but scum. What is the origin of Yongyan? She is so young, why is she both a virtual level craftsman and a formation master? Only others have always marveled at Yongkai's ability, but this time Yongkai was really surprised by Yongyan. And according to Yongyan, this is just a defensive formation, and it hasn't been fully set up. If it is fully set up, then wouldn't it be unnecessary for him to do anything, and people like the Shu family will surely die. This chick is amazing. Apart from being a little timid and not knowing how to fight, her other abilities are simply too heaven-defying. Yongyan must be a person with a story, but Yongkai will not go to the bottom of it, and when she wants to say something, she will naturally say it. In the formation that covered a radius of thousands of feet, the screams of the Shu family's masters were endless, and each scream represented the death of a person. Yang Kai walked slowly in the fog-filled formation. Wherever he passed, the mist that can block the line of sight and the detection of the spiritual sense will actively separate to guide him in the direction of killing the enemy. Yang Kai knew that this was Yang Yan assisting him. The patriarch of the Shu family, Shu Zikun, is not as arrogant and defiant as before at this moment. His face is extremely pale, and he wields a long stick in his hand, fiercely bombarding the surroundings. But no matter how they attacked, the mist still lingered and enveloped them all the time. Although the fog did not cause any harm, the people of the Shu family were still like frightened rabbits. Every scream from the side made their scalps tingle and made them tremble with fear. At the beginning, they could still hear many of their own masters shouting and attacking their surroundings. But as time passed, those voices and movements gradually decreased, and then disappeared. An elder who was following Shu Zikun kept calling the names of the masters of the Shu family one after another, but did not get even the slightest response. "They're all dead, they're all dead." The man's face was pale and he kept muttering. The remaining 6 people could no longer restrain the fear in their hearts, and they were cold all over. Death is not terrible, what is terrible is the feeling of waiting to die. More than a dozen Holy King third layers came, all the elites of the Shu family, the strongest group of people in the Shu family, but such a group of people, more than half of them died at this moment. The few who were still alive didn't even understand the enemy's methods. "I don't want to stay here, I want to leave." The Shu family master who had been talking couldn't bear this horrible torture any longer. "Rush away. Lu Gongfeng, you can't go." Shu Zikun roared, and stretched out his hand to grab Lu Gongfeng's back. He didn't want to grab it, but with just one step, Lu Gongfeng's figure disappeared from his eyes. Shu Zikun's face was as gloomy as water, and he knew that Lu Gongfeng must be in danger. Before he finished his thoughts, Lu Gongfeng's screams were heard not far away. The screams were short and rapid, and it was obvious that he was killed by a single blow. Shu Zikun's eyes burst out with unparalleled resentment and a strong sense of powerlessness. In this formation, his strength could not be displayed at all. If he was killed in a fight like the third brother, he would have nothing to say. What can he do if he is not as good as a human being, but a useless death like this is not what he wants to see. Originally, there was another master of the Shu family who wanted to rush out with Lu Gongfeng. Although it was only half a cup of tea to come in, he lived like a year. He was fed up with this weird place. But when he heard Lu Gongfeng's screams, he was immediately glad that he had hesitated just now, otherwise, he would have to follow in Lu Gongfeng's footsteps now. "Everyone, don't leave my side." As the head of the family, Shu Zikun was more careful. After experiencing the initial panic, he immediately figured out something. "I'm afraid this formation is just a formation to trap us, and it doesn't have the ability to kill us. Strength, so we must not be alone. Once we are alone, we will encounter poisonous hands, everyone will rush out with me, and we will definitely find a way out. I don't believe this formation can trap me for the rest of my life." The expressions of several people suddenly cheered up, they nodded together, and followed Shu Zikun, never wanting to leave his side again. The remaining 5 members of the Shu family rushed left and right in the formation, and the dozen or so members of the Haike family who were watching the battle from a distance were all sweating and their faces were ashen. Just before, they were still waiting for Yang Kai to be unable to fight. They went up to give favors and repay the idea, but they didn't know that it was only half a cup of tea, and the situation turned sharply. Although they couldn't see what was going on inside the fog, they could deduce something from those screams. The Shu family is over. There are more than a dozen holy kings at the 3rd level, the mainstay of the family. At this moment, there are only 4 or 5 people who are still alive. It is not known whether these 4 or 5 people can escape and ascend to heaven. The strength of the Haike family and the Shu family has always been about the same. This strange formation can deal with members of the Shu family. Doesn't it mean that if the fighters of the Haike family fall into it, they will have no way to enter the world? Ba Qingyan did not know where to take out a handkerchief, and kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. The handkerchief was already completely wet, but he didn't know it, and sweat kept dripping while wiping the handkerchief. Varun, Huangwan and other elders and priests also had no better expressions, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They never dared to believe that their own family's Longshe mountain, which has a radius of thousands of feet, turned out to be the burial ground for the masters of the Shu family. The warriors in the army also died one after another, and the Shu family was really over. Patriarch Ian's expression also turned extremely pale. He was secretly thankful that he had calculated well enough that he didn't agree to their joint proposal at the first moment when the Shu family united with him. In the past, if you tried to bully the few with the more, the consequences would be disastrous. It's ridiculous that I was still thinking about how to get the most out of this conflict just now. They didn't need my help to wipe out the entire Shu family army. This kind of benefit can also be reaped by the Heike family. But that formation really made Ian jealous. No matter who arranged this formation, if he could arrange it for the Heike family, wouldn't the family's defense be impenetrable? Patriarch, Varen's voice trembled, what should we do now? Look again, look again. Ian replied tremblingly, anyway, his Heike family didn't make things difficult for others, and Wu Yi, Yu Feng and dozens of disciples were also there. Ian was sure of the other party he won't take the initiative to make trouble for himself, so it's okay to stay here and watch. He really wants to know if anyone in the Shu family will escape this time, or if the whole army is really wiped out. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1135 Annihilation of the entire army. In the fog-filled formation, the only 5 remaining members of the Shu family were going crazy. They knew that the formation surrounding themselves and the others was only 1,000 zhang in radius, but no matter how they ran and charged, they still couldn't escape the shroud of fog. They seemed to keep turning in circles within this radius of thousands of feet. What makes them most desperate is that they can't even use the star shuttle, and they can't fly in the air. There is a mysterious force in this mist. Once someone flies 3 feet high, they will be suppressed. Mice, get out and fight to the death with this old man, what's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? Shu Zikun roared furiously, his eyes red. He lost his temper after being tossed about, and his heart was extremely irritable, and now he just wanted to fight Yang Kai. Whether it was life or death, it was better than being trapped in this fog and couldn't find his way. Old man, are you worthy of a fight to the death with me? Yang Kai laughed, his tone full of disdain. To be honest, Yang Yan's formation gave him too much surprise. Yang Kai is in a wonderful mood now, how can he care about Shu Zikun's aggressive general? My friend, I surrender, I surrender. I am not from the Shu family, I am just a priest hired by the Shu family, please let me out. An old man with a sallow face cried out. Trapped by the formation for a while, his mind was tormented. He knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. Although such begging seemed shameless and despised by others, his life was almost gone, so what integrity did he need? Huo Gongfeng, you, Shu Zikun's exasperated voice came, you have disappointed me too much. My Shu family has treated you well all these years. Why did you say such embarrassing things? The priest surnamed Huo looked embarrassing, although he was extremely embarrassed, he still shouted loudly, from today on, I am no longer the priest of the Shu family, and the affairs of the Shu family have nothing to do with me. I can work for you, I am also a 3rd-layer Saint King, and my strength is not bad. Well, I'll think about it. Yang Kai's voice came. You're looking for death, Shu Zikun roared angrily, and fiercely smashed the long stick in his hand at the Huo surname. He knew that the most dangerous moment was the instability of people's hearts. The 5 of them might live longer if they hugged each other. Any disputes will be broken one by Yang Kai. He hated such a greedy and fearful person enshrined in Huo's surname, so naturally he wanted to kill him soon. Patriarch, don't force me. Huo has paid a lot for the Shu family over the years. I just want to turn to the light. Huo's surname is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Yang Kai expressed his loyalty and hoped that Yang Kai would let him go. The remaining 3 masters of the Shu family were stunned, not knowing what to do for a while. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice came again, whoever kills Shu Zikun, I will kill him. As soon as this remark came out, 2 of the 3 people who were at a loss showed fierce expressions, and immediately jumped into the battle ring, shouting in unison, Brother Huo, I will help you. The last remaining person was the elder of the Shu family's main family, so naturally he would not be confused by Yang Kai's words, and immediately followed in, and joined forces with Shu Zikun to fight the 3 priests with foreign surnames. In an instant, in the fog-filled formation, the 5 Shu family members who were still alive divided into 2 camps, sacrificed their secret treasures, and fought desperately. Yang Kai sneered, calmly withdrew from the formation and went outside. The sound of vomiting came. Yang Kai looked along the sound, speechless for a while. Yang Yan couldn't stand that kind of killing scene anymore. Although others couldn't see clearly what was going on inside the fog, how could Yang Yan, as the person in charge of the formation, not see clearly? I don't know how long she vomited, her small face was pale and pale. Wu Yi was beside her, patting her back gently. Seeing Yang Kai walk out, Wu Yi glared at him, If you kill someone, kill him. Why are you so disgusting? This is all so disgusting. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. He was just burning people to death. How should he evaluate the scene where the broken limbs were flying around and the viscera was all over the floor? If Yang Yan saw this kind of scene, wouldn't he even lose his soul? You are really insidious enough to actually make them fight among themselves. Wu Yi suddenly pursed her lips into a smile. She was really charming, and the eyes of a group of men following him were straightened. She doesn't have much affection for the Shu family, and she doesn't care if the Shu family dies. People who provoke me have never had a good end. Yang Kai snorted coldly, looked at Yang Yan's face, and took out a pill and stuffed it into her mouth. I don't care. Yang Yan took the pill and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Hurry up and collect a lot of materials for me. I want to arrange a killing formation. I won't preside over the formation to help you kill the enemy. Understood. Wu Yi, help her into rest. She is not needed here anymore. Wu Yi nodded, and supported Yang Yan to walk into the cave. Brother Yang, how many of them are left? Yu Feng rushed over and asked excitedly, and the dozens of warriors who originally belonged to the Heike family also looked at him expectantly. This time, the best of the Shu family came out, and a dozen people came at once. They all thought that there would be a fierce battle, and that everyone here would die. Who would have thought that they didn't need to fight at all? The people of the Shu family were almost dead. Everyone was very excited, secretly felt that staying here had a better future than staying in the Heike family, and they were very excited that they made the move to leave the family and follow Wu Yi. How could the family be better than here? In the family, a certain amount of holy crystals must be paid to enter those training sites. If there is no holy crystal, you need to pay family contributions. These contributions can only be obtained by completing some tasks for the family. But here, there are hundreds of stone chambers, and each stone chamber has a small spirit gathering formation, and many holy crystals are placed beside the gathering formation, so they can practice in the stone chamber without any worries. Whether it is efficiency or speed, it is better than those of the family's training grounds. The stone room is also equipped with a clever formation. As long as the stone door is closed, there will be no noise, and other people's consciousness will not be able to pry in. The future is bright. What's more, there is a large-scale spirit gathering array in the entire Longshe Mountain. As long as there is enough time, the aura here will become more and more intense and abundant. Dozens of people's hearts are bubbling with beauty. Sad, I feel that the prospect of leaving the family is too much, but in the blink of an eye, the treatment here is much better than that of the family. Even if they are driven away now, they will not leave. They are determined to stay here and follow Wu Yi for the rest of their lives. And they also know that Wu Yi is relying on Yang Kai, and following Wu Yi is equivalent to following Yang Kai. Among them, Yu Feng is naturally the most proud, because Yang Kai was picked up from the starry sky by himself. If he hadn't found that blood-red crystal by accident, how could they be where they are today? Hearing Yu Feng's question, Yang Kai replied, there are 5 more. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a scream from inside. There are only 4 left. Yang Kai added, the head of the Shu family, Shu Zikun, and the only remaining Shu family elder, faced 3 priests with foreign surnames, and no one held back. In just such a short time, 1 priest was beheaded. It was the warrior surnamed Huo who had clamored to abandon the dark and turn to the light. Yang Kai hated this kind of wall grass the most, and it was not a pity to die as soon as he died. But this Shu Zikun's strength is really good, much smarter than the previous Shu Zishan. No wonder Wu Yi said that he is a person who is about to break through to the Void Return Realm. Look at his appearance, give him another year and a half, and he can indeed break through to the Void Return Realm territory. Unfortunately, he has no chance. After a while, there was another scream. It was the last remaining elder of the Shu family. Although Shu Zikun was very powerful, he hadn't reached the Void Returning Realm after all. And now the last elder was also killed by the joint efforts of those 2 priests. Shu Zikun was furious, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, his strength suddenly increased a lot, his momentum soared, and the long stick in his hand danced, bringing up a large area of light, forcing the 2 priests to retreat steadily. Without Yang Yan's host, even Yang Kai couldn't see the battle scene clearly. He could only judge from the sound of fighting, although his world-exterminating demon eye could break through this formation, but he didn't use it, because there was no necessary. And after Yang Yan entered the cave to rest, the mist covering a radius of thousands of feet also gradually dissipated. A moment later, when the fog completely disappeared, Yang Kai, Yu Feng and the others happened to see the scene where Shu Zikun knocked to death the last worshipper with a foreign surname. Surrounded by dead bodies, the Shu family came to more than a dozen holy kings, and in the end only Shu Zikun was left standing there proudly, covered in blood and missing an arm, looking extremely miserable. Until now, he seemed to realize that the formation that troubled him had failed. Looking at the corpses around him, Shuzikun was about to burst into tears. His eyes were red and he looked at Yongkai, and he rushed towards him, roared hysterically, "You rat, take your life." The ferocious aura erupted, and Yu Feng, who was standing beside Yongkai, changed his expression and retreated with a strange cry. Yongkai didn't move at all. His own aura also spread towards Shuzikun. The aura of the two collided, like two invisible storms colliding together. There was a crackling sound in the air. Shuzikun's pounced figure suddenly froze, he spurted out another mouthful of blood, and the stagnant figure attacked Yongkai at a faster speed. Yongkai looked cold and stern, and the power of his consciousness burst out, tearing Shuzikun's sea of consciousness defense in an instant, pouring into his mind, and at the same time, he stepped forward and punched. Unparalleled energy erupted, and an invisible punch hit Shuzikun's flying body. The head of the Shu family immediately paused in midair, as if blocked by an invisible wall, unable to move forward. An abnormal blush suddenly appeared on his pale face. He stared at Yongkai with wide eyes, and shouted, "Shadow Moon Palace will not let you go." As soon as the words fell, the body suddenly exploded, torn apart, and blood and stumps scattered from the air. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1136 Can't Make Friends. Outside the cave, there is a lot of joy. Yu Feng and the dozens of fighters from the Haikei family stared blankly at this scene, completely silent. Although they also watched the whole process of Yongkai beheading Shu Zishan last time, knowing that Yongkai's fighting power was shining, but now they found that Yongkai was stronger than last time. Even if Shu Zikun was injured, he was still a martial artist who was close to returning to the Void Realm. In the end, he overdrawn his vitality and burned his blood to explode his potential, but he still couldn't block Yongkai's punch. Is this guy a monster? Yu Feng looked at Yongkai's back, his eyes trembling violently. Or is it that the warriors outside are all so tough? If those warriors outside are the same as Yongkai, what are the people from Gloomstar practicing? In the shock of everyone, Yongkai walked out, picked up the secret treasures and a dozen space rings scattered on the ground, swept his spiritual sense inside, curled his lips, and threw them to Yu Feng. Give the holy crystal and materials inside to Wu Yi, and share the rest among yourselves. Yu Feng was shocked. You don't want to? I can't use it. He really doesn't like the things owned by the people of the Shu family, unless the Shu family has a secret treasure like the Bayou map, but such things are rare. Yongkai believes that even the Shu family, there is only one, that's all. Then thank you, Brother Yang. Although Yu Feng was startled, he was no longer polite. He quickly nodded his thanks and ran to the side happily. There was an exclamation. No matter how weak the Shu family is, it is still a small family. Among the dozen or so space rings, the ring of the head of the family, Shu Zikun, has the most items, including secret treasures, pills, martial arts practiced by the Shu family, and more than 20,000 high-grade holy crystals, more than 40,000 middle-grade holy crystals, and more than 100,000 low-grade holy crystals. Yu Feng's eyeballs turned red. Although he has known for a long time that killing and seizing treasure is the most convenient and quickest way to make a fortune, but their Heike family is the lowest family, who can kill and provoke. When I saw it today, I immediately knew that the rumors were unnecessary. Hundreds of their brothers lived and died in the starry sky, worked hard for 1 or 2 years to collect ores, and the rewards they received back to the family did not exceed 10,000 high-grade saint crystals, and Wu Yi paid for these saint crystals to compensate them. But today Yongkai only killed a dozen people, and what he gained was almost something that dozens of them could not fight for in their lifetime. This huge gap made them both excited and bitter. The grades of those secret treasures and pills are not high, most of them are at the holy level, and a few are at the holy king level, which are just suitable for the dozens of people who follow Wu Yi. Most of them are at the saint realm, only 4 or 5 of them are at the saint king realm, and they are only at the first stage. The holy secret treasure medicinal medicine is just for them to make the best use of. Wang pill, there are 10 of them. Yu Feng suddenly yelled, his big hand holding the jade bottle trembled. Hearing this, many people showed excited expressions. Although Yongkai had never refined Huawang pill, he also understood the effect of this kind of elixir. The Holy King pill is for the warriors who have just been promoted to the Saint King realm to stabilize their cultivation, while the Transformation King pill can increase the chances of the fighters who have entered the 3rd layer of the Saint realm to be promoted to the Saint King realm. It is a low-grade Saint King pill. Many warriors will be stuck at the peak of a large realm during the cultivation process, unable to break through to the next realm. The third level of the Holy King is a huge bottleneck. It can be said that 9.5 out of 10 warriors have encountered such a situation. Bottleneck: there are very few people like Yongkai who will not encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. Yongkai also relied on the function of the world exterminating demon eye to achieve this level. If he didn't have the world exterminating demon eye, he would be like other warriors, and he would have to refine pills to assist him when breaking through the big realm. A elixir can at least increase the chance by 30%. It can be said that as long as the aptitude is not too bad for a warrior, getting such a elixir has a 90% chance of breaking through to the Saint King realm. Among the dozens of people who followed Wu Yi, there were nearly 20 people who entered the third level of the Holy Realm, and the role of these king transformation pills is self-evident. The Haike family also has Huawang pills, but those pills are given to disciples with good qualifications in the family. The dozens of people who follow Wu Yi are not qualified to get them at all, and the nearly 20 warriors who are on the verge of breaking through are stuck at the bottleneck. As long as they have king transformation pill, they can become Saint King realm fighters. Seeing the fiery gazes of the brothers, Yu Feng's expression immediately became serious, and he solemnly put the jade bottle into his arms, and said in a deep voice, "Give this to Miss, and Miss will come up with a reasonable distribution plan." Everyone nodded in unison without any objection. Yongkai's head moved, and suddenly he felt that he should refine some pills for their cultivation. He has never used the pills to assist their cultivation, but it doesn't mean that others can't use them. Anyway, it is not troublesome to refine the Huawang pills. After making up his mind, Yongkai looked coldly into the distance. He naturally knew that the members of the Haike family had been standing there without moving. The masters of the Haike family came with the Shu family, but they didn't fight with them, so Yongkai had no reason to deal with them. Sensing his gaze looking towards this side, Ba Qingyan suddenly trembled like sifting chaff, and said in a trembling voice, "Patriarch, I forgot one thing. Last time Yongkai said that without his permission, any place that is 50 miles away from the cave will be closed. Is his enemy?" The last time Yongkai said this, he didn't take it seriously. After all, Longshe Mountain belonged to the Haike family, and Yongkai could be regarded as occupying other people's land, but now, the Shu family master who provoked him has exhausted his ink, and Ba Qingyan no longer dare not to underestimate Yongkai. If he uses this excuse to call, the people on his side don't know if they can stop him. What? Ian was shocked. 50 miles. The location where they are standing now is not even 50 miles away, not even 5 miles away. Back. Ian didn't dare to stay any longer, shouted, and immediately stepped back, and the elders and priests hurriedly followed. Withdrew for 50 miles, and found that Yongkai had no intention of chasing him. Everyone stopped, and looked at each other, feeling a little ashamed. Facing a young man, they ran away in panic like a bereaved dog. It was extremely embarrassing. Now is not the time to think about these things. Seeing with their own eyes that more than a dozen of the Shu family's Saint King realm army was wiped out, everyone realized that Yongkai's value was huge. Ian gave Ba Qingyan a fierce look. Ba Qingyan didn't know what he was blaming himself for, so he quickly took a step forward, cupped his fists and said, "Patriarch, this time I'm the one who didn't recognize the person. I didn't expect that Yongkai had such potential and that woman was in the formation together. With such a high attainment, if I had known earlier, I should have stopped Shu Zishan when he came to trouble him, and I wouldn't let Wu Yi leave the family and cause." "Okay, it's useless to talk about it now." Ian waved his hand impatiently. "Patriarch, should we try our best to make friends with him now?" Huang Wan asked with some concern. "His potential is so terrifying, and that woman's method of arranging formations is also so clever. If we can make friends with them, it will be beneficial to us, harmless." "That's right, what Huang Gongfeng said is right. Such two talents should really befriend each other." Valen also nodded in agreement. "I can't make friends with them now." To everyone's surprise, Ian shook his head. "Why?" Huang Wan didn't understand. It would be fine if she didn't make friends before seeing the abilities of the man and the woman. Now that she has seen their abilities, how can she let go of such a great opportunity? Is the owner confused? "Have you forgotten what Shu Zikun shouted before he died?" Ian snorted coldly. Everyone thought about it carefully, and after a while, they were all moved. "Patriarch, you mean Shadow Moon Hall?" Huang Wan asked uncertainly. Ian sneered. "My Haike family and his Shu family, although they are the lowest powers, are insignificant in the Shadow Moon Palace, but they still bear the name of the Shadow Moon Palace after all, and now his Shu family has died so many people." even the patriarch is dead. Shadow Moon Palace is like being slapped in the face. If they don't care about it, how can a family like ours rely on them in the future? Shadow Moon Palace will definitely take action, and on our side, we have to report everything we saw today, or we will be in trouble when they ask. But Patriarch, if you do this, don't you want to offend that young man, and we won't recruit him? Warren asked puzzled. Sourcing. Ian sneered, even if they are recruited, who can surrender? Since they can't surrender, what's the use of him? With his potential and aptitude, coupled with the woman's formation skills, once they have a breather to develop at this time, how can my Heike family still have a place to speak? At that time, the surname here will be Yang. Ian was very interested in Yang Kai before and wanted to subdue him because he had never seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes, and felt that he could control him with his many years of experience and the power of the Heike family. But at the last moment of today's battle, Yang Kai smashed Shu Zikun into pieces with one punch, making Ian realize that he can't control such a person, he can't even control them, so why not talk about soliciting? Don't roll your eyes at that time, wolves, there are no bones left after being eaten by others. Although Ian's attitude towards Yang Kai changed extremely quickly, it could even be said to be completely opposite, but none of the people present felt that something was wrong, and on the contrary admired Ian's decisiveness even more. Being able to become the head of the family, the thinking is really not comparable to that of ordinary people. When everyone in the Heike family returned to the clan, they immediately sent people to Tianyan City to report today's events to the City Lord's mansion. Sky Fortune City is within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Palace, so it can be regarded as a city owned by Shadow Moon Palace, so the City Lord's mansion is naturally controlled by experts from Shadow Moon Palace. The person from the Heike family who came to report the news was Huang Wan. But what she didn't expect was that when she came outside the City Lord's mansion, she was stopped by several guards. Those guards smiled and looked at her with obscene and unscrupulous eyes, which made Huang Wan very uncomfortable. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Mobile Network to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1137 Humility and Sharing. Although Huang Wan is not young, she is good at beauty. Now she looks only in her 30s. She is in a good figure when her charm is mature. Her two peaks are plump and towering, her hips are round and upright, her legs are straight and slender, and her waist is slender and graceful, with rosy white skin and a dewy look. Such a beautiful woman naturally moved the guards a little. Big brothers, I'm from the Heike family, and I have something important to report to the City Lord of the FEMAP. Huang Wan forced a smile, and scolded Ian bloody in her heart. Ian alone sent her to deliver the letter, apparently because he also liked her status as a woman, and felt that it was easier for a woman to deal with the City Lord, and she was also easier to talk to. But before she entered the City Lord's mansion, she was surrounded by a few guards whose strength was only in the Holy Realm, which made her really angry and helpless. If it were any other place, she would kill this man with her third-level cultivation of Huang Wan's Holy King. It would be easy for a few people, but this is the City Lord's mansion and the Shadow Moon Hall, so she will only do it unless she doesn't want to live. The Heike family, one of the guards, who had a face like a horse and looked ugly, repeated it eccentrically. He shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it, have you heard of it? Immediately, another guard explained, it's a small peripheral family under the sect. The peripheral family, the horse-faced warrior nodded slightly, no wonder I haven't heard of it. What are the people from the peripheral family doing here? He looked so arrogant that he didn't look down on the appearance of the Heike family at all. Huang Wan gritted her teeth secretly, but she could only say with a smile, brothers, I really have something urgent to see City Master Phasia too. For your convenience, pass it on for me. The horse-faced guard snorted coldly, Your Majesty the City Lord has a lot of work and a lot of work, how can I have the time to meet people like you? Go back wherever you came from. I don't know how many peripheral families there are in the Shadow Moon Palace. These peripheral forces are extremely weak. Although these guards only have the cultivation base of the Holy Realm, they always regard themselves as disciples of the Shadow Moon Palace. Their eyes are higher than the top, so even Huang Wan they didn't pay much attention to those whose cultivation level was higher than theirs. Hearing what the horse-faced guard said, Huang Wan gritted her silver teeth, suddenly burst into a charming smile, beckoned to him and said, Brother, can you come and talk? She can also be regarded as a woman who has worked hard outside. She is proficient in human relationships and worldly skills. How can she not know the truth that Hades loves little ghosts? Oh, the horse-faced guard chuckled wretchedly, is it convenient for my sister to say something in public? While laughing, he walked towards Huang Wan shaking his head. When he came to her side, Huang Wan took out some holy crystals from the space ring and stuffed them quietly into his hands, and said softly, "Brother guard, it's convenient for you." The horse-faced guard didn't even look at it, so he put Shengjing into his space ring, suddenly grabbed Huang Wan's white and tender hand, and rubbed it vigorously, as if he had never seen a woman before, with an ecstasy on his face, and said he whispered, "Sister, it's not that I can't do it conveniently, it's just that the city lord really doesn't have much time." Huang Wan was shocked when he touched her delicate body like this, and she got goosebumps all over her body. She wished she could tear this bastard into pieces, but she could only hold back the anger in her heart, and took out a lot of holy crystals. "Give it to him," and continued to beg. "Just go in and report, and the Lord City Master will not complain if he sees me or not." After getting a lot of holy crystals, the horse-faced guard showed a satisfied expression, touched Huang Wan's little hand, and said with a smile, "Well, it's not easy for you to come here. Let me pass it on for you, but don't expect anything, the city lord is really busy." I know, thank you, big brother." Huang Wan breathed out secretly, she was really afraid that this bastard would continue to take advantage of her. Seeing the horse-faced guard enter the city lord's mansion with her own eyes, Huang Wan stood outside and waited anxiously. After a while, the horse-faced guard came out again. Seeing the sullen expression on his face, Huang Wan's heart sank. Knowing that the situation was not good, she hurriedly went up to him and asked, "What does the city lord say?" The guard didn't get angry because he got the benefit of others, he just said, "No, not only no, but also reprimanded me." Hey, Huang Wan sighed deeply, feeling a strong sense of powerlessness in her heart. She has no relatives in this world, and has been relying on herself to practice hard. She has cultivated to the 3rd level of the Holy King. Entering the Haike family and becoming a priest with a foreign surname, she originally thought of using the Haike family as a springboard to work hard in the direction of the Shadow Moon Palace, hoping to join the Shadow Moon Palace one day, but now she knows that the Haike family is in the Shadow Moon Palace. In Dian's eyes, she didn't see anything at all, and she couldn't even meet the city lord when she ran over alone. Deep in his heart, he scolded Ian thousands of times for instigating her to come to the city lord's mansion. When she was in the Haike family, several elders had her idea, and she was taken advantage of by others when she came here. Her strength is low, and she has no backing. It is really difficult to move forward in this world. She suddenly felt a little disheartened, and wondered if it was time for her to leave the Heike family. This family has no future at all, and staying here is just a waste of time. "Sister, why don't you wait outside for a few days, and I'll pass it on to you when I find a chance." The horse-faced guard didn't seem to have taken advantage of it enough, and asked with a grin. "No need." Huang Wan's face turned cold, she turned and left. "I don't know how to praise." The horse-faced guard snorted coldly. After returning to the Heike family, Ian learned that Huang Wan hadn't even completed such a simple task. Ian was furious and scolded her severely. Then he prepared all the gifts and rushed to Tianyan City himself. Huang Wan died of grievances, and her heart became more and more disappointed with the Haike family. Yang Kai walked out of his own stone room, and immediately heard a noisy sound, and the noise seemed to be a bit fierce. He was puzzled and walked towards the direction of the noise, and after a while, a huge stone room came. This stone room should have been opened by Yang Yan later by stone puppets, as a place where many people gathered to discuss matters. At this moment, nearly 20 people gathered in the stone room. Some of the 20 people had reddish eye circles, and some filled with righteous indignation, some shouted loudly. Yu Feng was the most out of the ordinary, standing on a stone table, staring at each other, pointing at one warrior after another and scolding them extremely harshly. No matter men or women, they were sprayed all over the head and face by his spittle. Yang Kai frowned, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. He also thought that these people who followed Wu Yi were making noise because of the uneven distribution of supplies. If this was the case, Yang Kai didn't want them to stay in his cave. Even if they followed Wu Yi, he would have to catch up. People who don't understand share with their own people, and those who only care about petty gains will only become unstable factors if they stay. But after listening for a while, I realized that this is not the case. Although it is also a matter of distributing supplies, it is not about the Holy Crystal secret treasure, but about the pill. Those 10 King transformation pills that can elevate warriors to the Saint King realm. They were not making noise because they couldn't get Hua Wang pill, but they were making noise because they were pushing Hua Wang pill. It has been 3 days, and they still haven't come up with a reasonable distribution plan. Wu Yi is also standing in the stone room, her pretty face is full of helplessness, but more of it is gratification. Fuck, Lu Ping, I remember that you broke through to the 3rd level of the Holy 9 years ago, and now you have already reached the peak of this level, why don't you turn into Wang Dan? Are you not giving the young lady face? No, giving young lady face is not giving you Feng face, don't blame me for beating you. The warrior named Lu Ping grinned when he heard the words, and said honestly, Yu Feng, Lu Ping, am almost 60 years old this year, and my aptitude is not good. So what if I take Hua Wang pill? It is very likely that I will waste it. A elixir that cannot break through to the Saint King realm, rather than wasting it on me, it is better to give it to Zhe Wusheng. His aptitude is much better than mine, and he is also in the 3rd level Saint realm. If you give it to him, he will definitely be able to break through. That Zhe Wusheng was a middle-aged man in a blue shirt. He immediately shook his head when he heard the words, I don't want it, give me another 2 years, and I can break through by myself. There is no need to waste a king transformation pellet. Yu Feng, give me a little more money. Yeah. A well-dressed young woman quickly waved her hand. I don't want it either, I can break through on my own. Veins appeared on Yu Feng's forehead, and he seemed to want to curse again, but he still didn't say anything. He turned his eyes to Wu Yi for help, and said with a mournful face, Miss, I can't do this job, these bastards don't want it, how can I handle it? Wu Yi sighed, and was about to speak, but saw Yang Kai standing at the door with a smile on his face, and hurried up. These people are very good. Yang Kai admired sincerely. He has been fighting alone for so many years, he is used to intrigues. He is used to seeing people make money and birds die for food, and he is used to seeing the appearance of sanctimoniousness secretly inserting knives in the back. This Hua Wang Dan can create a holy king, at least it can save them a year or 2 of hard work, but none of these qualified warriors want it, they just want to let others use it. This kind of humility Yang Kai hadn't seen the harmonious atmosphere for a long time, and it made him feel warm in his heart. I made Brother Yang laugh. Wu Yi blushed. A group of people who have never seen the world, just quarreled for 3 days with only 10 Huawang pills, and they haven't been able to make a decision yet. Did they quarrel with Brother Yang? Gone. Seeing Yang Kai's ability, Wu Yi's address to him has also changed, and she has become a lot more mature after experiencing the separation from the family. It didn't bother me, Yang Yan's arrangement is good, I only heard the sound when I came out. Yang Kai smiled, and asked curiously, is Huawang pill hard to get? Wu Yi nodded. Huawang pill is a low-grade holy level pill, and the price is not low. A pill costs at least 2,000 high-grade holy crystals, which is not something ordinary people can afford. The price is second, the key is that you can't buy it. There are quite a few people who need this kind of elixir, but there are not many people who can refine elixir. Our Gloom Star should be much behind in refining an alchemy compared to the outside world. It seems that the most powerful alchemist and alchemist are only the level of low-level products. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Hua Zhonghun. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1138 Brand New Attack Method. So low, Yang Kai was taken aback. If this is the case, wouldn't it mean that the level of himself and Yang Yan in their respective fields have already stood at the peak of Gloom Star? Yang Yan may be more than that. She said last time that with the help of Stone Puppet, she can completely refine her purple shield to the level of a mid-grade void level, which means that she is at least a mid-grade void level refiner division. Well, it's very low, and I don't know why. Anyway, the development of the Dark Star's alchemy, refining, and even drawing masters and formations are very slow. Wu Yi chuckled. She knew that Yang Kai came from outside. From Yang Kai's tone, she can also infer that the outside world is definitely not like this. After hearing Wu Yi's words, Yang Kai suddenly felt that it was a good idea to use alchemy to raise Saint Crystal. My alchemy level has already stood at the peak of Gloomy Star, so I am afraid that I will not be able to raise enough holy crystals for refining elixir. You can even find those big forces in exchange for many precious materials. Yang Yan's arrangement of formations is just like cultivating space power by himself. It is a waste of money. Without enough holy crystals and materials, he can't do anything. Why does the Shu family have 10 transformation king pills? Yang Kai asked again. Logically speaking, the Shu family should not have a Saint King level alchemist. Dan. It should be exchanged with the Shadow Moon Palace. Wu Yi explained. The small families attached to the Shadow Moon Palace have the opportunity to exchange some pills, secret treasures, but they have to pay a big price. The Heike family I also exchanged some transformation king pills before. Oh yes, the Saint King pills they sent last time were also exchanged from Shadow Moon Palace. I see. Yang Kai nodded, and threw the 2 jade bottles over. Give this to them, and tell them not to quarrel. What is it? Wu Yi was puzzled. You can see it yourself. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Wu Yi lifted the bottle cap suspiciously, her face paled, and she exclaimed, Huang Wang Dan, more than 20. And, so many have pill patterns. She was really stunned. The 10 king transformation pellets obtained from Shu Zikun's ring are just ordinary pills, but more than half of the ones Yang Kai gave were with pill patterns. Wu Yi couldn't imagine where Yang Kai got them from. Elixir. Hua Wang pill can increase the chance of a warrior being promoted to the Saint King realm, and the Hua Wang pill with pill pattern will only increase the chance of promotion. Brother Yang, where did you get these? Wu Yi looked up, and suddenly found that Yang Kai had disappeared, and his head was dizzy. A king transformation pill is worth more than 2,000 saint crystals. This bottle is worth more than 40,000. Only then did Wu Yi understand how generous Yang Kai was. Opening another jade bottle with trembling little hands, Wu Yi lost her voice again, Holy King Pellet. Moreover, many of these Holy King pills are born with pill patterns. Wu Yi can be sure that these 2 bottles of pills are from the same alchemist, but the probability of forming pill patterns is too terrifying some. Ever since she was a child, Wu Yi has only seen one elixir with pill patterns, and it was only a high-grade spiritual grade. Wu Yi has seen some things in the world, and feels that these 2 jade bottles are as heavy as mountains. Hua Wang pill can make his brothers and sisters advance to the Saint King realm, and the Saint King pill can stabilize their cultivation. Yang Kai has already put everything together. When they are ready, they only need to take the elixir. Thank you, Brother Yang. Wu Yi shouted loudly outside the cave, then turned around and walked into the stone room that was still noisy, and raised 2 jade bottles and announced happily, Don't make noise, everyone in Huawangdan participate, not only Hua Wang pill, but also Sheng Wang pill. The noisy stone room immediately fell silent, nearly 20 pairs of eyes stared at Wu Yi. Outside the cave, Yang Yan is arranging formations. The saint crystal that Yang Kai gave to Wu Yi last time, apart from leaving some for cultivation, has been replaced by her with various materials. Yang Yan is arranging at this moment. It was the killing array. Yang Yan was busy with her exquisite body wrapped in a wide black robe. Come help, Yang Yan greeted, and Yang Kai immediately walked over and assisted according to her instructions. After being busy for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, Yang Yan, if the formation you arranged will be effective if a void returning realm martial artist comes in. Yes, Yang Yan replied affirmatively, but it won't be like last time. After all, the strength of the void returning realm is higher. If it is the 3rd layer of the void returning realm, the formation can only trap him for 10 breaths, time. Yang Kai nodded, knowing it in his heart. Yang Yan's movements suddenly stopped, and he looked at Yang Kai seriously. What are your plans in the future? What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. Do you want to live here for a long time, or do you want to leave after the mind veins underneath are mined? Of course it's a long-term stay. Yang Kai was a little baffled. He was not familiar with Gloom Star at all. Now that he has a place to stay, naturally he will not leave easily. That's good. I also like this place very much. If you stay here for a long time, I will arrange the formation more firmly. Yang Yan smiled slightly. If you give me more advanced materials in the future, I can arrange here. You can't even enter the void return 3rd layer. Yang Kai's eyes brightened, and his evaluation of Yang Yan was much higher in his heart. While talking, Wu Yi suddenly ran out of the cave in a hurry. Her face was flushed, obviously very excited. Divided, Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Well, they are all practicing in seclusion. It won't be long before they can become Saint King realm. Thank you, Brother Yang. Wu Yi nodded, and then said, There is something I forgot to tell you just now. What's up? Chang Gongfeng and Hao Gongfeng sent someone to send a letter, saying that the patriarch brought a lot of gifts to the city lord's mansion in Tianyan City 3 days ago. Chang Gongfeng, Hao Gongfu. Yang Kai frowned, and immediately thought of these 2 people. Chang Gongfeng naturally refers to Chang Qi. He was the most powerful on the battleship at that time. Then Hao Gongfeng should be Haoan, the battleship. When he returned to Gloom Star, he brought people to greet him. Now it seems that the relationship between these 2 priests and Wu Yi is really good, otherwise they would not have sent someone to deliver the letter. The enshrined Huang Wan also sent someone to deliver a letter, talking about the same thing. Wu Yi frowned, apparently not knowing why Huang Wan wanted to help her this time, and from what she said, Huang Wan seemed to want to help her. He left the Heike family, and advised her to leave Longshe Mountain as soon as possible. Yang Kai didn't know Huang Wan, so he didn't care. He just said, Your patriarch went to Sky Fate City, he should be looking for Shadow Moon Palace. Brother Yang, what should we do now? Once Shadow Moon Palace finds out that you have killed so many members of the Shu family, it will definitely not sit idly by. At that time, there will definitely be strong people from the Void Return Realm coming over. Void Return Realm. Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, he didn't know how his current strength was compared to the Void Return Realm, but every time a large realm was crossed, the warrior's strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. He could easily killing the Holy King at the 3rd level might not be an opponent at the Void Returning Realm. But he soon became suspicious. It's strange, what is your family rushing to report to? This kind of thing should be reported by the Shu family. Wu Yi thought for a while, bit her lower lip and said, it may be that the patriarch feels that he can't control you, and he can't drive you away, so he wants to rely on the power of Shadow Moon Palace. It has to be said that Wu Yi's mind is exquisite, and she also knows Ian's character very well, so the inferred information is basically the truth. Yang Kai nodded. Don't be afraid, what should I do? If there is a void return stage, I can stop it. Quote, oh, Wu Yi nodded slightly, although she didn't have much confidence, but since Yang Kai said so, she couldn't say anything more. After Wu Yi left, Yang Yan said indifferently, don't expect my formation to kill the Void Return Realm, there are no advanced materials, and the power of the formation I arrange is not high. I didn't count on your formation. Yang Kai grinned, but as long as Wu Yi's formation can trap the Void Return Realm for a while, it's fine, as long as it's not the Void Return 3rd layer, Yang Kai feels that he should be able to circle around. It is related to the Void Spirit Crystal Vein, not to mention the Void Return stage, even if it is the Void King stage, Yang Kai has to fight, this treasure must not be given away. Instead of helping Yang Yan set up the formation, Yang Kai immediately returned to the cave to retreat, holding a piece of Void Spirit Crystal in his hand, absorbing the energy from it, adding to his own understanding of space power. Space power is very biased, but it is also very powerful. Yang Kai thinks that if he wants to fight against the Void Return Realm, using space power is the best choice. He used space power in the past, all of which were mixed with his own Saint Yuan's attack, allowing the attack formed by the Saint Yuan to break through the space blockade and achieve the goal of making it impossible to defend against. This method can strengthen the power of the attack formed by the Saint Yuan. The mystery of space power has not been fully utilized. If he can attack purely with space power, Yang Kai believes that his fighting power will be stronger and more secretive. The people from Shadow Moon Palace didn't know when they would come, but they were not quick enough to sharpen their guns before the battle. Yang Kai devoted himself to studying the power of space, wanting to use the mysteries of space to form his own ultimate move. After consuming so many Void Spirit Crystals, Yang Kai's understanding of this partial power has already reached a new level, and it is no longer the half bucket of water it used to be. He believed that if he was allowed to go to the Hanging Continent with his current understanding of space, he would definitely be able to leave easily. Tearing space is a means of escape, it cannot be used to kill the enemy, but Yang Kai spied a new attack method from his countless experience of tearing space. He kept simulating and experimenting in the sea of knowledge, time and time again negative, revised again and again, until he came up with a perfect idea, and then opened his eyes suddenly. Gently waved his right hand forward, a space crack that was 1 finger long and half an inch wide suddenly appeared. The space crack overflowed with a mysterious aura, which belonged to the turbulent flow of the void, and there was nothingness and chaos in the crack. After the space crack appeared, it didn't stop at the same place as before, but moved forward slowly. Where the crack passed, everything in that space, including the aura, was swallowed up. After moving forward for 2 feet, the crack suddenly closed and disappeared. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1139 Blade of Space. In the stone room, Yang Kai looked joyful. He didn't expect that it was just his own whim, but it could actually come true. The small crack in space that he tore apart could be used as an attack method. Although it is just a crack that is 1 finger long and half an inch wide, it disappears after being pushed forward for less than 2 feet. The speed is not fast, but as long as you practice hard and strengthen your perception of the power of space, you will definitely be able to do it in the future. Use this method against the enemy. Once the speed of such a crack increases, who can stop it? That crack can swallow everything, and it is simply not something human can resist. Excited, Yang Kai immediately started experimenting, and he tore apart space cracks that were 1 finger long, and shot them all around. The speed of the space cracks was gradually increasing, and the distance was getting farther and farther. Yang Kai completely forgot the passage of time, and his whole mind was immersed in the research of this new method of killing the enemy. Until a crack in space was hit at the corner of the wall. Silently, a small piece of the rock wall at the corner suddenly disappeared without any sign or trace, as if someone had cut a piece of stone from the rock wall. The same is gone. Yang Kai knew that the stone was not gone, but was swallowed by the space crack. Looking at the traces on the stone wall, Yang Kai nodded secretly. The speed of such space cracks is still flawed, it is easy to be avoided by people, and the power is not strong enough. It should be because of the instability of space cracks. If it is stable enough, Yang Kai believed that the space crack just now could open up the entire stone wall, and even penetrate the cave. The current space rift cannot be used against the enemy. Warriors in the Saint King realm can completely encourage it to close by agitating their own Saint Yuan and disturbing the stability of the space rift. Once it closes, it will be useless, but it is not at all. It does not hinder Yang Kai's enthusiasm for research. Its shape is like a wind blade. Yang Kai thought about it, and decided to name this new attack method the Blade of Space. Yang Kai could almost foresee that once his space blade was completed, it would be easier and simpler to kill enemies in the future. Yang Kai studied the space blade in the stone room for 3 days in a row, and the power of the space blade was greatly increased. Just when he was full of interest, his brows suddenly frowned, and his face turned cold. He noticed that many strong men were approaching this way, and he was quite familiar with the aura of the coming people. They were the masters of the Heike family. Sweeping out the powerful consciousness, Yang Kai's complexion became a little dignified. He found that not only the masters of the Heike family came, but there were even 2 Void Return 1-layer powerhouses. Reminiscent of what Wu Yi said before, he immediately knew that these 2 Void Return realms should be the helpers Ian invited to Shadow Moon Palace. This old guy is really going to kill everyone. I don't have any grievances with his Heike family. At most, I just took in Wu Yi and others who left the family. I didn't kill any of them at all. I didn't expect the Shu family to be in a hurry, but they became anxious instead. At this moment, Yang Kai was sure that Wu Yi's guess was correct. I have acted too strong, and occupying Longshe Mountain has already made Heike's family restless. Longshe Mountain is the territory of his Heike family, and it is not far from the Heike family. They are obviously afraid that they will grow up. What threat they pose? Just because this is going to kill them all, Yang Kai looked cold and stern, and secretly decided not to show any good face to the Heike family. No matter whether Wu Yi was from this family before, as long as they dare to come this time, they don't want to leave. Standing up and opening the stone door, Wu Yi and Yu Feng were already standing outside nervously. Brother Yang, Wu Yi shouted, her little face turning pale. I know, you just stay in the cave and don't go out. Yang Yan has perfected a lot of formations in the past few days. As long as you don't go out, they can't do anything about you. I'm with you, I always have to face it. What Yang Kai didn't expect was that Wu Yi didn't mean to back down. She probably wanted to take this opportunity to speak clearly with the Heike family. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded slightly. Then don't act rashly, and don't leave the cave entrance no matter how critical the situation is. Wu Yi quickly responded. Only then did Yang Kai take them out, and when they came outside the cave, Yang Kai found that Yang Yan was still setting up a formation not far away. His movements were extremely fast. Obviously he didn't want to give up at the last moment. After discovering that Yang Kai had walked out, Yang Yan let out a deep breath, and his movements, which were not slow at all, were much faster. In the cave, the martial artists who followed Wu Yi also ran out after receiving the news, and stood behind Yang Kai and Wu Yi solemnly. Hey, how did that little dwarf come here? He still walks like a crab, it's really hopeless. Yang Kai looked forward in amazement. Among the crowd, there was an existence that stood out from the crowd. He has a short stature, and his head is less than his chest. When he walks, he just wants to walk like a dragon and a tiger. He looks like Xie Hongwen, who is arrogant and rampant. At that time, Wu Yi and others came back from collecting ore, and just arrived at Gloom Star. The ore of that battleship was snatched by this Xie Hongwen. Yang Kai also knew that this little man Xie Hongwen was very fond of Wu Yi. He spoke rudely, saying that one day Wu Yi will be a member of his Xie family, and that his coming this time should be related to Wu Yi. Xie Hongwen is not tall, but he walked in the front, looking extremely eye-catching. The elders and priests of the Heike family followed behind him, and there were 2 strong men at the Void Return level, who should be from the City Lord's mansion. Hearing what Yang Kai said was interesting, Wu Yi couldn't help but sneered, but she quickly restrained her smile. She knew that now was not the time to laugh. the masters of the city lord's mansion came. Xie Hongwen also came. It seems that this time the family she made up her mind to get rid of Yang Kai, and her expression immediately darkened. Yang Kai discovered Xie Hongwen, and Xie Hongwen also discovered the situation here. At a glance, Wu Yi seemed to be standing beside Yang Kai very supplely, his eyes almost burst into flames, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bitch, when you are so noble, it turns out that you are just pretending." Knowing what was annoyed in his heart, Ian quickly said, "Young Master Xie, that young man named Yang Kai should not be underestimated. Although his realm is not high, his fighting power is unimaginable." The Shu families. Understood, you've said it dozens of times, and my ears are almost calloused. Since I have come forward, he will definitely die today. You can just watch and don't worry about the rest. Xie Hongwen he waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Ian's words. The two Void Returning Realm followers who came over also showed disdainful expressions, looking at Ian with contempt, thinking that a small family is a small family, and occasionally encountering a martial artist who can leapfrog to fight will be astonishing. It is really short-sighted. In the Shadow Moon Palace, there are many disciples who can leapfrog to fight. If a second-level saint-level disciple is pulled here, he can also defeat you elders who have entered the third-level holy level. What's more, this time the two return to the Void Realms are here, and this place will soon be razed to the ground. Ian sighed secretly, and didn't dare to say more, lest it would be annoying, but his heart was extremely bitter. He didn't expect that he would bring Xie Hongwen here. A few days ago, he brought a lot of gifts to the city lord's mansion, but he saw the city lord Fei Zhitu and reported the matter here. Fei Zhitu didn't take it seriously at all. If it wasn't for a coincidence that he met Xie Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news at the city lord's mansion to this day. Moreover, Xie Hongwen brought the experts here not for his Heike family, let alone for the Shu family to uphold justice, he did it for Wu Yi. Hearing that Ian said that the woman he was looking for got mixed up with a man of unknown origin whose strength was only at the first level of the Holy King, Xie Hongwen was furious and immediately brought two masters over. No matter what, I have invited someone anyway, which made Ian's mental balance a little bit, but after today, Wu Yi is afraid that life would be worse than death. Regardless of Xie Hongwen's ugly appearance, short stature, and extremely distorted personality, any woman he likes is bound to get his hands on it. Once someone else gets his hands on it, the consequences will be disastrous. He once fell in love with a young lady from a small family, and said that he would bring the dowry to pick him up the next day. How could he know that in order to escape this fate, the young lady slept with the man he liked that night and lost her innocence? Body. The young lady of that family thought that she could escape Xie Hongwen's murderous hands by doing this, but Xie Hongwen didn't pay attention at all. He killed the man, and he also brought the young lady back to his residence. Wantonly she was ravaged and humiliated, and a month later, she even took off all her clothes and threw her in the crowded Sky Fortune City. The young lady couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide in the city. No one dared to claim her body until it rotted away. Another month later, the family where the young lady belonged to was inexplicably wiped out. Although there were no clues, anyone who knew it would know that it was Xie Hongwen who did it. It can be said that this Xie Hongwen's character has been distorted to the point of being hopeless. Ian doesn't know what fate awaits him for the Heike family. He just hopes that Wu Yi will clean up and not lose her innocence as early as the young lady of that family. If it is still perfect, there is still room for maneuver in this matter. If not, Ian couldn't imagine what kind of storm the Heike family would face. The elders and priests in the clan all looked unhappy, trembling, apparently also recalling Xie Hongwen's bad deeds before, and worried about what would happen to them because of Wu Yi's matter. Xie Hongwen's face was gloomy, and they didn't dare to take a breath. Not far from the cave, Xie Hongwen's gloomy face suddenly dissipated. He stared blankly at Yang Yan who was setting up the formation over there. His dark eyes showed a light of surprise. He laughed and said, "Not bad, there are still a beauty. It seems that this trip is really right." Although Yang Yan is wearing a loose black robe, his proud figure is unstoppable, and his small face is also delicate and beautiful, which is very suitable for Xie Hongwen's appetite. His eyes are constantly lingering on Yang Yan, the heart is hot, wishing to snatch Yang Yan and Wu Yi now and leave immediately. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1140 What kind of power is this? Thinking this way in his heart, Xie Hongwen was about to rush over to grab someone, but just as he took a step, he was stopped by one of the two Void Returning Realm experts. "Master, there is something weird ahead, it should be a really powerful formation." The warrior frowned, staring at the huge space in front of the cave, sweeping back and forth with his consciousness. When he came, Ian also told them about the annihilation of more than a dozen Saint King 3-level fighters from the Shu family, but everyone didn't take it seriously, thinking that even if there is a formation, its power is limited and it cannot stop returning to the void. They were bombarded indiscriminately, but when they got closer, they realized that the formation was clear and brilliant. Is it weird? Xie Hongwen was not stupid, he nodded and said, well, then I won't go up, so as not to fall into their tricks. At this moment, Yang Yan had finished what she was doing, and quickly retreated to the cave, hiding behind Yang Kai, her delicate body trembling. Wu Yi took her hand and patted it gently. Xie Hongwen withdrew his gaze that had been following Yang Yan, and squinted at Wu Yi, sneered, with a ruthless look on his face, and raised his voice. Wu Yi, don't say that I won't give you a chance. If you are sensible, come back with me obediently. I can let the past go. If you are not sensible, don't blame me for being cruel. Although Wu Yi's face was pale, she still said, you are dreaming, you want me to go with you, unless you kill me. Okay. Not only was Xie Hongwen not angry, but he laughed. He was really angry when he learned that Wu Yi and Yang Kai were getting mixed up, but now he saw a Yang Yan who was better than Wu Yi. The depression immediately dissipated a lot. This time, not only can he get Wu Yi, but he can also get this exquisite and plump beauty. Xie Hongwen is naturally happy that he can kill two birds with one stone. He no longer paid attention to Wu Yi, but looked at Yang Kai, and said coldly, boy, you are so courageous, you dare to take advantage of this son and woman, no matter where you come from, you are dead, just roll over here obediently kowtow to admit your mistake, call a few times grandpa, I will give you a pleasure, if you can also give that woman to me, I might be able to save your life. Yang Kai frowned, he had seen the second-generation ancestor a lot, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Xie Hongwen. It seemed to him that anything, as long as he said a word, others would have to compromise. First let Wu Yi go back with him obediently, and then let himself roll over obediently. Who does he think he is? This person can only talk big. Yang Kai looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi said contemptuously, the brain is not normal. Well said, the brain is indeed not normal, it should be the psychological distortion caused by the physical disability. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Seeing his calm and breezy appearance, the tension between Wu Yi and everyone seems to have dissipated a lot. On the other side, when Xie Hongwen said that he wanted to let Yang Kai go, Ian actually said, young Master Xie, this person has an unknown origin and forcibly occupied the Dragon Cave Mountain of my Haike family. Kill this person. Now that he decided to kill Yang Kai in the bud, lest he grow up and threaten the interests of the Haike family, Ian would not let Yang Kai go easily. As for Wu Yi, since he had already left the family anyway, it was not Haike. It is none of his business what kind of fate the family members will encounter when they are brought back by Xie Hongwen. My son wants you to tell me what to do. Xie Hongwen gave Ian a sideways look, and Ian was embarrassed, and he didn't dare to say anything. Immediately, Xie Hongwen yelled angrily at the cave again, the boy is so courageous. Not only did he take advantage of my wife's ideas, but he even dared to take other people's family territory. You don't think much of my Shadow Moon Hall, don't you? Do you know that the Haike family is the peripheral force of my Shadow Moon Palace? If you want to fight, there is so much nonsense. Yang Kai didn't bother to talk to him, this guy's brain is not normal, no matter how much he said, it would be a waste of saliva, and in the end he still had to see the truth. Okay, my son will let you know the fate of offending me today. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. That woman should be yours, right? Xie Hongwen pointed to Yang Yan, how dare you get involved with my son? Woman, I will steal your woman, I will let you see how I can satisfy her, then don't feel inferior. Saying this, he yelled softly, Hong Zhen, catch that kid here for me, you dare to offend me, you really turned against him. The Void Return 1-layer expert named Hong Zhen frowned, and said hesitantly, my lord, there is a formation over there. What's wrong with the formation? Just a few small formations stopped you. Then what do I need you for? Xie Hongwen jumped up, if you can't do it alone, you can go up together, I don't believe it, that trash formation how can I stop you? Hurry up and catch him, I'm going to throw him on the ground, step on his face, and piss on his face. Hong Zhen's face was so gloomy that he was about to drip water. Void Return First Layer is considered a strong player in the entire Gloomy Star, after all, the strongest here is only Void Return Third Layer. But he was ordered to protect Xie Hongwen, and he could not refuse his order. The other void returning realm looked at him, as if he wanted to say something. Hong Zhen waved his hand and said, "I'll try it, if it doesn't work, you can go together again." Okay. The man nodded and didn't say much. Only then did Hong Zhen walk towards the cave step by step. His consciousness burst out, and he searched around, but the more he searched, the more frightened he was. This space was like a quagmire, and there was no response when his consciousness fell into it. He immediately knew that he had underestimated the power of this formation. It was too late to retreat at this moment, and he had clearly entered the range of the formation, but what he didn't expect was that the other party had no intention of opening the formation, and he didn't know if it could not be activated. And the young man at the first level of the Holy King on the opposite side actually came straight over, which surprised and delighted him. "Sister Yang Yan, start the battle." Wu Yi nervously grabbed Yang Yan's little hand. The last time a dozen people from the Shu family were easily beheaded by Yang Kai because they fell into the formation. Void Return Realm greeted him. Wu Yi was naturally worried. There is a big difference between Void Return First Stage and Saint King First Stage. Even if Wu Yi has great confidence in Yang Kai, he doesn't think he can win this master named Hong Zhen. Yang Yan shook his head. Yang Kai said not to open the formation. Why? I do not know either. She soon knew why Yang Kai didn't want her to activate the formation, because Yang Kai was the first to shoot at Hong Zhen, and the long sword tumbling with magic flames appeared leisurely, and a jet black sword glow slashed towards Hong Zhen. Yang Kai clearly wants to test his fighting power. Overestimating one's abilities. Hong Zhen sneered, and punched out a punch without fancy, and with that punch, the atmosphere within a radius of 100 meters suddenly changed, as if even the space was stirred up. Yang Kai's expression changed. Although he knew that there was a huge gap between the Saint King third layer and the Void Returning Realm, he never thought that the Void Returning Realm expert's attack would be so strange. The power brought by that fist was not strong, but when Hong Zhen punched, Yang Kai felt a strange feeling, as if he was wrapped by an invisible force, and the speed of his own Saint Chi was instantly reduced. As he descended, it became much more difficult to move his figure than before, and even the speed of the pitch-black sword glow dropped sharply. His strength was suppressed a lot at once. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai was slightly startled. Although he had met many Void Returning Realm experts along the way, he had never fought against someone at this level, and this was the first time. He suddenly discovered that Void Return Realm fighters seem to have a very special power that can suppress low-level opponents, and he doesn't know whether this power is unique to Hong Zhen, or all Void Return Realm masters. He was eager to know what kind of power it was. On Tongshuan continent, if he encounters problems in cultivation, he can still ask Meng Wuya and others to solve his doubts, but here, no one can help him. If he wants to solve his doubts, he must kill a Void Returning Realm martial artist, absorb his understanding of the Tao of Heaven and martial Tao, only in this way can he understand the mystery of this power. Thoughts turned sharply, but there was a raging wind over there. Violent wind blade shot out from Hong Zhen's fist, broke through the pitch-black sword light, and hit Yang Kai in an instant. If the strength is not suppressed, Yang Kai can still dodge, but now, his movements are much slower than usual, and when he senses the wind blade is coming, he can't dodge it. The wind blade contains extremely violent power. Yang Kai believes that no matter how strong his physique is, he will definitely be injured if he eats it. Wu Yi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Bitch maid. Xie Hongwen jumped up and cursed again. Wu Yi's worry about Yang Kai made him very unhappy, and he secretly decided in his heart that he would strip her clean and ruthlessly ravage her in front of dozens of people later. After a while, he abandoned her again, and told her to know what would happen if he offended him. On the other hand, Yang Yan's expression was indifferent, and he didn't even intend to activate the formation. Boom! With a sound, the huge wind blade slashed at Yang Kai's body, and Yang Kai's body quickly retreated. Hong Zhen originally thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, but he soon discovered that there was a purple shield in front of Yang Kai. The purple rime flowed on the shield, and the aura was compelling. At first glance, it was not a low-grade good thing. The wind blade slashed on it without leaving even a trace. Void-level secret treasure. Hong Zhen's eyes lit up, with a greedy look in his eyes. With his eyesight, he can clearly see the grade of this secret treasure, and he also knows that this secret treasure has not been completely refined, and the time for this young man to obtain it should not be too long. If a void-level secret treasure that has not been completely refined is snatched, one's own strength will definitely increase greatly. Excellent. Yang Kai looked at his purple shield, shook his body, calmed the blood rolling in his chest, and praised without hesitation. Boy, you are not bad. Hong Zhen sneered, but he was surprised in his heart, because if it was an ordinary Saint King first-level warrior, even if he had a defensive secret treasure, he should have suffered some injuries at the very least, but the opponent was completely unharmed. Injured? No wonder he can leapfrog the ranks to fight, beheading the third level of the Holy King. Judging from his performance, he does have this ability. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1141 Potential. In front of the cave, Yang Kai waved his arms and found that there seemed to be invisible silk threads entangled around his side, restricting his movements, not only making his movements not smooth, but also blocking the flow of Saint Qi. This is such a strange feeling, so that he could not exert his full strength, and he had to take out his purple shield to defend Hong Zhen's first punch. Although the purple shield has not been fully refined and cannot exert its full functions, it is after all refined from the carapace and inner alchemy of a 9th-level monster combined with various virtual grade ores. It is extremely strong and can withstand floods attacks or normal. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai couldn't detect what the power that restrained him was, so he could only ask Hong Zhen. Hong Zhen laughed loudly. Ignorant child, how dare you be so rampant without even knowing the situation? Momentum. Yang Kai frowned. Momentum. I also have momentum. Saying this, his aura exploded, but what disappointed him was that his aura was fundamentally different from Hong Zhen's, not that his aura was weaker. On the contrary, in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, Yang Kai the aura at this moment is simply earth-shattering and breathtaking, but Hong Zhen's aura is drizzled, which is much inferior. But only Yang Kai himself knows that the momentum Hong Zhen said is completely different from the momentum he understands. They are two things. The momentum he erupted can't disturb him at all. Suppression. This is the Void Return Realm. It's amazing. Yang Kai's eyes are fiery. Not only did he not panic and discouraged, but he was fighting with high spirits. Shaking his head to dispel his excitement, Yang Kai raised his purple shield and greeted Hong Zhen. Come, let me see what your momentum is. He simply put away the magic flame longsword and assumed a defensive posture. Although he just fought once, Yang Kai already knew that with his current combat power, it was impossible to kill a Void Return Realm. Even if he used golden blood, it might not be possible. That kind of power is very mysterious, but this Hong Zhen thought it is impossible to kill him. He has a purple shield, he can tear the space, even the third layer of Void Return cannot kill him. Seeing Yang Kai's posture, Hong Zhen knew what he wanted to do, and was furious. Void Returning Realm has absolute suppression ability against Saint King Realm. I didn't expect this young man with only Saint King Realm to use himself to study potential. Without mercy, one after another of the wind blades flew over, and the wind blades covered the sky and covered the ground, densely packed like locusts passing through the territory, and there was a sharp whistling sound as they cut through the space. Okay, just cut him to pieces like this. Xie Hongwen clapped his hands and laughed loudly, completely forgetting that he was clamoring to step on Yang Kai and piss on his face just now. Wu Yi's face turned pale, and she couldn't help screaming. This move made Xie Hongwen gloat even more. Many warriors who followed Wu Yi couldn't bear to wait and see, turned their heads sadly. They felt that Yang Kai was dead, and they couldn't survive this round of attacks. Yang Yan curled his lips and muttered softly, if the secret treasure I refined can break even the attack of the Void Return first layer, then I won't need to refine it in the future. The voice was so small that no one heard it, not even Wu Yi who was standing next to her. Boom boom boom. A violent sound came out, and Yang Kai's position was surrounded by flying sand and rocks. His vision was blocked, his figure retreated again and again, and hit a big rock heavily. The big rock was instantly torn apart. Yang Kai's throat was sweet, and he took a mouthful. Blood mist sprayed out. The power of the wind blade didn't hurt Yang Kai at all, but the huge impact force still caused him to shift some of his internal organs. Hong Zhen's eyes narrowed, as if he didn't expect the shield's defensive ability to be so good. Before Yang Kai recovered, he stepped out. His body was still standing in place the moment before, and he suddenly came to Yang Kai the next moment. In front of him, he waved his fist at close range and blasted towards Yang Kai's forehead. The movement that involved Yang Kai, and the momentum that suppressed his power suddenly became stronger, and Yang Kai felt that he had no way to make defensive actions before Hong Zhen's attack hit. In desperation, the unfinished space blade was thrown out. Two spatial cracks quickly hit Hong Zhen's waist and abdomen. Although Hong Zhen didn't know what kind of attack it was, he instinctively sensed a trace of danger, and the thick Saint Yuan bulged all over his body, forming a protection outside his body. The fist still smashed down like a thunderbolt. But after such a short delay, Yang Kai had already raised the purple shield. There was a loud noise, and Yang Kai flew far away like a paper kite with a broken thread. Hong Zhen frowned, and looked intently at the place where he was attacked just now, and suddenly found that there was nothing there, and there was no sign of injury. He shook his head, wondering why he had such a horrifying illusion just now. Looking at Yang Kai again, Hong Zhen was speechless. Although this young man at the first level of the Holy King looked extremely embarrassed, he didn't suffer much damage at all. All his attacks were blocked by him with the purple shield secret treasure. The injuries he suffered were only some shocks of strength, it's just the injury. And at this moment, not only did he not show much horror, nor did he intend to run away, but he was also in high spirits, with a happy smile on his face, and waved to Hong Zhen again. Looking for death, Hong Zhen was so furious that he dealt with a Void Returning Realm and a Saint King Realm, not only failed to kill him in a short time, but was provoked by him again and again. The behavior is intolerable to the individual. His own momentum exploded, once again covering Yang Kai, but the next moment, Hong Zhen showed an inconceivable expression, because around the young man's side, there was an aura similar to the momentum, although it was very weak and different, but Hong Zhen can be sure that it is the embryonic form of Shi. As long as he is given enough time, he can form his own Shi. How can that be? A few tens of breaths ago, he was obviously still asking himself what power is, why can he do this now? Just through the fight just now, he figured it out. Thinking of this, Hong Zhen trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. If this is the case, then this kid is really against the sky. Even if I was promoted to the Void Returning Realm 10 years ago, I slowly found out the potential under the guidance and support of the elders in the sect. Until now, I have only just started, not even a small Chengdu. Moreover, only the Void Returning Realm can find the threshold of potential. If you don't enter the Void Returning Realm, you can't touch such a thing as potential. How did he do that? Actually already vaguely understand what momentum is. Come on. Seeing Hong Zhen's changing expression over there, Yang Kai couldn't help urging, what are you doing, do you want to fight? Not only he was urging, but Xie Hongwen was also urging, constantly clamoring for Hong Zhen to General Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai care about him now? Now he can't wait to have a good fight with Hong Zhen, or to be beaten by him severely. If you can figure out the situation in this way, what's the point of being beaten up? Hong Zhen took a deep breath, and didn't rush to attack Yang Kai. He suddenly turned his head and said, Senior brother, let's attack together, his secret treasure is too powerful, I can't break his defense. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it was someone else, he would not ask his senior brother for help, but Yang Kai is too terrifying. If such a person is not beheaded today, once he grows up, he will be an invincible existence. So he asked his senior brother for help without hesitation. The other Void Returning Realm who had been guarding Xie Hongwen's side all this time looked at Hong Zhen in surprise, but didn't ask any further questions, just nodded slightly and said, okay. Saying so, he walked out. Everyone is dumbfounded. A first-level Void Returning Realm dealt with a first-level Void Returning Realm, and even invited a helper, and this helper was also at the first-level Void Returning Realm. Ian was shaking all over his body, although he didn't understand the situation, but he also knew that Yang Kai was really not easy to mess with. He suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. He didn't know if he would offend Yang Kai to death this time. Is it a blessing or a curse? Seeing that the two Void Return stages had arrived, Yang Kai frowned, with a hint of disappointment on his face, and hurriedly retreated to the entrance of the cave. He can't handle one Void Return Realm, let alone two together. Once you fight with them, unless you tear the space and escape, you will definitely be killed. Let's start. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put away the purple shield, and greeted Yang Yan. Okay. Yang Yan nodded, and made a few strange seals into the formation outside the cave. In an instant, the space outside the cave swayed a layer of ripples, but it soon returned to calm. Hong Zhen and his senior brother looked solemn, and their spiritual sense kept scanning, but they were surprised to find that before the formation, they could still feel some danger, but after the formation, they could not detect anything. Scanning over there, the situation over there can be seen at a glance, and there is nothing wrong with it, but everyone knows that once falling into the formation, there is absolutely no good fruit to eat. What are you doing in ink? Quickly break the formation, and bring those two women to me. Xie Hongwen yelled. The two Void Returning Realms looked helpless, and then they sacrificed their own secret treasures and fiercely attacked the open space in front of the cave. The secret treasures of the two are not low-grade, all of which are low-grade secret treasures. The 12 flying knives that Hong Zhen uses look like secret treasures. Each flying knife has a high-grade Holy King grade. Higher, even in a straight line, constantly bombarding the position where the formation is located. And the secret treasure used by Hong Zhen's brother is even more powerful, an octagonal mace. Every time it hits the position where the formation is located, the ground shakes. The formations arranged by Yang Yan are usually invisible, but once they are attacked, some traces will still be exposed. If the person who breaks the formations is not proficient in the formations, they will only use brute force to break it. It can be said that almost 99% of warriors when encountering formations, they are all broken in this violent way. This method of breaking formations is laborious and tedious, and sometimes even if they break formations, they will be backlashed by formations. Only a few those who understand the formation will find the location of the formation gate and break through it in an elegant way. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1142, Outside the Cave of Longshe Mountain, two void-returning first-layer powerhouses wantonly swayed their Saint Yuan, attacking the open space, constantly wearing down the formation formed by Yang Yan. Wu Yi clenched her fist nervously, and said in a trembling voice, "Yang Yan, deal with them quickly." The last time it was Yang Yan who was in charge of the formation, assisting Yang Kai to kill the Shu family's Saint King Realm masters, but none of the Shu family left. Wu Yi thought that Yang Yan could do what he did before again. Yang Yan shook his head, and said, "If they enter the formation, I'm sure that they won't be able to get out, but if they don't enter, I can't help it. The formation method has this kind of disadvantage. Although it is powerful and unpredictable, if others are more careful and do not enter the range of the formation method, no matter how powerful the formation method is, they will be powerless. Then what should we do?" Wu Yi panicked. Yang Yan smiled slightly. "It's okay, that formation is for others to break." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise, and immediately knew that the formation over there was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Yang Kai was sure that if Hong Zhen and his senior brother broke the formation that they saw now, they would continue to move forward. If it is, it will definitely fall into a more powerful formation. The most timid Yang Yan is calm and relaxed at this moment. How can Yang Kai not see the tricks in it? It's ridiculous that the two void-returning realms didn't know anything about it, thinking that breaking those formations would accomplish great things. Boom boom boom. Hong Zhen's 12 throwing knives and the octagonal mace of another void-returning realm expert kept bombarding the formation, making the formation look shaky, as if it would collapse soon. Xie Hongwen seemed to be tired of shouting, and he was waiting there expectantly at the moment. His eyes were fiery, sweeping around the two girls, Yang Yan and Wu Yi. Those obscene eyes made people extremely uncomfortable. The patriarch of the Heike family, Ian, and several elders stood on the sidelines, with smiling faces, making Wu Yi feel nauseated. Before the formation here was broken, another group of people suddenly came from more than 10 miles away. "Huh, why is there a fight over there?" Among the group of people, a strong void-returning realm leader called out in surprise. Others can hear it for more than 10 miles. That person must have provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. A middle-aged man who followed behind him looked in the direction of the cave, secretly happy in his heart, but with a desolate look on his face. He cried, "Lord Luo, that kid acted recklessly. A few days ago, he beheaded more than a dozen people from the top to the head of my Shu family, and at least the master from the bottom. My Shu family suffered heavy losses. I also ask Master Luo to uphold justice and avenge my Shu family." Luo Qing nodded lightly. "I know, Patriarch Shu also did me a small favor back then. The reason why I came here with you this time is to ask Patriarch Shu for an explanation. If the young man is acquainted, it's fine. If he doesn't, we have to teach him a lesson." Luo Qing bit the word "shall" busy very hard, obviously reminding the other party that it is okay to help, and he will never go all out. "Thank you, Lord Luo, thank you, Lord Luo." A group of people, led by the middle-aged man, kept thanking Luo Qing. This group of people is obviously the warriors of the Shu family. When the news of the annihilation of the patriarch and the elders came back to the Shu family, they immediately knew that they could not take revenge with their own strength, and immediately rushed to heaven. Yuncheng asked for help. That middle-aged man Xu Zhibing is the cousin of the head of the Shu family, Xu Zikun, who only has the second-level realm of the Holy King, and Luo Qing is the master of returning to the virtual realm invited here. Xu Zhibing is very self-aware. He knows that with his own ability, he can't ask the city lord Fei Zhitu to support justice. Facts have proved this point. He didn't take his words seriously. How could he care about the grievances between the small families? If Ian happened to meet Xie Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news at the city lord's mansion. Xu Zhibing didn't go to the city lord's mansion, but went directly to Luo Qing, because Xu Zikun did Luo Qing a small favor back then, and for this reason, Luo Qing would not stand idly by. Sure enough, Xu Zhibing invited Luo Qing over, and rushed to Longshe Mountain aggressively, but before he reached the cave, he heard the sound of a fight. The group speeded up, and soon arrived in front of the cave. Looking forward, Luo Qing let out a little surprise, and quickly walked up to Xie Hongwen and saluted, "I've seen Mr. Xie." Xie Hongwen was urging brother Hong Zhen to quickly break the formation. When he heard the voice, he gave Luo Qing a sideways glance, and said in surprise, "Aren't you the guard of the Jubao Tower? What are you doing here without guarding the Jubao Tower?" Luo Qing quickly said, "Returning to Mr. Xie, I had some friendship with the patriarch of the Shu family who died here before. This time, I was entrusted by someone to come here to find an explanation for the murderer for them." Xie Hongwen snorted, "I'm also here to stand up for someone else. Okay, it's just right, you go too, and help Hong Zhen and the others smash the broken formation, and there will be rewards for breaking it. Those two trash is really useless, such a broken formation has been fought for a long time." Although Luo Qing was working as a guard in Jubao building, he was also a member of Shadow Moon Palace after all, so he naturally dared not listen to Xie Hongwen's words, nodded and said, "Young Master Xie, you dare not disobey your orders." Having said that, Luo Qing also sacrificed his own secret treasure, and quickly walked forward, preparing to attack the formation together with senior brother Hong Zhen. On the other side, Ian saw that Xu Zhibing also brought a void returning realm master over, and went forward to say hello with a smile. Xu Zhibing exchanged a few words with him, but he was puzzled. He didn't know why the Heike family would compare himself. "I found experts to deal with Yongkai earlier, although I couldn't figure it out, I didn't ask too much. Now the Shu family is not as good as before. It is still possible to ask for some benefits from some of their territories." Facing such a neighbor, Xu Zhibing can only be very humble, begging for perfection, and hope that Ian will not be too extreme in his life. Ian is naturally very happy, although he felt a little uneasy before, but now Xu Zhibing has brought another void return stage over. Killing Yongkai is already a certainty. Killing Yongkai this time can satisfy Xie Hongwen's obscene desires. The Heike family will flourish, and it will be just around the corner. It would be even better if Xie Hongwen can bring Wu Yi back. The status of the family will rise, and it is not a dream to break into the Shadow Moon Palace. I just hope that Xie Hongwen will not kill Wu Yi in a fit of anger. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Hong Zhen shouting in dissatisfaction, "What are you doing?" With a shout of anger, everyone turned their heads to look over there, and immediately saw an extremely strange scene. The Void Return Realm Master Luo Qing, invited by Xu Zhibing, was staring blankly at the entrance of the cave, holding his secret treasure in his hand, and didn't pour Saint Yuan into it. Judging by his appearance, it seems that he has never attacked block the crowd's formation. Hong Zhen's void returning senior brother also looked displeased, and reprimanded him, "If you don't help, then step aside, the two of us are enough. Anyway, this formation will be broken soon, one more you is not much, you are missing a lot." Just now Xie Hongwen belittled the strength of the two of them, which made Hong Zhen and the Void Return Realm annoyed. Now that the formation is about to be broken, he is of course unwilling to share this credit with Luo Qing. Wait, Luo Qing seemed to have discovered something terrible. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he quickly stopped Hong Zhen and his brothers from continuing to attack. "Luo Qing, don't be shameless, what are you trying to do?" Hong Zhen was furious. "What's going on?" Xie Hongwen's face also became gloomy. "My lord, this guy not only doesn't help, but actually obstructs us, he's really out of his mind." Hong Zhen said immediately, "I suspect that he is in the same group as that young man." "Really?" Xie Hongwen looked at Luo Qing coldly. "No, Mr. Xie, listen to my explanation." Luo Qing was startled, waved his hands quickly, thought for a while, walked to Xie Hongwen's side, and whispered a few words in his ear. No one knew what he said. Xie Hongwen's face suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously, "Really?" "It's absolutely true." Luo Qing nodded heavily, and said in a low voice, "Don't be impatient, Mr. Xie. I'll notify Elder Qian right now." After finishing speaking, without waiting for Xie Hongwen's reaction, he immediately took out the secret treasure of the compass used for communication, and poured spiritual thoughts into it. "Bastard!" Xie Hongwen knocked Luo Qing's communication secret treasure to the ground, looked at Luo Qing gloomily, and then glanced at Yongkai from a distance, his expression extremely gloomy. Hong Zhen and another Void Return Realm didn't know what happened. They looked at each other and stopped attacking. "What are they doing?" Yang Yan looked this way curiously, with an anxious look. I'm still waiting for them to break through. There seems to be some disagreement. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out either. He only knew that Luo Qing had been staring at him just now, as if he recognized him, but Yang Kai was sure that he had never seen this person, and never had. What have you done with him? Yang Kai's memory has always been good. If he really met this person, he must have an impression. This sudden change not only confused Yang Kai and others, but Ian was also extremely confused. The vague sense of crisis in his heart was much stronger at this moment. He carefully looked at Xie Hongwen and found that this person in Tian, the young master who did all kinds of crimes in Yuncheng, actually had a difficult expression of a war between heaven and man at this moment, as if he had encountered some difficult choice. Ian was terrified, thinking that the young man named Yang Kai had a lot of background. Otherwise, what is Xie Hongwen worried about? If it weren't for the young man's great background, with his temper and character, he would definitely not let it go, but this young man doesn't seem to be someone with a background. Ian felt anxious. But soon, Xie Hongwen made a decision, and yelled at Hong Zhen with a ruthless look, "What are you doing stopping? Did I tell you to stop? Keep beating me." Yes, brother Hong Zhen and his brother agreed, and once again launched an attack on the formation. "No, Mr. Xie." Luo Qing turned pale with shock, and stopped again. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1143. Here comes Qian Tong. Life is so hard. The power outage at 6 o'clock last night has not come yet. The laptop's battery has been exhausted by me. I came to the internet cafe again. The update is late, forgive me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. But no one listened to his words at all. Xie Hongwen even kicked him rudely. Go away. Xie Hongwen's strength is not high, but facing his kick, Luo Qing didn't dare to evade. He was kicked back several steps. He stood firm, and said anxiously, "Mr. Xie, Elder Qian, you can come as soon as you want. Please wait for a while, Mr. Xie, otherwise the elder will blame you, and the disciple will not be able to bear it." Quote, presumptuous. Xie Hongwen was completely irritated by Luo Qing, looked at him with a hostile face and said, "It's not up to you to tell me what I'm going to do. If you dare to talk too much, I'll kill you." Luo Qing's face turned cold, and he really didn't dare to say anything. Although he is a Void Return Realm expert in Shadow Moon Palace, he doesn't have much backing, so he can't fight Xie Hongwen at all. He could only turn around and shout to Yang Kai, "Friends, if you hold on for a while, you'll be fine, just hold on for a while." Yang Kai frowned and looked at him, really confused, and shouted, "We know each other." Luo Qing shook his head, "I don't know." Yang Kai sneered, "I don't know each other, why do you help me?" Luo Qing looked embarrassed, knowing that what he did made Yang Kai suspicious. He thought about it, and explained, "My friend, you haven't seen me, but I have seen you. Elder Qian Tong spread your image throughout the entire Sky Fortune City. In the shop of the Shadow Moon Hall, we were told that if we meet friends, we must treat them well, and I, Luo Qing, am the guard of the Jubao building, so I have seen the images of friends." Qian Tong. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and soon understood what was going on. It must be the previous 2 transactions he made with Qian Tong that made him notice him. The first 2 transactions with Qian Tong were large transactions, and Yang Kai also sold him a lot of Holy King level artifacts. It must be make him feel like a good customer. After all, the strongest refiner on Gloomy Star is only a low-grade virtual treasure, and the high-grade Holy King level secret treasures he sold are of great value, and they don't have to worry about sales, which can greatly improve the strength of several warriors. But it's not right. Even if this is the case, Qian Tong doesn't need to be so cautious. Yang Kai even felt a hint of flattery in it. Yes, it's flattery. He also intentionally spread his image throughout the entire Tianyan city's properties belonging to the Shadow Moon Palace, and asked people in those properties to treat him well when they met him. Isn't this flattery? I am a loner, and I only entered the 3rd level Holy Realm when I was dealing with him. What is he doing to curry favor with me? Yang Kai is not an idiot, although he doesn't say how meticulous his mind is, but at least he is still flexible and quick-witted. But after thinking about it, he immediately understood that it is not himself that Qian Tong wants to please, but the people who refine those secret treasures. In other words, he is actually flattering Yang Yan. It's just that Qian Tong probably doesn't know the existence of Yang Yan. Maybe he thinks that there is a very powerful master craftsman behind him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded lightly, cupped his fists at Luo Qing and said, my friend kindly accepts, but there is no need to bother Elder Qiantong about this matter, we can handle it ourselves. He doesn't like to owe favors to others, even if Qiantong has no malicious intentions. If he owes others favors, it will be difficult to refuse any requests from others in the future, especially Qiantong has plans for him. The conversation between the two was heard by others, and Xu Zhibing fell to the ground as soon as his body went limp, and those members of the Xu family were also pale and trembling. Xu Zhibing didn't expect that he would finally invite Luo Qing with some kindness in the past, and it would be like this. Yang Kai and Elder Qiantong are both related, so how could he care about his mere Xu family? If he had known this earlier, he would have said nothing to invite Luo Qing. The patriarch and the elder priests died as soon as they died. There are still some people in the Xu family whose bloodlines are still alive. The vitality was also snuffed out by himself. It's ridiculous that the other party doesn't come to kill him all over the house, and he actually wants to seek revenge from him. At this moment, Xu Zhibing wished he could bump his head to death on Longshe Mountain. After learning that Yang Kai and Elder Qiantong knew each other, not only the Xu family was panicked, like a concubine, but everyone in the Haike family was also sweating. Ba Qingyan took out his own handkerchief and kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. En's face was like dead ashes, his face was convulsed and trembling, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. He finally understood why he always felt uneasy, and it turned out to be the case. He thought that if he got on the boat of Xie Hongwen, the Haike family would have a smooth sailing, but what is Xie Hongwen in front of Qiantong? The former is just a dandy, and he is doing mischief outside because his father is a deacon of the Shadow Moon Palace, but Qiantong is the elder of the Shadow Moon Palace. Even Xie Hongwen's father didn't dare to speak loudly in front of Qiantong, let alone Xie Hongwen himself. It's over now. Ian's eyes were covered by a layer of gloom, he lost his previous look, and his lips turned blue. Knowing this, how could he go to death to offend Yang Kai, and even hold the idea of killing Yang Kai as soon as possible? His Haike family had countless opportunities to make good friends with Yang Kai, but no one could grasp it, and no one saw the situation clearly. Only Wu Yi, Yu Feng and others made the most correct choice. But they have all left the family, and they are no longer members of the Heike family. Everyone put on the expression of dead parents, what do you want to do? Xie Hongwen was full of anger, stretched out his big foot and kicked Ian, and then kicked Xu Zhibing who was lying on the ground, kicking him like hell curled up on the ground like cooked shrimp. Catch! At this moment, the formation outside the cave was suddenly broken. Xie Hongwen was overjoyed, and shouted, at any cost, kill that kid for me. Brother Hong Zhen was stunned for a moment, and quickly realized what Xie Hongwen's idea was. He wanted to kill Yang Kai before Elder Qiantong arrived. If Yang Kai was alive, they would definitely be punished by Elder Qiantong, and even expelled from Shadow Moon Palace, but if Yang Kai died, even if they were punished, there would not be too bad consequences. After all, dead people are worthless, and Elder Qiantong wouldn't really kill the two of them at the Void Return Realm just because of a dead person. What's more, Xie Hongwen and his father are still supporting them when the sky falls. It's just following orders. Thinking of this, senior brother Hong Zhen didn't hesitate anymore, they stepped out and rushed towards the cave, murderous and wanton, looking at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead person. You dare! Luo Qing was shocked, he never expected Xie Hongwen to be so ruthless and decisive, and it was too late when he realized something was wrong and wanted to stop him, so he could only watch Hong Zhen and brother Hong Zhen rush out. A sneer appeared on Xie Hongwen's face, and he snorted coldly, fight with me, you are still a little tender. Ian also showed a surprised expression like a dead tree in spring. Xie Hongwen's actions really surprised him, but it was definitely the result he wanted to see the most. His scruples were the same as Xie Hongwen's. Brother Hong Zhen's figure was as fast as lightning. Before they reached the cave, the powerful force had already covered them, obviously they wanted to kill Yang Kai with one blow. Yang Kai smiled coldly at them, the smile was meaningful, and made Hong Zhen's heart beat a little. Not good, there is still a formation. Hong Zhen suddenly saw the woman in black gown playing a few seals, and suddenly realized that something was wrong, and was about to retreat with his senior brother, but heard a voice that made him feel terrified, crackling sound. Open! Yang Yan yelled, and the scenery in front of the cave changed drastically in an instant. A thick layer of mist suddenly filled the place, obstructing people's sight. Brother Hong Zhen and his brother fell into the mist. The room disappeared. Yang Yan changed his handprint again, and shot out a few holy yuan, and the sound of yelling and violent energy fluctuations came from the mist immediately. The last time the Shu family came, Yang Yan's formation was only a defensive formation, but in the past few days, she has added a killing formation to it. Relying on these formations alone can't kill the 2 void return stages, but if Yongkai goes in again, Hong Zhen will definitely have nothing to eat. Luo Qing stared blankly. Until now he didn't understand why Yongkai said that. It turned out that he really didn't need his help. That magical formation could completely trap Hong Zhen and the others, and even hurt them. As for killing 2 Void Return Realm, Luo Qing is not optimistic about Yongkai. Void Return Realm and Saint King Realm are 2 completely different realms. No matter how talented a martial artist is, it is impossible to overcome the return at the Saint King Realm. Virtual environment. Let's do it, Yang Yan said lightly. Yongkai nodded, and the long sword with demonic flames in his hand appeared again. Before he could rush into the formation, a roar suddenly came from afar. Stop! Hearing this voice, Xie Hongwen trembled, with a frightened look on his face. Qian Tong is here. Yongkai frowned. He didn't expect Qian Tong to come so fast. He rushed into the formation without even thinking about it. The moment his body fell into the mist, he dissipated the magic flame long sword in his hand, and instead forced out a drop of golden blood. The drop of golden blood exuded soaring vitality and energy fluctuations. Even if it was covered by the formation, there is still some breath coming out. He had to fight quickly before Qian Tong arrived. Originally, he had no plan to do so, but the power of the Void Returning Realm powerhouse called Potential really made him curious. Now there are 2 Void Returning Realm players who have fallen into the formation. As long as you kill them, you can absorb their understanding of the way of heaven and martial arts, and maybe you can understand what power is. Once he understands this kind of thing, Yongkai will be even more powerful. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? As for Qian Tong, Yongkai didn't care. As long as he still wanted to make friends with the master craftsman behind him, he wouldn't fall out with him. Not to mention, this time he was forced to fight back, not killing people for no reason. So he used a drop of golden blood without hesitation, turning into thousands of golden lights, and shot at the position where Hong Zhen and the 2 were standing. The golden ons were extremely fast at the beginning, but the next moment, they seemed to have fallen into the mud, and their speed shuddered. Yongkai knew that this was influenced by the momentum of those 2 people. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1144 No More Shu Family. Yongkai didn't expect that the power of the Void Return Realm powerhouse was so powerful. Hong Zhen's 2 brothers fell into Yang Yan's formation, and they didn't care about their heads, and they were able to hinder their own golden blood attack. This strengthened his determination to kill the 2 of them. Following closely behind Wan Dao Jinmang, the magic flame long sword in his hand appeared again. The people outside the formation were stunned when Yongkai rushed in, and soon, they heard the screams and curses of senior brother Hong Zhen, and immediately there was a violent energy fluctuation from a certain place, and a figure suddenly shot out from inside. The one who flew out was Yongkai, who was in midair, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and shone a dazzling golden light under the afterglow of the setting sun. Also extremely unstable. Everyone could see that his chest seemed to have sunken a lot. Yongkai. Wu Yi's face paled, and she rushed up to catch Yongkai. The force of the collision made her retreat more than a dozen steps before barely standing still. The figure was not stable. Yongkai spewed out another mouthful of golden blood, then waved his hand at Wu Yi, grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth, sat down cross-legged, the sunken chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye come over. The scene was silent, except for the sound of Hong Zhen and his brother gasping for air in the area covered by the mist. They were still alive. But what happened to them, except for Yang Yan, no one could see. Who was still doing it? A figure descended, with a terrifying aura, sweeping all directions. Everyone who was swept could not help shivering. Xie Hongwen's body trembled like chaff, and he didn't dare to speak at all. Elder Qian. Luo Qing hastily stepped forward, cupped his fists and saluted Qian Tong. Well, where is nephew Yang Xian? After Qian Tong fell down, he was the first to ask about Yongkai's situation, but before Luo Qing could answer, he found Yongkai who was healing over there. Knowing that Yongkai was seriously injured, his already gloomy old face became even more gloomy, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Behind Yongkai is a void-level artifact refiner, and Master Green of Shadow Moon Palace is running out of time. If a suitable replacement cannot be found before Master Green passes away, then all void-level secret treasures of Shadow Moon Palace will have to come from other people. If it is purchased by a certain faction, if it is damaged, you have to find a virtual level craftsman from another faction to repair it. This is not just a matter of a virtual level craftsman, it is related to the capital of the entire Shadow Moon Palace in dealing with other forces. If the fate of a virtual level secret treasure is caught by others, Shadow Moon Palace will have to pay an unimaginable price. So he rushed over as soon as he received Luo Qing's summons. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for Yang Kai. He had already sent Yang Kai's video, but there was still someone with him. Go against it, eat the bear's heart and leopard's guts. Seeing that Yang Kai was injured, he immediately wanted to step forward, but he stopped before moving, his eyes staring at the position of the formation in shock, his eyes shrank, and he lost his voice and said, Master level formation law. He is stronger than Hong Zhen and the others, and has a wider knowledge. He can tell at a glance that this formation is not something that ordinary people can arrange. Even with his spiritual cultivation, he can't see everything inside. On the other side of the cave, there were many people around Yang Kai, staring at him vigilantly. Qian Tong suddenly understood that they were very wary of him, and it might not be a good thing to go up at this time. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted, Nephew Yang, the old man has a rose pill here, which has some effect on healing. If you don't mind it, please take it quickly. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and threw a jade bottle over. He understands that Yang Kai has no way to answer his own words now, or even make any response, but he must make his position clear, so that those people around Yang Kai will not be too nervous. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Wu Yi, Yang Yan and the others relaxed their nervous expressions a lot. Wu Yi reached out and took the jade bottle over, and said politely, Thank you, senior. She acted calmly, with a calm expression, but in fact, there was already a storm in her heart. Rose pill, a top-grade Holy King level pill, the main material is a high-grade Holy King level blood-colored rosé. The material is not difficult to find, but it is extremely difficult to refine. It is already very difficult for a false level low-grade alchemist to refine 10 furnaces of rose pills. Not bad. The difficulty of refining this kind of healing pill is no less than that of the low-grade virtual pill. How could this Qian Tong treat Yang Kai so well? What is the relationship between the two? Even taking out such things as the rose pill, if she hadn't personally brought Yang Kai back from the starry sky, knowing that he came from the outside world, Wu Yi must have suspected that Yang Kai was the son of an elder in Shadow Moon Palace. Just as he was about to take out the rose pill and give it to Yang Kai's weak voice sounded in his ear, No need. Of course he can't use Qian Tong's elixir. The healing elixir he took just now was refined by himself, although the grade is slightly lower than that of Qiangwei elixir, but with his physique, even if he doesn't take the elixir, there is no serious problem. As long as you cultivate for a while, you will heal. The reason why he took the elixir was that he was not sure what position Qian Tong would stand on. If he stood on the opposite side, he would have to fight again. Fortunately, Qian Tong showed his kindness to him as soon as he came, which made Yang Kai feel good about him, no matter what his purpose of showing his kindness to him is. Anyway, Yang Kai didn't feel his malice. What's going on? Let's talk about it carefully. Qian Tong's face darkened again, his eyes rolled around the trembling Xie Hongwen, and he looked at the formation again, before he asked Luo Qing lightly. Luo Qing didn't dare to hide anything, so he told what happened before. Hearing that Xie Hongwen dared to kill Yang Kai after he learned the order he had given, Qian Tong was so furious that he slapped him with a slap. Under the eyes of everyone, Xie Hongwen was sent flying and turned around. After several laps, he fell to the ground. Elder Qian, Xie Hongwen's liver and gallbladder were broken, several teeth fell out of his mouth, his cheeks were swollen, but he didn't dare to complain, he just yelled pitifully. If you didn't have a father who was a deacon, you would definitely die today. Qian Tong gave him a cold look. Xie Hongwen heard the words, a trace of resentment flashed deep in his eyes, but he still kowtowed like garlic. Thank you Elder Qian for not killing, thank Elder Qian for not killing. Since Qian Tong said so, it means that he will not kill himself. Xie Hongwen came back to his senses, only to find that his clothes were soaked. Don't thank me in a hurry. I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. Nephew Yang Xian has to decide your life or death. Qian Tong snorted coldly. Xie Hongwen was dumbfounded, never thought that the boy whom he looked down upon before could actually control his own life and death now. When he thought of his attitude and way of treating him before, Xie Hongwen wanted to cry without tears. If it fell into the hands of that kid, would he still be okay? It's just what is his origin, why does Elder Qian Tong protect him so much? Not only Xie Hongwen can't figure it out, but the Shu family and the Heike family can't figure it out. Wu Yi Yufeng is also confused. Although they can't figure it out, they know that this time the crisis is over, and they all look excited, all smiles. The Shu family, Qian Tong turned his attention to Xu Zhibing, who was lying on the ground, and said calmly, "From now on, there will be no more Xu family." Xu Zhibing passed out completely, and the other Xu family warriors also turned pale. They were originally a small peripheral family attached to Shadow Moon Palace, let alone a big man like Qian Tong. Even if Xie Hongwen wanted to destroy their Xu family, they would not have the power to resist. Everyone in the Xu family felt regretful. If they didn't want revenge, they could at least leave some blood and property to the Xu family in order to make a comeback in the future. But today, Qian Tong's words made the Xu family a thing of the past. Yes, this disciple can do it. Luo Qing nodded, and said to those Xu family warriors, "Come with me." The warriors of the Xu family knew that the future was difficult, but they dared not disobey. They separated Xu Zhibing, who was unconscious, and followed Luo Qing with 1 foot deep and the other shallow, and gradually drifted away. The Heike family. Qian Tong turned to look at Ian again. Ian was shaking all over, and hurried forward. "Ian has met Elder Qian, please forgive Elder Qian." Ian was confused for a while, "Please forgive Elder Qian." Qian Tong smiled coldly. "Your lives are left for the time being, how to deal with it will wait for nephew Yang to speak. Revenge is only interesting if you report it yourself. He has already killed the Xu family with 1 sentence, if he kills the Haike family again, where will Yang Kai's anger vent?" Yang Kai was puzzled, how could he talk about other things with him? Hearing what Qian Tong said, Ian's face was gloomy. He felt that there must be no good end in Yang Kai's hands, and the bitterness in his heart was filled with Coptus Chinensis. At this moment, Yang Kai stood up, although his face was still a little pale, but the fluctuation of the Saint Yuan on his body had calmed down. "Close the formation," Yang Kai ordered Yang Yan. Yang Yan nodded, and the next moment, the diffuse mist disappeared, and an open space in front of the cave appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing the tragic situation of the 2 brothers Hong Zhen, everyone took a breath. Just now, Yang Kai was sent flying out, and he looked seriously injured. They thought senior brother Hong Zhen was fine, but after looking at it now, they realized that senior brother Hong Zhen suffered much more serious injuries than Yang Kai. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it can be said that their entire bodies were riddled with holes. Hong Zhen lost an arm, and Hong Zhen's senior brother also lost a thigh. Wait and see. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he still underestimated the void return stage. He thought that using the golden blood and the support of Yang Yan's formation, killing the 2 of them would definitely be easy to catch, but at the moment of the attack he realized that he was wrong. The power of momentum is amazing. The superimposition of the 2 of them not only interferes with their movements, but also slows down their attack speed, allowing them to perceive the direction of their attacks in advance. If it weren't for the use of golden blood, Yang Kai couldn't hurt them at all. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1145 Qian Tong's Overture. It took a drop of golden blood to beat the 2 seriously, taking advantage of the situation to cut off their hands and legs. This deal was a huge loss. Yang Kai was full of annoyance. A drop of golden blood is equal to 3 months of penance for him, and it can't just be blown by a strong wind. Brother Hong Zhen and his brother should not have much fighting power at the moment, and they can be easily killed by anyone who enters the Holy Realm, but now that Qian Tong has come, Yang Kai is of course impossible to kill them in front of him. If the void-returning realm master of Shadow Moon Hall really did this, Qian Tong would definitely have an idea in his mind. Looking at the 2 brothers Hong Zhen regretfully, Yang Kai walked towards Qian Tong. "Nephew Yang Xian, I've surprised you. I'm ashamed that I'm late." Qian Tong came up to meet him, and said with a look of fear. As he said that, he looked around the cave quietly, for fear that the non-existent virtual level crafting master behind Yang Kai would not be satisfied with his attitude, and he was very annoyed in his heart. For the future, Xie Hongwen, a bastard, drags himself back. It is really stupid. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be in any danger to his life, and he wasn't even seriously injured, and the void-grade artifact refiner hadn't shown up until now, which made Qian Tong feel a little more at ease. For Shadow Moon Palace, he must have already shown up. He has not shown up until now. Obviously he has great confidence in Yang Kai. The more Qian Tong thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct, and his expression became more cautious. It's no wonder that Qian Tong couldn't think of the truth of the matter. It can only be said that the existence of Yang Yan is too heaven-defying, and it is impossible for Qian Tong to think that she is the virtual level refiner he wants to win over. Elder Qian is getting serious. This junior is fine. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Qian Tong gave him a good impression, even if he showed his favor to him for other purposes. It was human nature. Qian Tong didn't ask for it, conspiring against him and wanting to gain a foothold on Gloom Star. There is no harm in associating with him, an elder of the Shadow Moon Palace. So Yang Kai lowered his posture a lot, one junior at a time, and Qian Tong was determined to hear it. It's so good, it's so good. Qian Tong heaved a sigh of relief. This rose pill, Elder Qian, please take it back. This junior still has some medicinal pills for healing, and I can't use it for the time being. Elder Qian kindly took it. Yang Kai said, and handed the rose pill back. Qian Tong's eyes flickered for a moment, and he immediately understood that Yang Kai didn't want to owe him a favor, and he didn't force it. He laughed and took Qiangwei pill, thinking the same thing. There is a master craftsman behind him, although he doesn't know alchemy, but he is good. There must be a lot of things. Why would you care about a mere healing pill? Nephew Yang, the Shu family, I have already sent a message to ask Luo Qing to deal with it, which will definitely satisfy you. The Haike family seems to have some relationship with you, so I will let my nephew handle it. Qian Tongren old and mature, he naturally knows what to do with what to do. Just now, he didn't do it for him because he saw many warriors from the Heike family standing on Yang Kai's side. He doesn't know the others, but he knows Wu Yi, and he also knows that this is the most qualified disciple of the Haike family. Yang Kai nodded his thanks, and glanced at Ian faintly. Ian's face was pale, and he walked forward tremblingly, stood with his head down, and said in a trembling voice, I'm waiting for you to come. My Haike family is not only poor in hospitality, but also if you offend, please respect and punish. Yang Kai snorted coldly, secretly felt that Ian was simply clever but was misunderstood by cleverness. If he begged for mercy honestly now, for the sake of Wu Yi and others, he might really not pursue it, but he actually claimed that the hospitality was not good enough, obviously regarded himself as a guest who came to Longshe Mountain in his house. There is no reason in this world for a guest to embarrass the host, it is untenable in righteousness. Qian Tong also heard the meaning behind the old guy's words, couldn't help but sneered, and simply closed his eyes, not bothering to see his ugly appearance. Although the members of your Haike family have never directly touched me, I will never show mercy to those who dare to provoke me. Yang Kai looked at Ian coldly, and Ian's body softened and he almost fell to his knees. However, Yang Kai changed the subject, I don't care whether you are dead or alive, if you want to live, go ask Wu Yi yourself. Ian was stunned for a moment, and then his surprise turned into joy, and he knelt down on the ground with a thud. Thank you for not killing me. He knew that the Heike family would not perish. No one knew Wu Yi's temperament better than him. As long as she begged Wu Yi herself, she would definitely not kill the family members. After all, she was also a member of the family. Get lost, Yang Kai shouted heavily. Yes, yes, yes. Ian quickly got up and walked towards Wu Yi, already thinking about how to ask Wu Yi. Nephew Yang Xian has a kind heart, which I admire. If I am an old man, I will kill him immediately. Qian Tong laughed. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but did not speak. It is impossible for him to kill Ian and the others in front of Wu Yi. If he kills them in battle, it's fine. Now that they don't resist, it's meaningless to kill like this. No matter how shrewd Ian's calculations are, his strength there, Yang Kai will not be afraid of him. Nephew Yang Xian, and this little bastard, you see how to deal with it, the old man supports you unconditionally. With one hand, Qian Tong grabbed Xie Hongwen, who had a swollen cheek and lost half of his teeth, and threw it in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai squinted at Xie Hongwen, his expression indifferent. But Qian Tong was keenly aware that there was a strong murderous intent flashing in the depths of his eyes, and he was terrified. He hadn't shown any murderous intent to Ian just now, and now he would behave like this when facing Xie Hongwen. That means he really wanted to kill someone. It doesn't matter if Xie Hongwen died, but he also has an old man who is the deacon of Shadow Moon Palace. Once Xie Hongwen is killed, there will definitely be some troubles. The subtle expressions on Qian Tong's face did not hide from Yang Kai's observation at all. If Qian Tong remained indifferent, he would really kill someone. The Shu family's performance these days perfectly explained the truth of this sentence, but Qian Tong's insignificant change of expression made Yang Kai understand that killing this Xie Hongwen would be extremely difficult even for Qian Tong. How much power can a deacon have? Even the elders are afraid. Yang Kai suddenly realized that what Qian Tong was afraid of was not Xie Hongwen's father, but the people behind Xie Hongwen's father, just like he showed his favor to him. In fact, the person he wants to make friends with is not himself, but the person who refines high-level secret treasures. Wanting to understand these, Yang Kai already cares about it. Xie Hongwen brought 2 Void Return Realm to find trouble. If he didn't rely on Yang Yan's formation, even if he could tear apart the space and escape this time, Wu Yi and Yang Yan would end up miserable. This matter can't be just like this, never mind. Seeing that Yang Kai's murderous intent was getting more and more intense, and it seemed that he was about to make a move, Qian Tong jumped up and kicked Xie Hongwen to the ground, cursing, "You bastard has thrown away my Shadow Moon Hall. Do you think that you can do anything with a father who is a deacon? Do you believe that this old man will kill you now to clean up the Shadow Moon Hall?" Xie Hongwen's complexion changed drastically. He crawled back quickly, hugged Qian Tong's thigh and cried, "Elder Qian is kind, this disciple knows that I was wrong. Elder Qian is kind, this disciple knows that I was wrong, and this disciple will never dare again. This time I will go back and retreat in the Shadow Moon Palace. I beg the elders to spare me." Qian Tong quietly looked at Yang Kai's face, and found that his murderous intent hadn't diminished at all. He sighed in his heart, knowing that if he couldn't satisfy Yang Kai, Xie Hongwen would definitely die today, and angrily shouted, "Just because you are a saint king, I have not been so bold as to ignore the heroes of the world. It seems that it is a big mistake to assign you 2 guards in the Void Return Realm. I just killed those 2 bastards." Saying this, he suddenly raised his hand and shot out 2 bursts of energy, attacking Hong Zhen and Brother Hong Zhen, who were panting and recovering from their injuries. Brother Hong Zhen managed to escape from death with great difficulty. Although one lost his arm and the other lost his thigh, but no matter what, his life was saved. Just when he was rejoicing, he suddenly heard Qian Tong say such words. After he reacted, those 2 energies had already hit the front door. "Elder, don't." Hong Zhen turned pale with shock, and just as he finished speaking, a hole suddenly appeared on his head, and the expression in his eyes quickly dimmed. His senior brother in the Void Return Realm was also killed on the spot. Xie Hongwen was stunned, a foul smell overflowed from his crotch, his face was as pale as paper. Yang Kai was also stunned. He didn't expect Qian Tong to actually kill those 2 Void Return Realm. Hearing Qian Tong's words just now, Yang Kai thought he was secretly reminding himself that Xie Hongwen had a powerful father who asked him to forgive others. Yang Kai also made up his mind to ask Xie Hongwen for some benefits, and he didn't really intend to kill him, but in the blink of an eye, the 2 Void Return Realm were dead. Dazed for a moment, overjoyed, he quickly used the power of the world-exterminating demon eye to suck the souls of those 2 people into his sea of consciousness without anyone noticing, and a golden light purified them. He used a drop of golden blood, failed to kill the 2 with the help of Yang Yan's big formation, and was annoyed that he had lost a great opportunity to understand the situation, so Qian Tong made himself perfect. But soon, Yang Kai knew why Qian Tong was so decisive. The Hong Zhen brothers and sisters are already disabled. Even if they don't die, they don't have much future in the future. There is no panacea in this world that can regenerate a severed limb. To appease Yang Kai's anger with the lives of 2 Void Return Realm with no future, and to give Xie Hongwen a glimmer of life, Qian Tong did his best. Sure enough, after senior brother Hong Zhen died, Yang Kai's gloomy complexion finally eased. Qian Tong secretly let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know that Yang Kai's complexion softened not because of what he thought, but because of the 2 returnees. The soul of the Void Realm Master has been purified by him, and he can finally understand what power is. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1146 Unexpected Joy. Chapter 1146 Unexpected Joy. With a light cough, suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Yang Kai said lightly, "Since the culprit has been executed, then today's matter will end here, and please thank you son so that you can take care of yourself in the future." Yes, thank you brother, thank you elder. Xie Hongwen cried bitterly, "Thanking you constantly." "Go away," Qian Tong yelled angrily. Xie Hongwen quickly stood up, his legs trembling, and he quickly flew towards the distance. He didn't dare to stay here anymore. If he stayed, his life might be lost. After a dispute was settled, everyone was very satisfied. Yang Kai got the souls of 2 Void Return Realm powerhouses, and he was able to study the situation by absorbing their insights into the Tao of Heaven and Martial Tao. He was naturally happy. As for Xie Hongwen, he had to sell money to save face. He really wanted to kill Xie Hongwen. Qian Tong is afraid that he will turn against him, and the gain outweighs the loss. Qian Tong managed to save Xie Hongwen, and he was very satisfied, thinking that although Yang Kai is young, he knows how to advance and retreat, which is very good. This is a hello me hello everybody hello ending. Elder Qian, thank you very much this time, this junior will remember it in my heart. Yang Kai clasped his fists and thanked him seriously. He knew that if Qian Tong hadn't arrived quickly, he would definitely kill this time, and Xie Hongwen would definitely die. Xie Hongwen was dead. I can't get a foothold here, there are still a lot of void spirit crystals under the Dragon Cave mountain. Just for this, Yang Kai also has to thank Qian Tong, he gave himself enough buffer time. Nephew, you are being polite. Qian Tong laughed loudly. I didn't do anything, but my nephew, the dragon and the phoenix, actually seriously injured Hong Zhen and the others with his cultivation at the first level of sainthood. His future achievements are limitless. It's not my credit, I just borrowed the power of the formation. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qian Tong had a clear look, and looked at the formation a few more times, but now that the formation has not been opened, he can't see any tricks. He was secretly shocked, guessing that the person behind Yang Kai is not only a void level a craftsman, or a formation master. His guess was completely correct, but he didn't guess the right person. The secret treasure was refined by Yang Yan, the formation was arranged by Yang Yan, and people were under Qian Tong's nose, but Qian Tong didn't know about it. Is there a good place for my nephew? Qian said, if there is no good place for you, I can recommend you to go to the Shadow Moon Hall. With my nephew's qualifications, you will definitely become a core disciple if you enter the Shadow Moon Hall. I just don't know, can my nephew see it? Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking, he shook his head slowly and said, no need, it's good for me to live here, the kid is used to being loose and doesn't understand etiquette, if I really want to enter some big sect, I'm afraid there will be troublesome jokes. Qian Tong smiled slightly, and immediately stopped entangled in this issue. He knew that if he continued to entangle, his efforts just now might have been in vain. He glanced into the cave intentionally or unintentionally, but didn't speak, waiting for Yang Kai to invite him in. Sit in the cave. When he thought about it, the void-grade artifact refiner and formation master behind Yang Kai must be resting in the cave, and if he went in by himself, if he was lucky, he might be able to meet him. He didn't speak, and Yang Kai had nothing to say. He was still in a hurry to go to retreat to study what is called potential. How could he say anything else? He just didn't open his mouth to see off the guests. The two stared at each other for a while, seeming to feel quite embarrassed. Wu Yi has met Elder Qian. At the critical moment, Wu Yi came over with Yang Yan, saluted Yingying, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Okay. Qian Tong smiled and nodded. Are you a disciple of the Heike family? Yes, but Wu Yi has left the family and now follows senior brother Yang. Wu Yi replied softly. Okay, following nephew Yang must have a better future than being in the Heike family. The little girl has a good vision, work hard, and it is best to restrain nephew Yang's body and mind. Old things, this is a bit disrespectful. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Wu Yi's small face also turned red, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, Wu Yi's thin willow posture, I'm afraid he is not worthy of senior brother Yang. She didn't underestimate herself. After seeing Yang Kai's ability, she really felt that there are very few people who can match Yang Kai. Anyway, she must not be able to do it, and she doesn't think much about men and women. Qian Tong said casually, and she just answered casually. This is. Qian Tong cast his eyes on Yang Yan again. If he could follow Wu Yi, his status in Yang Kai's circle must not be low, and Qian Tong should not be neglected. This is my junior sister. Yang Kai didn't wait for Yang Yan to speak, and took the initiative to introduce. Both Wu Yi and Yang Yan looked at him in astonishment. Oh, so it's my nephew's junior sister, not bad. She's still a saint-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai specially added. Qian Tong's eyes lit up, he seemed to be very happy, and he laughed loudly. You are already a holy level craftsman at such a young age, it seems that my nephew's future achievements will not be inferior to yours. That's right, junior sister is very powerful. Yang Kai nodded quickly. I thought those disciples in the sect were already very good. Only when I saw you two brothers and sisters today did I know that the disciples in the sect are really unsightly. It's a pity. The Moon Palace will be fine. If we want to join any force in the future, we will definitely choose Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong laughed and nodded with satisfaction. So, I will wait for the good news of my nephew. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't intend to keep him as a guest, Qian Tong didn't want to talk anymore, so he said goodbye to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Didn't go far, and suddenly turned back again. Elder Qian, what else can I order? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Qian Tong Dao. Nephew, do you want to participate in the auction of Jubao building? Auction. Yang Kai frowned. He had never participated in such a thing as an auction, and he had no interest in it. What he wanted to do most now was to retreat and study potential. When he was about to refuse, he saw Wu Yi. Both Yang Yan and Yang Yan looked expectant, and then changed their words. When will there be an auction? Qian Tong took out a golden invitation card from his space ring, handed it to Yang Kai and said, the time and place are all above. If you have time, you can go and see. Even if the things there are not eye-catching, it's good to join in the fun. Yes, of course, if my nephew has something good, he can also sell it. The price of the things sold at the auction is much higher than usual. Yang Kai took the invitation, didn't look at it carefully, handed it to Wu Yi directly, and said, if you have time, let's go and have a look. Okay, the old man will also go at that time. My nephew can report the name of the old man. After Qian Tong finished speaking, he left again. When he was far away, Yang Kai looked around and found that the people of the Hai Kei family had disappeared, and he didn't know where they went, but Wu Yi would definitely not embarrass them. Yang Kai, why are you telling him that I am your junior sister? Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Come in and say. Yang Kai waved at her with a very mysterious look. Outside the cave, Yu Feng and many disciples of the Hai Kei family looked at Yang Kai with admiration, astonished him as a heavenly man. To seriously injure two Void Return Realm, even with the help of the power of the large formation, not everyone can do it. There were too many people just now, and everyone was quite calm, and it was only now that they showed their admiration and shock. All go to practice. Yang Kai waved at them, led Wu Yi and Yang Yan into his own stone room, and let them sit down after closing the stone door. Seeing Yang Kai's solemn appearance, Wu Yi and Yang Yan couldn't help but look serious, knowing that he had something important to say, otherwise it would never have been the case. Are you wondering why Qian Tong is so nice to me? Yang Kai asked the doubts in their hearts. Yes. Wu Yi nodded. He is good to me for a reason. Yang Kai turned his gaze to Yang Yan, because of you. Wu Yi thoughtfully said, because of Yang Yan's formation. Yang Kai shook his head, because Yang Yan can refine virtual treasures. What? Wu Yi was shocked. Since she came here, Yang Yan had never refined a secret treasure, and had been arranging formations, so she didn't know that Yang Yan still had such a skill, and now she was told by Yang Kai. She immediately understood why Qian Tong had that attitude towards Yang Kai. However, although Qian Tong knew that there was a void-grade artifact refiner behind me, he didn't know that that person was Yang Yan. Maybe he wanted to come. That person was my master. Yang Kai said his guess. I understand, he treats you well because he wants to make friends with the person he imagined. Wu Yi nodded. That's right, I didn't know that the most powerful craftsman in Gloomy Star was only a low-rank void. If I knew, I wouldn't sell those secret treasures. Now it's too late to understand. Fortunately, the craftsman of this level has money. Tong didn't dare to offend, he could only win over, so we are not in danger. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yang Yan, and said in a deep voice, in the future, you can no longer advertise yourself as a void-grade artifact refiner like before. His strength is too low. Once someone finds out, he will definitely be taken away. Yang Yan pouted. Even if I spread the word, no one would believe it. A few days ago, she helped people refine weapons in the artifact refining pavilion in Tianyan City, and she also stated her level as an artifact refiner. Unfortunately, no one was willing to believe her, and no one was willing to use virtual level materials for her to forge weapons. No matter what, we can't say that anymore anyway, otherwise, we will all be destroyed. Yang Kai's tone increased, remember. I know. Yang Yan nodded. Yang Kai was helpless. He found that he and Yang Yan were completely two kinds of people. He wished that others would not know his level of alchemy master. The less he underestimated himself, the better, but Yang Yan spread it all over the world, but nothing happened. This world is really bad. Strange. No wonder you told Qian Tong specifically that Yang Yan is a saint-level artifact refiner, and that she is your junior sister, so that's the case. Wu Yi had an exquisite mind, and she guessed Yang Kai's intentions at once. That's right, Qian Tong already had a preconceived idea, thinking that behind me is a master who is a virtual-level craftsman. In this case, it is normal to have a junior sister who is a saint-level craftsman. To be continued. If you like this work, welcome to Mobile Phone Network. To subscribe, give rewards, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1147 Black-Bellied Yang Yan. Yang Kai believes that once he said that, Qian Tong must be more convinced. As long as he does not doubt, then his side is absolutely safe. With his protection, at least there will be no more troubles from the Shu family like before situation happens. I understand. Wu Yi nodded. Go out if you understand. I'm going to retreat. Yang Kai waved at them. Brother Yang, the auction in Jubaolo. Wu Yi asked, pursing her red lips lightly. You really want to go? Yang Kai frowned. What he didn't expect was that not only Wu Yi nodded, but even Yang Yan looked expectant. Go if you want, there is no need to stop this kind of thing. In Yang Kai's mind, the auction is a place to open their eyes. It is also good for them to see the world. Wu Yi comes from a small family, even if he has some knowledge. Compared to those disciples from wealthy families, Yang Yan had such a miserable life before. She must be a woman who has never seen the world, so she will naturally be interested in the auction. What about you? Wu Yi asked. If I don't come out of the retreat, I won't go, you just be careful. Oh, Wu Yi responded, and then walked out with Yang Yan. Yang Kai closed the stone room, sat cross-legged, and immersed himself in the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness world, two groups of pure soul energy were suspended in midair, and Yang Kai transformed his own soul body, staring at them excitedly. This is the first time that Yang Kai has collected the spirit energy of a Void Return Realm expert. No Void Return Realm Master has ever died in front of him before, and he has never devoured a Void Return Realm Master's perception of heaven and martial Tao, so he doesn't know it all. Void Return Realm has the power of Shi. If he hadn't fought against Hong Zhen today, he might not have come into contact with Shi a long time ago. This kind of magical power made him yearn for it. However, the strength of the Void Returning Realm Master sounded the alarm for Yang Kai. All along, he could defeat the Immortal Ascension boundary when he was fighting at the True Origin Realm, and he could defeat the Immortal Ascension boundary when he was in the Immortal Ascension boundary. Being able to defeat the Saint King Realm has now reached the Saint King Realm. He thought that it would be no problem to defeat the Void Return First Layer Realm, but now he realizes that he was completely wrong. There is an essential difference between the Void Returning Realm and the Saint King Realm. There is a world of difference, that is the potential. Sitting down cross-legged, pulling the two groups of soul energy to him, Yang Kai carefully and solemnly began to absorb their understanding of heaven and martial arts. If he used to absorb other people's soul energy for nothing, then he is now it is a rare opportunity to savor the aftertaste one bite at a time. If he doesn't take this opportunity to understand what is called momentum, he will still have no way to resist the next time he encounters the Void Return Realm. Time passed bit by bit, and Yang Kai had never devoured it delicately like this time. He wanted to squeeze out all the essence of these two groups of soul energy and burn it into the depths of his soul. 2 days later, the two groups of pure soul energy disappeared, and Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely understands what power is, but the strength of Hong Zhen and his brothers is not high, and they are only at the level of return to the void, so the understanding and use of power is only in an entry-level state. My understanding is based on the basis of these two people, so naturally I don't understand it deeply. Possession is not the momentum he mentioned before. Momentum is an intangible and insubstantial thing. It is the spiritual coercion of the strong over the weak. It is the temperament naturally formed by those who have been in high positions all the year round, and it is the killing intent that erupts involuntarily during battle. Momentum is determination and will, which is invisible and intangible. And it is only a component of potential. The posture of a Void Returning Realm Master is a kind of magical power that can be directly killed by the combination of momentum, saint element, and spiritual consciousness. This requires a warrior's understanding of martial arts and the way of heaven to reach a certain level before it can be formed. Potential is equivalent to an invisible aura, but this aura is real, and it also has strong suppression and lethality. Why can a Void Returning Realm expert easily kill a Saint King Realm? It was because of the absolute suppression of the momentum that Yang Kai couldn't kill the two Hong Zhen seniors with a burst of golden blood. It wasn't that his golden blood was not strong, but that the two people's momentum was superimposed, which greatly slowed down the speed of the golden blood. The power of the golden blood was weakened, and the direction of the golden blood's impact was sensed in advance, avoiding the fatal position. If not, they would have died long ago. It is difficult to understand the potential. Hong Zhen broke through the Void Return Realm for more than 10 years, and now he has just started in the potential. His senior brother is slightly stronger than him, but not much stronger. Moreover, Yang Kai also vaguely knew one thing, that is, only after a Void Return stage has achieved great success, will he have the opportunity to be promoted to the Void King stage. Even though Qian Tong has already returned to the third layer of the Void, Yang Kai estimates that his potential is not great, that is to say, no matter how hard he cultivates, how to improve the power of his own Saint Yuan, he will not be able to reach it before the potential is not great. The next realm, which is the biggest obstacle in front of him, is an obstacle that cannot be crossed. This is probably also an important reason why the number of Void King Realm powerhouses is so rare in the constant Luo starfield. After reaching this level of cultivation, it is no longer just an improvement in physical strength, but a comprehensive improvement in all aspects. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately began to study the counter-action. He discarded the dross of Hong Zhen's understanding of the counter-position, injected his own understanding and point of view, and tried to integrate his own momentum, Saint Yuan, and divine consciousness into one. When fighting Hong Zhen, he vaguely touched a trace of the mystery of power, but that touch was only a flash of inspiration. Now no matter how he thinks back, he can't remember the feeling at that time, and he can't help but feel a little annoyed. He experimented again and again, but still felt wrong, until 10 days later, Yang Kai had to give up his current research plan. He felt that his strength was still a little too low. If he reached the second or third level of the Holy King, it would be much easier. After all, this kind of magical power belongs to the void returning realm. It is a fluke that he can touch it now. Good luck. Yang Kai is not a person who likes to dig into the horns of the dead. After thinking of this, he immediately left the customs, and prepared to improve his cultivation level in the future, and then absorb more spirit energy of the void return realm masters to study the potential, then it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. As soon as he opened the stone gate, he saw Wu Yi running over excitedly, and shouted happily, "Brother Yang, you came out just in time." "What's so happy?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "Go to the auction in Jubao building." Wu Yi quickly replied. "Is it today?" Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that this was really a coincidence. "Yeah." Wu Yi nodded and approached Yang Kai, whispering in his ear, "Yang Yan refined a void-level middle-rank secret treasure, and a void-level low-rank secret treasure, which is going to be sold at the auction." "Is she crazy?" Yang Kai was shocked and shouted angrily, "Where is she?" "I'm here." Yang Yan's figure flashed out from behind. "What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously, "Didn't I tell you not to be too public? You are afraid that others will not follow you, why have you forgotten it in just a few days?" Yang Yan curled his lips and said, "As long as the three of us don't tell, who would know that this secret treasure was refined by me?" "That's too eye-catching." Yang Kai shook his head, "The most powerful refiner in Gloom Star is only a void level low grade, how do you explain it when you suddenly took out a void level medium grade 1? "No, Brother Yang." Wu Yi smiled slightly. "Although the level of the craftsman on Gloomy Star is not high, there are still some virtual level middle grade treasures here, and even virtual level top grade secret treasures, so a virtual level middle grade the secret treasure will not cause too much trouble." Yang Kai frowned, and immediately understood that the current level of artifact refiners and alchemists on Gloom Star is generally relatively low, but that doesn't mean it was the same in the past. Good secret treasures can be stored for thousands of years without being damaged. Gloom Star, there will definitely be some remnants in the world, maybe there are even virtual king-level secret treasures here, but even if there are, they should be the treasures of those forces, and they will not be used easily. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face turned pale, he nodded and said, "Although that's the case, there's no need to sell this kind of secret treasure, can't you keep it for yourself? If you don't sell secret treasures, where can you get Saint Crystal to buy materials for formation?" Yang Yan snorted, "We are all poor now, this auction is a rare opportunity." Yang Kai was right when he thought about it. Yang Yan's arrangement of the formation was indeed a waste of money, and thanks to her formation, he was able to stop Hong Zhen's two brothers last time. "What secret treasure was refined? Show me." Seeing that Yang Kai didn't object anymore, Wu Yi excitedly took out two offensive secret treasures, one was a soft whip and the other was a double-pronged thorn. The tail and pair of pincers of the monster red-tailed purple crab are refined, exuding bursts of energy fluctuations that make people palpitate, and the two things are beautifully refined, not only practical but also quite beautiful, both suitable for women use. Yang Yan is vicious, he purposely refined the secret treasure like this, isn't it to make those men bleed profusely? Yang Kai was secretly startled. "And Brother Yang, the reason why I support Yang Yan to sell these two items is also to make Elder Qian Tong more sure about the power of your non-existent master. Others don't know where our secret treasures come from. Elder Tong will definitely think that it was refined by your master, once he thinks so, he will only treat us better in the future." Wu Yi explained. Yang Kai nodded slightly, approvingly said, "Think carefully, if this is the case, let's go." Quote, seeing that Yang Kai agreed, Wu Yi and Yang Yan looked at each other and smiled. "How long will the auction start?" Yang Kai suddenly asked again. 3 hours, but it doesn't matter. I have already visited Sky Fortune City to say hello to Elder Qian Tong, saying that we have something to send for auction. When we get there, Elder Qian will arrange it. That's good. By the way, Wu Yi, do you know what pill is the most valuable? Yang Kai suddenly said again. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhong Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1148 Treasure Building. Yang Kai asked this question without thinking, and Wu Yi didn't think about it, and immediately said it like a treasure. The Qianyan pill that can repair the meridians, the resurrection pill that can repair the soul, and the rose pill that Elder Qian Tong brought out last time are all quite valuable, but if you want to say that the most valuable, it should be the congealing pill and the void pill. Nirvana, the latter can be said to be a priceless treasure, because it can help the void returning third layer realm expert to advance to the void king realm and increase the probability of promotion. Our gloomy star does not yet have warriors of this level, but the void returning third layer realm, but there are many. If you can get a void nirvana pill, it will not be difficult to find those big forces to exchange for a few prosperous cities. Wu Yi said, breathing quickly. Forget about that. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. Shu Ni pill is a low-grade pill of King Shu, not to mention Yang Kai's lack of materials. Even if he has enough materials, he can't refine it, but congealing pill can be refined, because congealing pill is only a low-grade pill of void, and it is not as good as Shu Ni pill. Ni Dan is a big difference. Brother Yang, why are you asking this? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. It's nothing, just wait a little longer, I'll come out right away. Yang Kai said before turning around and entering the stone room. Although Yang Yan and Wu Yi were confused, they waited obediently outside. After about half an hour, Yang Kai came out again and greeted, let's go. A group of 3 people happily walked towards Tianyan City. After Qian Tong came to show his power last time, Yang Kai believed that no one would come to Longshe Mountain to make trouble for him, so he can leave with peace of mind. On the other hand, asking Wu Yi and Yang Yan to bring 2 void-grade secret treasures to participate in the auction, Yang Kai is not at ease. Naturally he has to escort the past. He really wanted to know what price these 2 secret treasures could fetch. Saint King level top-rank secret treasures are worth 30,000 to 50,000 top-rank holy crystals, and virtual level low-rank secret treasures should be worth 200,000 to 30,000 yuan, right? Yang Kai had a vague calculation in his heart. If he sold these 2 secret treasures, he could purchase materials to arrange formations. Along the way, after listening to Wu Yi and Yang Yan chatting non-stop, Yang Kai realized that treasure building was not the property of Shadow Moon Palace at all. Treasure Julo is a force even stronger than Shadow Moon Palace. The nature of this force is somewhat similar to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, which spreads its business all over the entire Gloom Star, but there are some differences. It collects the world's treasures and holds a grand auction every once in a while. And the location of the auction is not fixed, it is held in turns in the sub-floors all over Gloomy Star, and this time it happened to be the turn of the Jubao building sub-floor in Sky Fortune City. The auction of Jubaolo can be said to be a grand event for the entire Gloomy Star, because before each auction, Jubaolo will make a big publicity, make some precious items into exquisite albums, and send them to those big forces' hands, to attract them to come to participate in the auction. It can be said that the auction of the Treasure Tower is a battle where various forces in the entire Gloomy Star gather to compete for financial resources, material resources and heritage. A virtual king-level defensive treasure appeared. According to rumors, that secret treasure was auctioned for a sky-high price of 500 million top-grade holy crystals plus 15 prosperous cities. Surrounded by Yang Kai's good nature, he was also extremely shocked by this number. After all, Gloomy Star is still too far behind, and there are too few secret treasures above the virtual level, which is why this outrageous price has been created. Yang Kai believed that on other cultivation stars, even if the Void King grade secret treasure was expensive, it would not be so expensive. The Void Nirvana pill also appeared once, and it seemed that it was bought by a big shot from Thunder Typhoon sect. Unfortunately, that person took the Void Nirvana pill, but he failed to break through to the Void King realm. It has slipped, and I don't know if it's true or not. Wu Yi sighed softly. Yang Kai looked indifferent. Although he didn't interrupt, he was basically sure that what Wu Yi said was true. After all, medicine pills are only auxiliary means. Although those medicines that can help warriors increase the chance of breaking through the big realm are expensive and difficult to refine, they are not omnipotent. It does not mean that after taking medicine, they will definitely be promoted. If a person's understanding of martial arts and heaven has not reached that level, no matter how many pills he takes, it will not help. On the contrary, if the understanding of martial arts and heaven exceeds that bottleneck, even if you don't take the pill, you will still be promoted when the time comes. Yang Kai himself is like this. His understanding of the Tao of heaven and martial Tao will always greatly exceed his current realm, so he has never used the pills he refined to advance his realm, and he has saved a lot of expenses. The great figure of Lei Taizong definitely didn't have a great understanding and use of power. If he did, he wouldn't waste a void nirvana pill. Not many people in the entire star field can refine this kind of precious thing, so it should be obtained through some other means. After a warrior fails to attack the bottleneck, he will also suffer from different degrees of backlash, ranging from serious injuries to serious declines in strength like that big shot from the Thunder Typhoon sect, and even more severe cases, he may even die. Therefore, if warriors do not have enough confidence in themselves, even if they reach a bottleneck, they will not dare to rush to the next level at will. This kind of thing can't be seen when the warrior's strength is low, so there are basically no such examples in Tongshuan continent. Even if there are, it is very rare. Yang Kai didn't gradually understand this information until he came to the star field. A group of 3, chatting and laughing, soon arrived at the Jubao building in Tianyan City. Standing in front of the majestic and towering palace, Yang Kai knew what a big deal is. This treasure-gathering building occupies the most prosperous area of Tianyan City, covering almost half of the street. There are people coming and going in front of the building, and there is an endless stream. An indistinct tyrannical aura overflowed from the treasure building, making Yang Kai feel awe-inspiring. There are at least 100 Void Return Realm experts in this building, but fortunately, those people came to participate in the auction, and they didn't deliberately target anyone, so Yang Kai didn't feel too uncomfortable. In front of the Jubao building, 2 Void Returning First Layer Masters stood with their hands down, their eyes as sharp as falcons, scanning the crowd. Yang Kai and his party had just stood firm, and one of them was wearing a light blue gown. He took a step forward and raised his hand to signal. Visitors stop. Jubao building is about to hold an auction, and it is temporarily closed to the public. If you want to buy something, please come back tomorrow. We are here to participate in the auction. Yang Kai said lightly, then turned to look at Wu Yi. He knew that to participate in an auction of this level, he must need an invitation card, and the invitation card Qian Tong gave him last time should be the certificate to enter the treasure building, and it is in Wu Yi's hands at this moment. Wu Yi seemed to be immersed in the grandeur of the Jubao building, thinking that she had the opportunity to participate in this level of auction. She was very excited, her face flushed, until Yang Kai looked towards her, then suddenly remembered the invitation and hurriedly searched in your own space ring. Haha, how come cats and dogs can participate in the auction of Jubao building? A loud laugh came from the side, and the contempt in the laughter was ready to come out. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, wanting to see who was so aggressive and was ridiculed as a cat or a dog for no reason. Yang Kai was of course upset. A young man in a white shirt who looked like a young man walked over, with a pair of ecstasy red phoenix eyes. The divine light was hidden, although there was a smile on his face. Anyone could see the disdain in his eyes. This young man was not very old. His figure Xinchong, also very handsome, with those ecstasy red phoenix eyes, is a character who can fascinate thousands of women. Yang Kai's heart trembled, because he found that this young man actually had the 3rd level cultivation of the Holy King, and he had a faint sense of oppression, and his aura was not inferior to Shuiyu from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Behind the young man were 2 long-breathed and introverted masters, who seemed to have a higher level of cultivation than Hong Zhen's brother. They were all dressed in black uniforms, with a big Chinese character flying and flying phoenixes embroidered on the chest. War, Zontian League, Wu Yi exclaimed, and quickly stepped aside. It turned out to be a member of Zon Tianmeng. No wonder he was young, but his strength was very strong. Yang Kai had been in Gloom Star for some time, so he naturally knew that Zon Tianmeng was one of the few big forces here. Moreover, among the younger generation of the Zontian League, there is a disciple with an aptitude against the heavens, Ku Chengfeng, and it is rumored that he has a pair of dianfeng eyes. If he guessed right, the young man in front of him should be Ku Chengfeng, who is famous throughout Gloom Star. Sure enough, the guard who blocked Yang Kai's way just now clasped his fists respectfully after seeing the young man. Young Master Ku, please come inside. Ku Chengfeng nodded lightly, glanced at Wu Yi and Yang Yan, stopped his pace with a light sigh, and said with a smile on his face, the 2 girls want to enter the Jubao building. Neither Wu Yi nor Yang Yan answered. Ku Chengfeng said self-consciously, I can't get in now, there is an auction going on inside, and the 2 guards won't let me in without an invitation, but if you really want to go in, you can come with me. 2 girls, how about? He invited with a smile, looking harmless to humans and animals, but Yang Yan and Wu Yi are not the kind of women who will go crazy, so they naturally know what he means. Ku Chengfeng, I haven't seen you for a few years. You still like to show off your superiority in front of weak people. It's great to be able to participate in the auction, or is it that you are amazing in Tianmeng? A deep voice sounded, inviting. When Ku Chengfeng of Wuyi and Yang Yan heard this voice, he frowned as if he had eaten a fly. The smile on his face like a spring breeze disappeared in the blink of an eye, and he turned his head and looked back. Behind that, a young man wearing simple gray clothes came striding forward. His clothes were not as ostentatious as Ku Chengfeng, but very simple. He looked as ridiculous as a farmer, but Ku Chengfeng was not at all understated. Seeing what he meant, Dianfeng's eyes showed a lot of fear and dignity. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Starving to death is a small matter, but injustice is a major matter, asking for a monthly ticket. It's the end of the month, and I'm begging for a few monthly tickets. This month, Xiaomogo has been really difficult, with power outages and network interruptions, all kinds of entanglements, but the update has not fallen behind, basically maintaining the 3 shifts, and occasionally taking a break between the 2 shifts to relax. Everyone should understand. November is the fantasy month. There are rewards for the top 15 of the classified monthly tickets. Wulian is just the 15th now. If you don't ask for a ticket, you will be blasted. Starving to death is a small thing, but injustice is a big thing. Xiaomo is pure and clean. Naturally, I don't want this kind of thing to happen. I implore everyone to support Xiaomo, support Wulian, and cast your monthly ticket. To be continued. Chapter 1149. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He was very curious who dared to be so arrogant in front of Ku Chengfeng. After looking at it, I was also slightly surprised, not to mention the clothes of the visitor. It can be said to be extremely simple, but the imposing aura on his body is even more powerful than Ku Chengfeng, and it is quite fierce. Yang Kai vaguely felt a surge of lightning energy coming from him. This person is cultivating the power of the thunder attribute, and he has already achieved very high attainments. He is not tall, but he is definitely a master, because his cultivation base is the same as Ku Chengfeng, and he is also at the 3rd level of the Holy King. Behind him were also 2 Void Returning Realm powerhouses, wearing blue clothes, with a lightning mark on their chest. That lightning seemed to strike down from the 9 heavens, with infinite power and breathtaking power. I don't know who it is, so it's Brother Fang from Lei Typhoon Sect. Long time no see, you are still so shabby, and you are not afraid of losing face to Lei Typhoon Sect. Ku Chengfeng greeted with a smile on his face. Yang Kai's heart moved, and he immediately understood who this plainly dressed man was. Fang Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Like Ku Chengfeng, he is a well-known young man in the entire Gloomy Star, and he is the #1 genius of Lei Taizong. Geniuses always think highly of themselves and don't like to be equal to others. These 2 guys are geniuses of their respective sects, and there seems to be some gap between them. This meeting is naturally tit for tat, openly ridiculing. The 2 guards of the treasure building were standing by the side helplessly. If someone else had acted so presumptuously in front of the treasure building, they would have taught him a lesson, but given Ku Chengfeng and Fang Tianzhong's identities, they didn't dare to say too much. Talk. Even the 3 of Yang Kai who were standing on the side became a foil. I practice martial arts, and what I feel is the way of heaven. I'm not like Brother Ku, who you wear all day long to show off your might. Fang Tianzhong said calmly. Ku Chengfeng let out a cold snort, bursting out with momentum, and charged towards Fang Tianzhong. Fang Tianzhong was naturally not to be outdone, and also exploded with his own momentum. Like 2 gusts of wind blowing up on the flat ground, they suddenly collided together. The aura of heaven and earth in front of Jubao building was up and down. Many strong people in the building sensed the situation here, and they all stretched out their spiritual senses to check, but after learning that the conflict was Ku after Chengfeng and Fang Tianzhong, they quickly withdrew their spiritual thoughts and stopped being troublesome. The confrontation between the 2 geniuses was as if no one was around. Yang Kai's face turned cold, and he had a good impression of Fang Tianzhong at first, thinking that this guy was not pretentious. He was much better than Ku Chengfeng, but now that trace of favor disappeared immediately. If it were an ordinary first-level Saint King warrior standing here, he would definitely be involved in the aura of the 2 of them, and even if he was not injured, he would be full of ugly faces. They obviously didn't have any scruples about themselves and Wu Yiyangan, they just wanted to show off each other. The aftermath of the momentum hit, Yang Kai snorted coldly, and waved forward casually. There seemed to be a sound of something being split. Yang Kai stood in place as stable as a mountain, even his clothes and hair were not blown, and Yang Yan and Wu Yi who were hiding behind him didn't feel anything. Huh, Ku Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong restrained their aura at the same time, turned their heads to look at Yang Kai, both of them looked a little surprised. Although the aura of the two of them hadn't targeted Yang Kai just now, it wasn't something a first-order Saint King could easily resist. Seeing that Yang Kai easily broke the aftermath of their aura, he was naturally surprised. But it's just a surprise, Yang Kai's cultivation base has not been put in the eyes of the two. The relationship between the two senior brothers is really good. When they meet, they are like glue, which is really enviable. A clear and sweet laughter sounded like a silver bell, and a woman in a Chinese dress came in style. Her skin was like cream, her hands are soft, and she is born with a fragile temperament, which seems to fall when the wind blows, so that anyone can't help but have the idea of protecting and caring for her. The woman's figure is very perfect, and she wears a lavender dress. The curves of her figure are properly outlined, which further sets off her grace and luxury. When I got closer, a fragrant wind hit my face, making people feel refreshed and blood flow accelerated. Although her words were teasing, neither Fang Tianzhong nor Ku Changfeng intended to get angry. Instead, the latter showed a happy expression and looked at the woman with burning eyes. Su Dai has met the two senior brothers. The woman gave a salute, her face was pale and red, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch, and her beautiful eyes were captivating, making people daydream. So it's junior sister Yin, long time no see, but I want to be your brother. Ku Changfeng said with a big laugh, not bothering to tangle with Fang Tianzhong anymore. Fang Tianzhong also nodded slightly at the woman, as a greeting. They are all geniuses of Gloom Star, so they naturally know each other. I didn't expect that junior sister Yin would come to participate in this auction. It seems that I came here in the right way. Let's talk carefully if you want to join me later. Senior brother is not talented. I have been studying the situation recently, can be regarded as a little bit of experience. Ku Changfeng extended the invitation enthusiastically, with a sense of complacency in his words. Yang Kai pouted secretly, not paying attention. He knew the difficulty of comprehending the momentum. Even if he absorbed the soul energy of two Void Return Realm experts, he still couldn't get started on the momentum. Even if Ku Changfeng was in the realm, he is taller than him, and it is impossible to figure out the power before returning to the void. Only a warrior can get in touch with this kind of power after being promoted to the void returning. Ku Changfeng's words are obviously an excuse to get close to Yin Sudi up. Yin Sudi knew better than Yang Kai in her heart. She pursed her lips into a smile, and said in a coquettish way, although junior sister also wants to chat more with senior brother Ku, but this time, junior sister is here on the orders of my master, the mission is in hand, so my junior sister thanked senior brother Ku for his kindness. That's it, it's okay, the future will be long. Ku Changfeng smiled freely, and was not embarrassed by Yin Sudi's refusal. He probably didn't hit a wall in front of her once or twice. It would be strange if the other party agreed. The three of them had been standing at this door for a while, during which people from various forces came to participate in the auction, but the three of them didn't go in, and the young masters and ladies could only stand by and wait. Compared with these people, Yang Kai realized that he and Wu Yi Yang Yan were really shabby enough. Those young masters and young ladies were all dressed in fresh clothes, brocade clothes, and armored bodies, with aura flowing. And Yang Kai just casually wore a very common clothes. Yang Yan is even more outrageous, the black robe that has not changed for thousands of years. He can't wait to cover his face, as if he has done something wrong. It is shameful, although Wu Yi it's not bad, but it's just ordinary clothes, and it can't be compared with other people's armor. The three of them stumbled into the ugly duck among the swans by mistake, not to mention how eye-catching it was. Fortunately, they didn't intend to continue talking. The auction was about to start, and they also wanted to go in early. After the young masters and ladies greeted Fang Tianzhong and the other three, everyone filed in and disappeared soon. Trace. Before Fang Tianzhong left, he glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, but didn't say much. It wasn't until the front of the Jubao building became calm again that Wu Yi breathed out secretly, and explained to Yang Kai softly, the woman just now is Yin Sudi from Luluman, and she is also a famous figure, and she is also the #1 beauty in the Gloom Star. Countless people pursue it. The #1 beauty? Yang Kai sneered, the two of you are no worse than her, this #1 is not worthy of the name. How can I compare with others? Wu Yi blushed, no matter whether Yang Kai said the truth or not, such praise still made her very happy. There is no woman who doesn't care about her appearance, and she also knows that she and that Yin Sudi really has a big gap. Other people's backgrounds are countless times nobler than her own. Let's go in too, Yang Kai said lightly. He came to the auction today to protect Wu Yi and Yang Yan, but he didn't want to meet so many young people here. Whether it was Ku Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, or that Yin Sudi, none of them could be underestimated. Yang Kai knew that he still had a long way to go, and he was far from being invincible. The appearance of these three people reminded Yang Kai that he must not underestimate his opponents at the same level. They are all the best in their respective sects. Not necessarily who wins and who loses. Wu Yi finally found the invitation card and handed it to the guard outside. The guard didn't seem to expect that three people like Yang Kai could get the invitation card. Although he was surprised, he didn't embarrass them and let them go. After entering the Jubao building, there was a loud commotion immediately, and countless people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, talking about something. This is Jubao building. Wu Yi's pretty face was full of shock. She looked around, her beautiful eyes were full of novelty. It was the first time for her to enter this kind of place. What you can see is a huge circular hall. On the dome are hung lamp stands made of strange lighting stones, emitting a soft light, which impresses the entire interior of Jubao building with incomparable brightness. Poor, and no shadow yet. On the lowest floor of the main hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged, and nearly 80% of the seats were already filled with people, while the higher floors were also full of people. In the center of the bottom floor of the main hall, there is a high platform 3 feet above the ground, which should be the place for auctioning things. Such an arc-shaped design allows everyone participating in the auction to clearly see the auctioned items, which is not unreasonable. Yang Kai arrived here, looked left and right, wanted to find out where Qian Tong was, but he soon discovered that it was too difficult to find a person in such a place. If he was in the 3rd layer of Void Return, he didn't have to worry about others, he could do it. He searched with the help of his spiritual sense, but in this place where experts gathered, he didn't dare to use his spiritual sense casually, lest he be misunderstood and cause some troubles for no reason. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.